Andor continues, finally. It's only been how long since season 1?
Nearly 3 years.
What's with the new obsession with 3-year gaps? Why do I feel like that's common now? Squid Game had a 3-year gap, didn't
Is
it?
it a production timeline thing?
And Arcane
Yeah,
had a 3-year gap?
It's mainly is that, because I think Andor Season 2 started production shortly after Season 1 came out. Then there was the writers and actors strike, and then there's just a long window after that for all of the post-production. Unlike, typical television, which obviously doesn't have that significant a time between seasons.
Well, it's something that has been discussed about like the health of TV shows being the there's a lot of youngsters that something. I saw someone post this, I think it was on the subreddit, and it made me depressed. It said, so 2008 was when Iron Man came out, right? Which that, if you just do some simple math, that's 17, 18 years since that. Wait, have I done the simple math correctly? I have, right?
Yeah, I think
but,
close enough.
What the point that we're making was like we've got full-grown, well, mostly full-grown adult like humans that would have been born when Iron Man came out, meaning that you could see them as like people who've only consumed media in the sequel, reboot, requel, midquel era. Like that's just film. Like in terms of popular
they grew up
culture,
surrounded by slop. That's what they did.
And it was like commented on. It's like I wonder if that's ultimately gonna have an effect, like on everything, right? Because that's a long time. Because the reason I thought of that was I was like, oh yeah, because I miss the time when 22 episode seasons per year, which made it so that the show was only gone briefly and stayed for ages. Like that was a fun time, it was good times. Lots of discussion to be had.
That was like most of the time. That was like TV shows for basically the entirety of their existence until the last, basically like 5 or 6 years. Really, it was when this started.
But like these days, it feels as though you watch a really good show, and it's like, yeah, there's going to be a season 2 next decade. Like what? Why? Stranger Things is the best example. That feels like it kicks off the era.
How many years has that been since
I think it's
season
been nearly
4?
4 years.
204 years it's been going now. Crazy. But yeah, I don't know. It's all interesting to consider how the audience have evolved, and in no way is this a way for me to lead into something that will give us a little bit more time for people to get in before we do other things. Also, I'll probably say it a couple of times, but yes, Rags is unavailable. He will not be here for this episode, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. We will have...
You see where his priorities lie, though, right?
Yeah.
He made time for the Minecraft EFAP and time for the Thunderbolts EFAP. That's what he likes.
So there's been a huge leak for Andor, an enormous one, and it's just, it's told you everything that's going to happen now. And it's crazy because some people are thinking, wow, this script is just improved dramatically, and I just wanted to share it with you guys because it's clearly looking pretty good. Some people theorize this may not even have been written by anybody on the team, and instead a guest episode from Mr. Filoni himself. And I just wanted to share this because I thought it was pretty interesting. Okay, so here goes. This is a portion of the script. It starts with Cassian Andor saying, "We need to the protesters to disperse before this turns into a Gorman massacre." And then Cassian turns and faces a stormtrooper. He says, "Dank Farrik, our womp rat tail is cooked." And the squadron leader removes his helmet to reveal Saw Gerrera from the Clone Wars. "We're gonna kill innocent civilians." And then Man says, "Not if I have anything to say about it." And he ignites his lightsaber, revealing him to be a ginger wearing a poncho. Cassian says, "Who are you?" Thor says, "Holy shit, it's Cal Kestis." And then Cal Kestis says, "I am Cal Kestis."
I don't know why you reading this has had the opposite intended effects, because obviously this is supposed to make you laugh, but this has made me like really upset.
Made you sad?
Like, yeah, it's a reminder, like it's all gonna be awful again. Once it's done.
We got
like,
1
we're
week.
just gonna go back to Star Wars being shit forever.
1 week of peace. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just like, yeah, that's actually, yes, this is like what Star Wars content is going to be like forever.
And it's going to be trying to cannibalize Andor. They're going to go right for Andor when they start running out of other things to like Like, yeah, once they deplete
It
other
is-
member berries or things that
That
people
was-
have good memories associated with.
Kind of like what I hypothesized in Open Bar as being almost like the most optimistic scenario is that they see how well Andor was received critically and they try to ape it, and they don't do a particularly good job, but at least they're trying to do something better in order to get the plaudits. And in like a hypothetically implausibly perfect world, that it leads to an increase in subsequent Star Wars writing. Then I remember that The Mandalorian and Grogu comes out next year, so fuck
Oh,
that. But there's always a chance.
I just want to be clear,
To be
real
clear,
quick.
this is
Yeah, this is
obviously a
fake.
joke.
This is not
Yeah,
real.
this is-
The
this is
fact that people are
obviously bullshit.
wondering is that's just awful. That's
Filoni absolutely could have written this.
The point is not like, oh my god, this is actually something that was going to happen. It's just this is reflective of how shit it's going to be
Yeah.
forever. That's
The major
what it is.
giveaway that this is fake is that Ahsoka isn't in it. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I would have believed it.
unless
That's true. Yeah.
she's just
And
not in
now
this
she
moment.
has a super duper new lightsaber that nobody's ever had before. It's even more cool than the white ones.
Well, she's gonna be the daughter eventually in the triad of Force history Mortis. Okay, I have picked up enough keywords to be able to sound like I know what I'm talking about, and it's gonna be wonderful. You'll see, because Anakin is supposed to be the
Mortis-
father.
Wasn't Mortis was the planet where Anakin like saw what was going to happen in Episode 3, right?
Yep.
Is that in the
Yeah,
Mortis
and then
arc?
Yes.
I remember this. It's like he sees Episode 3, but then all of them have like their memories wiped of that, right?
Yeah, he doesn't remember that afterward.
It'd be
Yeah.
great.
And it's so
Yeah.
funny because he sees that that's what he's going to do, and his conclusion is to fall to the dark side faster, essentially. Because he just sort of goes
Well-
crazy when that happens and starts swinging on people.
Yeah, I mean, so what else is? I mean, I was gonna say, is it worth doing something of a quick summary of season 1? What was Andor about?
so. Oh, what was it about? Like,
Sure.
What summarize? What's the point? Well, I mean, it's about a lot of things, but the core that binds it together is the story of Andor. Essentially becoming convinced to join the rebellion. Like that is what the story is about.
He fell down the right-wing pipeline and became radicalized. That silly bugger. Look at him go. That's what the whole season does. It's great. Takes you from a
But obviously-
disinterested, selfish, or self-centered at least, character to a, right at the end, I'm willing to die at this point because I want to join.
But of course, a noteworthy aspect of the character is that he's already. It's kind of something that they reinforce a lot. They even do it in season 2. This idea that he was already kind of a part of it anyway. He just didn't know it yet.
Yeah.
This notion, like, that there are plenty of people who are effectively have signed up for the rebellion, but don't quite recognize that they've already done it. And that it's, and that in a sense, you could also say that it's kind of the story of him realizing that this is what he wants to do, and that he can do, and that he's in a position to do.
Yeah, and like the broad choice of many different characters trying to show the different layers and levels of which an oppressive system is maintained and risen versus how it starts to crumble and be destroyed from potentially within or without. It's
And of course, making an effort to sort of explain, how that happens, but also like the kinds of people that comprise that system. That you've got people like Dedra, who is very much enabled by a system like that, like a pretty horrible person that is essentially given a lot of power to indulge in a lot of negative tendencies, I suppose. And meanwhile, Sirill would be an example of somebody who, under better circumstances, if he was born like 50 years earlier, he would have probably been in a position to actually like thrive and do a lot of good in an institution like the Republic.
yeah.
But instead becomes quite well positioned to essentially be used to serve the Empire, even though he's not necessarily ideologically attached to the Empire. And then you just see that there are a lot of normal, disinterested people who essentially perpetuate the system, which is a particularly interesting creative decision. It feels like the Aldani arc is the clearest example of that. The fact that they put emphasis on the idea that like the personnel at the Imperial base would be pretty upset if they didn't get to see the eye is like shocking almost as like a thing that they would choose to write in a Star Wars story.
It is. I think one of the most interesting things about it is because Cassian Andor is not obviously an attention-grabbing hero character. I mean, some of the criticisms of him in season one is that he's one of the least interesting things about the show that sort of got his name. But that is largely because the show is so interested in everything else that's going on around him. It's not interested in just bigging up a character because we're familiar with him. It's very much about like this is one character's journey through this world that we're building, but we are building this entire world. There are many other characters who live in it, showing how they live in it, how they justify it to themselves, how this thing actually functions, why anybody would ever want to work for the Galactic Empire, which is one of the most interesting things about it, how the Empire interacts with its outlying systems. Are there, does everybody have to be true believers in evil to function in it? Obviously not. And like beginning from that position where your main characters in every arc are almost sort of disconnected from anything overarching themselves, and gradually finding purpose. And then that sort of coalesces with the great battle and the speech preceding it in the final episode of season one, which is about, the important waking up, not all living for yourselves anymore. We are part of something bigger than ourselves, which is also Andor's realization. And then he goes and joins the rebellion. And that's where things sort of kick off. It sort of similarly in season two, something similar happens, which I guess we'll discuss later, but there is an element of like poetry, it rhymes in this, except that unlike the prequels, this one actually is good.
Oh,
um,
I mean, to sort of latch on to that observation about that it's not hyper focused on Andor, even though the show is called Andor. You don't even necessarily say that he is like the character that connects every single plot line together, because it's not really as straightforward as that. The Mon Mothma plot line, which I will say is one of the best in season one. Mon Mothma is top 3 best characters in this show.
I don't think anyone was expecting Mon Mothma after watching the OT to become one of the greatest Star Wars characters post OT.
Yes,
but here we are.
But here we are. She's connected to the story through Luthen, but obviously, I mean, I just think that her storyline is just downright inspired. Like, it's a really interesting journey to take that character on. Like, what is the essentially like the personal cost, the price that she has to pay for her values to serve the rebellion, basically. And then there's a lot of very difficult, challenging problems that she has to confront, that she has to always present herself as a different person than she actually is, the conflict that creates within her family, and the lines that she has to cross, essentially, in order to continue to serve the rebellion is like fascinating to watch.
They also, so Genevieve O'Reilly was cast as Mon Mothma for a scene that got deleted in Revenge of the Sith. And then
20 years later,
she got a Rogue One appearance, which was pretty brief. Yeah. And then, the fact that it's like, well, for sake of continuity, we can hire the same actress. And they just so happen to be hiring someone who's fucking great. Like, good God. Yeah. I was about to say lucky, but I guess she probably got it initially because she was a good actress, I'm guessing anyway. It's just that,
she has consistently proven
he imbues Mon Mothma with a hell of a lot in the scenes where she can't speak,
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Good at it. And that's, it's saying something when you got a cast that has fucking Stellan Skarsgård in it, who I will be praising whenever necessary, while also pointing out, I did not know he had a stroke, and this is all post-stroke.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he talks about it while talking
even season
about
one.
The monologue in season 1.
Yeah, because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to pull it off now that that had happened to him, and I was just like, fucking hell, dude. You're like... Damn. It's not even something
absolutely nailed it, regardless, I guess.
I mean, Luthen's speech, and it's hard to pick which monologue is the best, because they're all quite good. Obviously, you've got Kino Loy's, One Way Out, which is a banger. And then you've got Marva's speech in the finale, which is also great. But Luthen's is probably the best.
I think it's
probably just
hard not to give it to him.
Above all of the other ones. I'm a big fan of Andor in that capacity for essentially like bringing the soliloquy to modern television, like having characters just have these extended monologues where they describe whatever it is that they need to in terms of like the thematic content of the episode.
I was about to say, you can't be ignored. Like I think
I was about to bring Flanagan into it
because he's more.
Come on.
No, I was just gonna say he's like criticized for it, So I would. Yeah. I'll probably put him ahead of this in terms of like he gets in trouble for it, this sort of thing. Which, everyone's got a different view on how successful his monologues are or are not, but it seems mostly that people don't have any issue with the those three major ones from season 1 in terms of like enjoyment. Maybe less is more in some cases. Who knows? Flanagan and Gilroy make a show together. Why not?
I mean, I suppose another thing to add as well is that Andor is basically the only Star Wars television show that is like actually a television show. Disney Plus shows from like Marvel and Disney, Marvel and Star Wars rather, are like distinctly bad or like at recognizing what a television show is supposed to be and how to leverage a long form storytelling format. Basically, all of them don't really do it properly at all, though it doesn't necessarily manifest in exactly the same way. But Andor is a television show. This is not a story that could be translated into a film. There's too much going on. There's too many different threads all at once. There's too much build up. The narrative structure of the entire show, like particularly with the idea of breaking down into sort of clear arcs, and at least in season 1 specifically, because the formula changes in season 2, but the idea of 3 episodes with the first 2 essentially ramping up to episode 3 where the big explosion happens, the conflict, it's like actually taking advantage of being a long form story to achieve things that aren't necessarily possible in film just because you don't have enough time to do it. So that's nice. It's like a real television
I've had that
show.
conversation a few times with people around the internet, just in passing, about Andor, where like the sentiment isn't like entirely unheard that Andor could be like squished down into a film's length worth of content, essentially. But every time it comes up, there's the question of what do you cut has to like enter the room, and that you always seem to just lose way too much. I don't
see cutting 12 episodes of season 1 into a single movie, but maybe 2-3 movies, maybe.
I think,
Maybe.
did I read somewhere that they're actually planning on combining a bunch of the season 2 episodes into something that can be released in the cinema in advance of the Rogue One anniversary re-release? I think I read that somewhere. So they are going to attempt this, which will be an interesting little experiment, because then you'll see what choices they do make when it comes to cutting. I think it's maybe easier to cut stuff in season 2 than it was in season 1. But that's only because like the first arc of season 2 doesn't lift as much weight as the remaining arcs do. But I'm kind of interested to see that. I probably will go and see it if they do it and release it anywhere near me. It's just because it'll be fascinating to see what, as Fringy says, a great television show is turned into when the person who makes the great television show is told, cut this down for a film. And then you sort of get your definitive answer as to what he considers the most worthy parts of this show.
Yeah.
Which that would be interesting, but that probably, maybe that's the last thing to say about it. Show's not slow, damn it. It ain't. At least not in the way that people mean when they say slow. That being that a lot of it is superfluous and could be cut. There's so much attention to detail in the script writing that there is always something to be gained from basically every scene. Well, obviously, we can talk about, particularly how dense some of the scenes are compared to other ones. But I mean, it's an important thing to talk about is the density of scenes, rather than the idea of exactly how much plot is happening.
If you want a good like contradistinction for slowness, right? Ahsoka is slow.
Oh,
people standing around holding their folding their arms and staring at each other for fucking hours on end. That is slow.
Fucking 3 to 4 second pauses in between dialogue sentences.
3 to 4 seconds. Wow,
like 3 to 4 word sentences.
I think you're underestimating. Sometimes there'd be like 8 or 9 second pauses. It was insane.
Listen, I'm trying to give Filoni the benefit of the doubt, okay?
I think the one where Ahsoka and Sabine reunite on the landing platform is closer to 30 seconds, because I remember sticking a countdown clock over it and doing the countdown music. I'm sure it's close to 30 seconds. And obviously the argument will be, oh, but it's the first meeting of these two characters that we haven't seen since we didn't watch the cartoons. And fair enough, I guess that's imbued with some kind of character work and symbolism, but I don't think it required 30 seconds to get that point across. And you can still be doing other stuff around it, which is one of the things that Andor does incredibly well. As I'm sure we'll come on to when we do discuss season 2, but a scene in which no one is speaking, there is story happening all around that character, and there's story happening on that character's face, and there's story happening because of where that scene is placed in relation to everything else. The longer you watch it, the more interesting it becomes. So that is the opposite of a slow thing. That is incredibly dense, but it's not slow.
Yeah, and then whether or not it's interesting to any given person, that's down to them, I suppose.
It's very subjective, isn't it? Really,
Pretty
Like if
much.
someone says that it's boring, and then the response is, "I'm not bored though." It's not boring. It's like, oh well, I guess that's the end of the conversation. It's the reason why you should try
Well,
to
we've said
generate
before,
different arguments.
we tend to avoid something is simply good because it's fun, or simply not good because it's boring. Like that's
Yeah,
something
because
we try to avoid.
it's not really an argument that like means anything to somebody who just says, "Yeah, but like I didn't have fun though," or "Yeah, but it
Yeah.
wasn't boring to me though," because then it's like, "Oh well, yeah, I mean, shit, I guess that's it then." So
It can
maybe we
become
should
a
try a little
meaningful
bit.
argument, but
Yeah.
the interesting thing I found to do when somebody says Andor is boring and slow because of this, then you ask them what's actually happening in that scene and see if they can tell you what's
Yes.
happening in the scene that they describe as boring.
As
Because
long as
9
they
times
can,
out of 10, they
yeah.
don't actually know what the scene is happening. Like they can't describe it. In which case, it might be boring, but that is largely because they've not actually understood anything that they're watching. And in some cases, it's because they've not made an effort to.
Well,
But in other cases, maybe it's a failure of storytelling. But I am more inclined to think that, like Disney Plus and Star Wars, and because we live in the Marvel era, as was discussed earlier, we've all sort of been conditioned to expect characters just to tell us exactly what's happening at 5-second intervals. And this is not a show like that. So it might just be that people aren't conditioned to watch long form television.
oh yeah, that was like that was like a mandate from Netflix, right? Like an
Yep.
actual an official one that you need to have more explicit dialogue because a lot of users aren't able to catch everything because they're on their phones.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just the saddest reality for storytelling you could pretty much get, but at least explains a lot.
Did the Russo say something about the idea that like Avengers was going to be like the first
That's a
TikTok
meme.
movie?
It's
Was
a
that
meme.
That's a
What, see,
meme?
I knew this
Okay.
would happen. What's happened
Yeah,
is that Joe
yeah.
Russo has said enough cringe things that people are starting to invent cringe things because it sounds funny.
Okay,
But now,
I see.
so like, say it started with him saying reasonably cringe, and then people went crazy and suggested like insane quotes. But now the joke is like ones that kind of seem like he might have said, and that TikTok one, a lot of people think he actually said that. Which...
I will say when I did see it, I was like, "This is a meme, right?" But then I did think, "Oh, but they have said a lot of things that are like
exactly.
pretty
We're in that era.
silly."
It's really hard to tell the difference now because things that should be jokes happen. But, you know, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
But I suppose with that, we should probably get started because we do have a lot to talk about in season 2.
we
I
doth
suppose,
doeth indeedeth.
an important thing to start with is something that was mentioned or alluded to before. The structure of season 2 is very different. I don't believe we know exactly how many seasons of Andor that they wanted. I think it was at least 3.
I heard
As
5
The number I've heard
somewhere.
is 5.
Okay, 5. Obviously we're not getting 5 seasons. We're getting 2. Because season 1 didn't do as well as it needed to, given how expensive this show is, and this show is very expensive. Very, very expensive. And of course, we all remember that part of the reason why Andor didn't do so well, aside from the fact that it was kind of an uphill battle anyway, because it's Andor, you know, it's a character from Rogue One, was because Obi-Wan Kenobi came out a couple of months before Andor. And I think at this point is pretty much universally considered to be like at least the most disappointing.
It's one of
Star
the
Wars
only
show, if not
things
the
that
worst.
could actually compete with like the sequels. Like some people thought it was the worst thing they've done, and it's like, damn, really? And it's like,
Yep.
yeah, that's how bad people thought it
It's
was.
fair. That's fair. I mean, it's fucking awful. So, you know, it didn't help, and now we're in a position where I suppose we should be thankful that they got to complete their story, but they are completing what was obviously going to be a bigger story in you know, only one more season instead of up to 4 more seasons. And as a consequence of that, there is a new narrative structure in season 2, where season 1 takes place over the course of a year. Season 2 is separated into 3 distinct 3-episode acts, which are separated by a year, leading up to the events of Rogue One. So that is the structure. Each 3 episodes, we skip forward a year, and we start in BBY 4, which is about 1 year after the events of season 1.
Mm-hmm.
But we're getting close to A New Hope.
Oh my
How
god.
exciting!
Maybe we'll see Vader.
Yeah, maybe, but probably not.
It's just
But
funny because
maybe.
it's just not at all what the creators of a show like this want you thinking about, but they're in the wrong place. You know what I mean? It's like you don't understand.
Still,
That's
whenever someone says Palpatine's name or the Emperor or whatever, you got the Star Wars fans like, oh, is he going to be here?
yeah.
Is he here?
My favorite vision of that is like there's just some dude, and they go, "Oh my god, is that Google Gafask?" And you're like, what? "Who?" And they're like, "No, I don't. He doesn't have that beard." And you're like, "Okay, yeah, sure,
So anyway, back to the scene, you know?
yeah."
So we open the story. It's a test facility on Sinai. Have we ever seen that before? It's like a big snowy place. Not Hoth, but it's a snowy planet.
I do not recognize
I don't think we've seen it. Where it's like it's mentioned a bunch of times because I think Sienna is like one of the isn't it one of the largest Imperial shipbuilding planets, and then you've got Sienna like Flight Systems or something is one of the companies that builds a load of Imperial starships. It's like the Kuat drive yards kind of thing. So like there's a bunch of those in this show where like you'll hear a name mentioned, and it is coming from somewhere in the lore or the canon. We might not have seen it before, and we might not even see it in the show either. But it's all very clearly placed in continuity because Gilroy actually took the time to do the
Gilroy.
research, which is nice.
That's right. Yeah.
He's not a Star Wars fan, though, by the way.
It's
People are very upset
it's
with him about.
I will say it's pretty crazy listening to the behind the scenes where he's talking about like, well, we have these events in the canon that we're obligated to essentially address and deal with.
Insane.
Like,
The non-Star Wars fan who gets criticized for that all the time is the only one that has like created anything respectable in Disney Star Wars' era, and also has an interest in protecting canon.
The fact that he respected Star Wars Rebels of all things.
Insane.
Like, oh yeah, we better make sure that we don't contradict that. Like, and yeah, he's criticized for not being a Star Wars fan, or the only thing that matters, which is like, does he actually care about continuity or canon?
I mean, he's the one fucker
anyway.
who will not be tackling any of our favorite characters. Like, thanks, Fate. Appreciate that one.
But it's almost nice though, because it means you've got the most competent of all the writers attached to Star Wars, who's been given license not only to like obviously there are mentions of lore relevant stuff and it's set in its certain recognizable places, but otherwise, and season 1 had a lot of this, effectively being given license to say go create new characters and go create new planets and actually show us what they are and how they live. Consequently, Ferrix and later in this series, Gorman are probably two of the most fleshed out, believable worlds in Star Wars canon at this point, because he wasn't told, well, you've got to go back to Tatooine because everyone likes Tatooine. It's just like it's weird that they gave him, who's obviously so very talented, a huge amount of money to do one of the least sellable Star Wars products. But the consequence of that is the Star Wars galaxy has massively expanded in size and in depth because he's allowed to add these new things.
It's something I really appreciate in Andor in season 1 and especially going forward in season 2 is its interest in showing the very diverse cultures of this galaxy, like from Chandrilla to Gorman to Ferrix, even like Kenari and whatnot. Like there's a lot of effort clearly built into like how these cultures operate, how they look, how they sound, like the sort of iconography and imagery that's involved with them. Like Chandrilla has loads of circles and stuff, as we're going to see later, and it makes the universe like a much richer place to inhabit and to probably like build stories in going forward.
I would say as well that it was a fucking sigh of relief that we finally got the Senate back and the discussion between like all these different planets in a political aspect, because like Disney were famously basically like removing that entirely because they believed like mistakenly that was part of the reason why people didn't like the prequels was politics, which is obviously nuts. And watching them not only bring it back but to take full advantage of it, like the fact that they can start up a Senate scene with Mon Mothma and you're like, oh shit, what's gonna happen, as opposed to a lot of people found them very boring in the prequels, but I wouldn't say that's because they are politics. I would rather point the blame maybe at the dialogue.
Infantile politics.
Well, they barely even count as politics. That they are politics-sounding setups, like the taxation of the trade routes and the outlying systems. That implies a lot of stuff, which we do nothing with. The Trade Federation blockades Naboo because it's upset about the taxation of trade routes. I don't really understand why, to this day, they decided to blockade Naboo of all places in that particular way. if they'd actually fleshed it out, done more with it, made it into more of a like uncomplicatedly political story, probably would have been more compelling for that reason. But it sort of sits in that awkward in between stage where Lucas wanted to make these fairly grand but quite dry allusions whilst also telling a story that has almost nothing to do with them. So then you get back to people swinging lightsabers around and battle droids and clone troopers and all the rest of that stuff, all of which has merit to it, to be clear. It's just that it's not the fault of politics that the prequels sucked. It's that Lucas didn't know how to write those scenes in a way that actually impacts the rest of the world, which is a really great distinction with this show, which absolutely does know how to do that.
So yeah, the season opens. So the season opens, and we're at this test facility. And a mechanic, her name is Nia. She steps into the hangar, and there's a TIE fighter sitting in the hangar, but it looks a little bit strange, a little bit interesting. It doesn't really look like the typical TIE fighter. I believe it's called a TIE Avenger. It's a prototype, and she enters and she's examining the onboard instrumentation, but she seems a little bit anxious. She leaves and then she ventures into the cafeteria, and we see that Andor's there, and he's disguised as an Imperial test pilot. He's waiting there patiently.
I just want to make mention, this is true for the whole season and of season 1, but it's not just a huge budget for any given reason, like, you know, buying actors or how long they took or any given reshoots. It's like everything, every detailed production in this is basically the highest quality. I'd even say down to like the sound design. Like every element of everything feels very much heavy, weighted, and sort of purposeful. They've taken a lot from, as they did in season 1, the sort of aesthetic that was established in the OT, being that they're so closely connected to it. They want to evoke a lot of the sort of 70s sci-fi, which is reflected a lot in the facial hair and hairstyles as well of different characters throughout this universe. It's just appreciated. All of it is like I said, like set design, costume design,
lifeless blacks and whites of Imperial locations.
Yeah,
compared to somewhere like Ferrex, which is a much more sort of, well, it's funny to say organic because it's not. It's an industrial sort of place, but definitely, you know, the kind of place that feels like it arose naturally, like that the city was built out just as they needed it, as more and more people live there. You know, tight winding corridors and like markets blending into just regular streets and workplaces integrated into the town. You know,
they
something
definitely
like that.
spent the money.
Culture and individuality to it that is like foreign to Imperial powers, which is like part of the messaging in the show, and it's kind of neat.
Yeah, part of the storytelling, effectively.
Yeah.
So Nia nervously informs Andor the ship's been prepped for a test flight the subsequent morning, and so she gives him the night's password, Kafrene, and hands him the key. And then she briefly glances at Andor and averts her gaze and explains that she was told not to look at him. But Andor decides to reassure her and also acknowledge that she's sacrificing a lot for the rebellion. And then she says something pretty interesting. She makes note of the fact that she enjoyed working at the facility, and it was fun, but that's going to be over now because of this. Which again, is just one of those things of like, you didn't have to write that. Like that somebody would say that they actually like kind of enjoyed working there. Even someone that, you know, kind of enjoyed working there and is about to, you know, essentially make sure that will never happen again in order to in order to aid the rebellion.
When you're like this sort of level of a cog in the machine, it's hard to really tell that you're like necessarily a part of a machine that is doing harm as such.
Yeah, and she says it in like a guilty way too.
Yeah.
He feels bad about us having to say it, but like even Andor's like, it's I mean, that's not crazy. That's okay.
It is like a really astute show for the amount of work it puts into to understand the psychology of people who work for what like we know externally are incredibly evil regimes, but like, understanding that most people in them don't probably recognize that as such. I think this is exactly like Werner von Braun, the Nazi rocket scientist, who would insist that even though we found out after the fact that loads of rockets had been built using essentially slave labor under his program, he insisted he didn't have any knowledge of that. And when the V2 rocket was launched, I think he wrote to a friend saying, I'm so happy that we did this, but the rocket landed on the wrong planet, because he was fundamentally this sort of optimistic person who didn't really understand, at least that's the story he would want everyone else to believe, the nature of the thing he was working for. He was a very happy-go-lucky scientist type who wanted to do good things for the world and ended up doing them on behalf of the most evil regime the world's ever seen. To understand that and to portray a number of different characters with that sort of mindset, people who actually are happy doing what they're doing not because they are happy doing evil, but because they think they're doing good, is one thing that really does set this show apart. Same thing with season 1, and season 2 just carries it on.
I also enjoy, by the
So,
way, that shot showing Andor reaching for his gun when he hears stormtroopers.
Yes, well,
Good stuff.
yeah, it is neat.
They do
I mean, the same thing happens again, like, because there's a co-worker that sort of approaches, and Nia goes over to her to relay Andor's cover story, and then when she whispers in her ear, Andor like he sort of, he's like, like, what's happening here? Like, he's paying more attention
Just
naturally.
a bit on edge. Been through a lot, you know?
They do a really excellent job of like fomenting paranoia felt in the scene, and it's like not unique to this scene or this season, but just like placing them at a distance that way while we're still with Cassian. What are they saying over there? For all he knows, he could be compromised right now.
Yeah. But it's okay. Apparently, the coworker was just saying that Andor was cute. Though, the sort of positive vibe kind of disappears pretty quickly, because Nia asks Andor, if I die tonight, was it worth it? And Andor says, this makes it worth it. This, right now, being with you, being here at the moment you step into the circle. You made this decision long ago. The Empire cannot win. You will never feel right unless you're doing what you can to stop them. You're coming home to yourself. You become more than you fear. Let that protect you. Which I felt had echoes of our Nemec's manifesto in there a little bit.
Absolutely.
Like the idea of, because of something that he says in his speech as well, which is also a pretty good one. The idea of people having already signed up to the cause without realizing that they have. Like, the idea you're coming home to yourself feels a bit like that, as sort of an observation that you're just you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
I think it's
that's a good thing.
Really great alternate way to write, like, find confidence in the fact that this is you. Like, you're sort of choosing something that's going to get you killed. This is the road you're on because this is who you are, and there's comfort in that. There's protection in that.
Though it did kick off the first of a few questions I have about this opening sequence. Because I just probably not spoiling a huge amount. I said the opening 3 episodes are probably my least favorite across this entire season, probably across both seasons. And this opening sort of TIE escape sequence we're coming on to it doesn't make, like, some bits of it don't quite add up. The first question I started thinking was when she said, if I die tonight, would it be worth it? So you're not taking her with you? Because there's clearly enough space in that TIE for more people. In fact, that's quite a big part of the TIE's function later, is that it can take more people. Why is she happy to be left behind in a place, having committed this betrayal, believing that the betrayal will probably get her killed, as opposed to why isn't she asking him to take her with her or something like that? Even if he turns her down when she asks him, or if he tries to take her and she gets shot, there's more sort of a bittersweet story element to that than a very naive person. And the naivety might be the point, saying, of course I'll betray everything I've ever, worked for, if not fought for, and let you take the ship, and maybe I'll die, but I guess it'll be worth it. It seemed a little bit too.
I would have mounted somewhat of a defense in the sense that they want to, keep it as non-suspicious as possible, getting him into that ship. But the thing is, he basically breaches like the cover the second he's in the main room anyway. Shoots the droid, so it's like may as well take her. It seems.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that's fair.
I don't imagine she will be able to mount a particularly compelling defense as to like what happened.
And I don't know why she would bother, It's like, just leave.
Or unless the idea is like, she's already just like running for the hills, in which case, I don't know, maybe go with Cassian, unless that's like off the table. Like, that could be off the table at Luthen's instruction or whatever, because that seems like a kind of thing he would probably do.
Well, yeah, because if she stays behind, it's not like she's really, she's not like Lonnie. She's not really in a position to do anything particularly helpful after this, in a sense, like in this capacity.
This happening like puts all eyes on her in a way. Not necessarily her specifically, but everyone here. It would be under intense scrutiny for how this has happened.
And like the show does lean quite heavily a little bit later on Luthen asking Andor to do things that he becomes sort of increasingly uncomfortable with, like the sacrifices that he's been expected to make, the almost careless attitude toward the lives of innocent people. Having that be introduced here might have been useful as a way to start broaching it. I mean, it is covered very well later on, but like if you did want to more clearly tie these things thematically together, either having Luthen demand that she not be taken, or seeing like Cassian watch her get killed or something, sort of begins that seeing the consequences of the revolution thing, which weigh on his conscience.
When she says that she needs a 10-minute head start, are we to take that as her referring to the 12-minute head start? That's when, like, that's her getting out of there. Like,
I mean, she's still on.
so, yeah.
She's still on
Fearing.
record as being a part of all of this, right? Like, it basically, is it worth the risk versus just getting out?
Right.
Seems like she has the chance. And what's ironic about it is that if she had gone with him, she might have been able to, tell him how to use it. I'm not sure if she's fully familiar, but she at least seems to be aware of the machine itself.
Yeah, I mean, you would think one of the first things you do when stealing an experimental fighter is you get someone to give you the instructions for how it works.
Well, that
does
was
seem a little bit sensible.
That was accounted for in the sense of it was just a huge mistake.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's a mistake from
information.
It's a mistake from Andor's perspective, right? Because as we find out later, this is not the ship he was.
Yeah,
here
he's
to
been
steal.
trained
But it's
to
not
pilot.
a mistake from her perspective because she presumably always thought he was stealing the ship.
Well, yeah, because there'll be arguments later about exactly how much they knew about this ship when he was sent to take it, because that's what he's about to do. He does he goes into the hangar, shoots the droid, steps into the ship, and is like immediately, obviously a little bit confused about the interface. Like he pauses for a moment when he gets inside. But then when he sits down, the ship comes alive, and he awkwardly fumbles with the controls for a moment before activating the engines. He's about to leave because the door is open, so he can get out of there. But when he pushes forward, the ship flies backwards and slams into the wall.
For a
Which I
ship
will
that he
say,
doesn't know how to pilot, I would have thought he'd be a little less aggressive with the forward and back. But he pushes it hard, and it like sends him all the way back into the back of the hangar, as opposed to being like, let's see if I go soft, which direction am I going?
I
Actually,
suppose
it reminded me of Independence Day. The bit where they get into the alien fighter and he jams the sticks forward and it goes backwards, and then he flips the instructions upside down and flies off again.
It's not as easy here, though. There is no instructions. There is no manual on how to drive this one. I will say,
I mean,
though,
but
seeing him fly backwards and slam into a wall was like, like, well, what's going on here?
I think he is experienced enough, and this is a serious enough show that with a ship he doesn't understand, and he assumes like controls do things. He kind of just do it like anybody would even play a video game. Just be like, all right, let's try everything soft. Let's not go crazy until I actually know what goes forward, back, up, and down. Because I am also not too much of a fan of this sequence, especially not the greatest thing for me to see as the intro to season 2.
The season 2 curse, like you can feel it looming,
Mm-hmm.
It was slightly concerning because it's just like,
especially
that's a bit silly.
That conversation he had with Nia, like I thought for all the things we've mentioned already, but also just like, oh, so cool to see how far he's come. He's now inspiring and leading people, even in a subtle way, not like a super explicit, like leading an army or anything. Just like there's this one person who needs what he says and he's able to do it. It's like, oh, that's cool progress since we last saw him.
Mm-hmm.
This is less so what I want. I would way prefer to see him actually very competently steal it, and have to face challenges.
If I was to like provide any kind of a defense, it would be that like it almost feels to me that when like the handhold arm like things come out, that is like an interface element he's very familiar with. So he would be like of a mind that like, okay, now that I'm here, I understand how this thing works. However, I don't think that really like negates the need for perhaps a bit more caution in terms of flying this thing.
Well, because I get the impression this is supposed to be a bit funny. There are several moments that are like,
I'd say it's comedic. It has to be.
Yeah.
Seeing him like, seeing him ramp up like, yeah, we're gonna get out of here, and then fly into the wall. It's like, yeah, that is somewhat amusing. But also, again, it's like, like,
yeah, a little bit like,
about this.
But you could kind of tell why they'd done it. It's like, well, we've got the criticisms that we heard from season one is that it took too long to get started and it was quite dour and serious. So we can answer those criticisms by starting with a high octane chase sequence and some funny stuff.
That does
And
feel like
that
what
is,
this is, yeah.
It does
yeah,
feel like
not what I
why
wanted to
this is
see from
there,
it at all.
Oh, and just
which you
I'll
know,
I'll say
yeah.
again in like 2 hours from now, but Rags is not going to be able to make this episode, I'm afraid, and Ryan is on the thumbnail because he may very well be here within 2 hours or so. That's what we're hoping. Oh, there you go. Those are the answers. I'll remind everyone again in like 2 hours from now. Don't you worry.
Another thing that was a little bit unfortunate was you see a whole bunch of stormtroopers enter, and they see that like Andor's can't like fly it, and then he just like spins around and wipes them all out pretty effortlessly. It's like, oh,
Which you
Don't.
can do because they just stand there, and one of
Yeah, I
them
don't
says,
understand
"What
what they
the
would do.
hell?" And then they just stand there, and then they start shooting at it from no cover whatsoever, whilst this ship is
Yeah,
like
this is-
crashing
well, it's a
into the
little
ceiling.
awkward
And everything.
if they know
Firing their
that
small arms at this ship when it's becoming
you would
immediately apparent
assume
you
that
don't
they
do
would
anything.
know.
Yeah.
But they probably would know this, right? Like that you can't actually
I-
take down this ship with a small arms fight. Maybe not, but like it
I
doesn't
don't-
take long to see that you can't.
Yeah, they wouldn't be privy to like the schematics or anything, but like I imagine they know they can't shoot down another TIE fighter.
I've never
I don't know.
liked how much. Can you see they like actually standing next to cover, but they won't use it? It's like,
Yes.
guys, come on, please.
Maybe
And,
they don't
cover
like-
wouldn't do them a whole lot of good, but still.
and like that
I would have thought
stream
the
of
first
fire
instinct would be
where they just
like, get in
stand
touch
there.
with someone.
So,
Like,
well, yeah.
find-
So, not using cover, not reacting to the fact that they're near death, trying to take on a ship of that size with their guns that are clearly doing nothing, and simultaneously doing all of this when they have no clue what is happening. This is just like, this is not reassuring. This is very much a zombie-brained stormtrooper activity, which upsets me. I don't like to see it. Andor's one of the shows that I
very
always.
distinct, right? Given like Stormtrooper, one of the good things that season one did and season two will do later is that it actually shows why Stormtroopers are a threat to be
Yes.
taken seriously. They're not actually the kinds
Mhm.
of grunt forces that are stupid and untrained as we're used to seeing them as. Their presence is supposed to convey in this show severe threat because they are actually competent. They are the Empire's shock troops. And the rest of the show does that really well. It is just this opening sequence where they've sort of reverted to their sort of Disney canon meme format, which is disappointing.
And you can fix this with some easy post recordings, right? Even with the visuals as they are, you can have. I think Theo just mentioned it's just playing something over a receiver, like what is happening, what is going on, and some like authoritative voice says TIE Avenger not authorized for liftoff sort of thing. And the pilot's refusing communication. That could be something you could throw in. And then the order.
Done it before.
Well, and just have what are the orders, and it's like, do not allow the prototype to leave the hangar. So that makes you feel a little better about like they're ordered like under no circumstance may it leave the hangar. So at least it makes them seem like why they're a little reckless here. But like even the rocket launcher dude, like why did he walk all the way out into the open?
Why is he not firing from the doorway? He presumably like. came
Yeah,
in
there's
through
it's such good cover, and then it's like, well, it's obvious because it doesn't quite look as cinematic, does it? And it's like, yeah, but
doesn't have the same tension to it.
we gotta find a way around these things, all right? Because we don't want them looking stupid.
Yeah. When the one with the rocket launcher feels like he's there so that we can see one of the suppose like experimental weapons that the ship has, where it like shoots a giant like plasma like blast and basically vaporizes him and vaporizes a hole in the door, which he then uses to blast a hole through the door because the hangar doors are closed, and then he launches out, slides down the cliff, and nearly falls off the cliff.
Yeah.
And then the power goes out, and it the problem is just when you see that, it's like I don't think I don't think I like seeing all this. Not necessarily the idea that like Andor is having problems. I mean, Andor's made mistakes before, like in action scenes. In season one, like the sort of almost briefly losing track of the part that he wanted to sell to Luthen, and then like becoming hyper fixated on it as soon as the fight happens, and whether or not he could have actually gotten it or not, or how much that even mattered because Luthen didn't care as much about that as he cared about this. But just seeing him, blast his way out, and slide down the cliff and nearly fall off, it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
But he doesn't sit there for long because there's some TIE interceptors that are coming, and Andor fires up the engine and launches off the cliff just before he's hit with the ballistic missiles, which I presume would have actually taken it out. So that was pretty lucky that he managed to fire it up just in time to escape.
There's a lot of that in this fight.
Then,
I'm not particularly fond
Yep.
of it as a whole. It's kind of eh.
Well, yeah, because then he's getting chased through the canyon, he's slamming into walls constantly. But then he manages to escape by firing missiles at sort of this part above like a cave that is open-ended. I don't know if there's a different word for that. There's a gap in the mountain, and he shoots the rocket. I guess, yeah, under it, at least, and he fires it and flies through it, and all of the debris rains down, and it destroys the TIE interceptors, and he narrowly escapes, and then launches into space.
Yay.
Which is our opening action scene.
Because this TIE guy has a hyperdrive, so he can take it to the next planet, which was another question I had. I don't know, is this ship something that they bought in from canon, or is this like a brand new design for this show?
I believe this is a brand new thing.
Because I was wondering, I think I'm right in saying that one of the things that make Darth Vader's TIE advanced thing so special in A New Hope is that it's a TIE fighter with like life support and a hyperdrive system. Whether or not it might have been better to have this as like the prototype of that, not at least because it ties in so much more clearly, but because Star Wars sometimes has a problem when it brings in hyper advanced weapon systems in prequel series, because then you wonder why you didn't ever see them again in the original trilogy. And this TIE is very, very advanced, like more advanced, it seems, than Darth Vader's own personal one.
I've seen the argument, and I don't really see much against it. That if we had repurposed this scene and the scenes on Yavin in Act 1, exchanged them for a plot line that related to the first like snatching or development of the X-Wings, like that would have been probably a lot more appropriate / cool to see. You could add a lot to the story for why and how that happens, and obviously including Yavin in that. And then just the strength of the rebellion to an extent it's like their iconic ship, both in universe and out. So it's like that's an alternative. The TIE Avenger, as it stands, I can't speak for the whole season, but it has not been relevant post that prologue. Really, well, I get post this act, I guess you'd say.
It's not been brought up again since then. So yeah, it is conspicuous. It is a conspicuously disconnected action scene, and broadly a conspicuously disconnected plot line. But I suppose we can talk about that more as time goes on. But next we go to a new location. This is Minau. It's like a farming. It's kind of funny because how it works in Star Wars is that you just assume that there's one biome per planet.
Yeah.
And this is the farm one.
I
know the farm isn't a biome, but it's the farm planet.
I'll have you know,
of wheat.
there is no farm anymore. It's Rebel Moon copying. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Right.
Because that's
Rebel
just
Moon's created farms.
People looked up at the sky and saw a ship, right?
I mean, it is funny that there is the farm planet full of grain and the Imperial ship arrives. And I think it's funny to point out the similarity, but that does not mean it's stolen. It's just that Rebel Moon is kind of iconically shit, and so it's funny to remind people of it.
I never know if those blueprint posts are serious or not.
Well, I remember I saw one that was it was saying that Snyder was the blueprint because there was in the Fantastic Four trailer the thing was like hauling a ship. And Superman did that, and Batman v Superman. It's like, oh yes.
I saw the replies that were like, "It's taken from the comics, you fucking idiot," and it's like showing the panels, and it's like, yeah, that's where Zach got it from, probably.
Yeah. Jack Kirby is the blueprint.
Yeah.
In any case, yeah, we're on Minau, and it's an outer rim farming planet, and it's nighttime, and the camera is slowly entering this house, which we will discover is the house that Bix, Brasso, and Willman are on. Just in case people don't, Willman was the son of the guy who operated the radio that Bix used to contact Luthen, because all of them left at the end of season 1 to escape Ferrix. But we're slowly moving through. And then a mirror comes into view, and it's Dr. Gorst. For those of you who don't remember, Dr. Gorst was the conspicuously pleasant fellow who concocted a horrendous method of effectively torture to extract information out of people. He was he was so nonchalant and chill about this horrible thing that he had invented, which of course he had used on Bix, who really suffered a lot in season 1. But he's here, and then we see that Bix is in bed, and the bed sheet is slowly removed, and she wakes up screaming. But it was a nightmare. Brasso is there, and he's trying to calm her down. Now, of course, this is the kind of thing that it's like, okay, so we are like following through essentially on this this plot point from season 1.
It sounds weird, but I was very happy to see this. I was like, yay!
Doing justice to a character's trauma for once.
Yeah.
And I just like the way that they did it too, because Gorst would never be here in this manner. So it's like, what the fuck is going on? And then it's just like, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. But Brasso's calming it down, and we got a new character, Talia, who's also there. And then Willman comes in, and B2, you remember him? The fun droid.
Yeah.
The particularly fun droid. He's an old fella. Doesn't work quite so well anymore, but he's still trying his best, which I appreciate. And he explains that Bix had another nightmare. So this is far from the first time that this has happened. And he also notes that Andor would want to know about this. Like he would want to be told about this. But Brasso, he elects that they should talk about it in the morning, before they expect the Andor return the next day.
All right.
So that's our second, thread that we're going to be dealing with in the first arc, the Minau storyline with Bix and Brasso and Willman. But then we head over to Chandrilla on the Mothma estate, which is like, oh look, it's Chandrilla. Have we seen it in a? We haven't. I assume it's appeared in one of the animated shows, but I think, is this the first time that we've seen it in a live action?
I think so.
I mean, I don't remember. Else.
I don't remember it in an animated show even, but I don't have a strong memory of those things.
Well, actually, yeah, chat. Is this the first time that we've ever been there in like a Star Wars television series?
They would know.
But, first time ever. First time. Oh yeah, might have gone there in a video game. That's true. There's a possibility of going there in a video game.
I can't think which game it would have been though. I've played a load of them. I don't remember ever going to a Chandrilla.
It's the Jar Jar Binks game, I think.
Oh, I didn't play that one. Shit.
So it begins with Mon Mothma's daughter, Leda, who shows her wedding dress to her friends, because this is the wedding that was set up in the conclusion of season 1. Now you might remember Mon really didn't want to set this up. She really didn't want to do it. But it was essentially the only means by which she could smooth over the financial problems that she had to deal with throughout the entire season.
Evade obvious detection from the Empire and maintain the rebellion funding, basically.
There was a piece of setup in that, which I think a lot of these wedding scenes are actually really strong, but there's a few of them which slightly bug me. From what I remember of season 1, part of the reason she has to go through with that is because she's been funneling money from various accounts on Chandrilla in order to fund Luthen and the rebellion. And then the impetus for her suddenly sort of panicking and trying to reverse course is that someone on Chandrilla said, one of her banking managers, I guess, says, the Empire is now taking a look at your accounts on Chandrilla. In other words, because it's vitally important in season 1 that we understand nowhere and nothing is safe for her. She's not safe in her home on Coruscant. Her husband isn't safe to be around. Her daughter is potentially at risk. The Senate's definitely not safe for her to be around. There is nowhere where she can be comfortable. Even her driver has been changed recently. So you're supposed to understand very clearly from this that everything she does is under intense suspicion. That also includes her home on Chandrilla, because that's sort of part of the point of the banking revelations, is that even her home planet, where she was happy and comfortable, is no longer safe for her either. That, I think, some of which gets lost in this episode, in the sense that there's going to be a lot of sort of standing around talking in hushed voices, but talking in public places as though there's no possibility that like there are
That did
listening
annoy me.
devices or the Empire is there, and that got annoying the more it went on, I think, and it sort of worked against
the
the really
reason
good
why
way season 1 did.
I suppose a reason why it can be annoying is because there are a lot of other scenes in this season as well that like deal with that reality of actually
Yes.
accounting for whether or not there are listening devices. There's like significant plot lines revolving around this.
Well, I love the
So it is
code.
conspicuous.
The code speak between Claire and Luthen, right? With the whole like they refer to
It's
people as
always really,
pieces, and they
yeah.
always talk about the viability and the
Oh, it's
incoming
great.
shipments and stuff. And yeah, it's enough that the audience can get what they're saying, but sometimes you can even be like, "Oh, that probably means that." Oh, yeah, that. And it's just a really great code, and it makes a lot of sense. But there are, I think, 2 instances in this arc where those two are talking out in the open with no code, and it was really bugging me.
You do
We
you
have
see them still
sorry.
taking care, but like obviously the level of care does seem to be like decreased, especially given like the suffocating paranoia that like permeates this whole series, right?
The care seems to be more so for anybody who might overhear them that's like walking past rather than
Yeah, there
specifically because they're worried that they might be, bugged.
there are double
Yeah.
agents crawling all over the place. There are all kinds of interest. Even people who they are manipulating need not hear any of this, like at any
Yeah.
time. Otherwise, it could end badly.
We have a big one take here. We're doing a one take. So Mon and Perrin, they meet with their guests, and Mon's assistant Erskine, who I believe was in Rebels, right? This
Yeah.
character. But I don't think we didn't see him in season 1 though. At least I certainly don't remember. Unless I'm mistaken.
I don't remember him in
believe
season 1 either, but you know.
And basically informs her about some pretty mundane problems with parking, basically. But Mon's expression sinks because she spots something. There's something or someone in the courtyard. And
Someone who
she
can only be
sorta,
bad news for a lot of characters that are his
well,
ally.
and of course, when you see, it's like, oh, I think I know who she's seen. And she heads downstairs and she keeps putting on sort of the gleeful expression while passing guests, but she's clearly agitated and worried. We see Vel. She's walking down the staircase and she asks her, "Have you seen who's here?" And then heads to the platform, and as she's heading to the platform, she's like intently staring at whoever this person is before being called to by Tay. And if you remember him, he was essentially helping her solve her financial problems. He got brought on because he was actually interested in essentially working against the Empire to sort out her financial problems, and he's here. And he wants to speak with her in private, visibly disconcerted. Like he's just like
Yeah,
notably kind of agitated and edgy.
at this point, a note for the one they've done. It's a really great showcase of how viable this intro to the world is. Like the effort and the set is insane. But you also get like a quick rundown of which characters are in this area and what they're going to be sort of invested in this arc, who you can expect to see, and the dynamics involved in it. And the fact that like the camera's staying on all of like Mon's expressions throughout all of it, despite the fact that they give you a little intrigue if she's spotted something that she's heading toward the whole time. It's like a nice way to keep you attached while giving you information that you do actually need. And then just making use of Genevieve O'Reilly's performance, they can rely on her.
Oh yeah. And I mean, certain characters are behaving as you would expect. Perrin is, obviously the only thing he cares about is basically what's going on in terms of the wedding. Vel doesn't seem particularly thrilled to be there, just in general, which is not surprising. But the fact that Tay is kind of like on edge is a little bit unusual because he's always been pretty composed.
Yeah.
Obviously, whatever problems he's dealing with, there'll be things that, have to be dealt with. But like he's clearly something's on his mind.
There's some expressions between both of them that don't look so easy.
No, I don't. Like he looks really concerned. I suppose we'll find out more about that later. But then he says that they'll speak when she's not quite so busy. And then Mom pauses for a moment and walks towards Luthen.
Oh my god!
He's playing the character, the collector. And Mon asks Luthen why he's there, and Luthen replies, "I'm afraid that's a secret," which I'm sure would be a very annoying thing to hear at this particular time.
It's just, I think it's a
Um,
really great indication of the relationship he has with any given ally, that whenever they see him, it's bad news.
Yeah, it's what we're doing here feels like, particularly because obviously, you know, it's not really spoiling any, you know, we're spoiling the whole thing, but he's here for this arc. He ain't going anywhere else. He's here on Chandrilla for the whole arc. But we are setting up something that is emerges as sort of a consistent through line for him, which is sort of these interactions with characters who are effectively on his side that are souring a bit for various reasons, but all sort of stemming from the same trait. The way that he just deals and interacts with people in schemes. But you know, obviously there'll be more to be said for that as we get more scenes with him and more reactions from characters to the way that he behaves. But they don't even have much time to talk because Golden approaches Luthen and remarks about a surprise that he has in store that Luthen's helping him with. And then Mon cheekily says that Luthen is terrible at keeping secret. That he's terrible at keeping secrets. To which he says that he's been practicing, which is kind of fun. It's
because it's
subtext.
Well, there is worrying. So the fact that it's like, on the surface, he's doing some fun little party secret with Skeldon, but saying it's a secret is just worrying from him, no matter what the context.
Yeah, it's like, okay, what the fuck does that mean? Like, is there a problem that needs to be worried about?
It is good because you effectively have two conversations happening at exactly the same time in the same single lines of dialogue, which is like, it's quite hard to pull that off. But obviously, like there is an official reason he's here, which is a secret. But at the same time, there is another reason he's going to be here, which is also a secret. So her saying that you're terrible at keeping secrets, essentially, I will find out what it is, and he say, well, we'll see about that.
Yeah.
It works in both contexts at the same time. It's a little thing, but it's nice to see that level of quality as opposed to. Because I think a less talented show would have had them have those same conversations separately, because it's just easier to do. Like you'd have the official conversation, which is just there for one purpose, and then another conversation where they have the meaningful conversation between the two of them. But condensing all of that into that one exchange it also does help reestablish some of that sense of oppression, and no one can speak entirely openly here. But then, as mentioned, it sort of doesn't follow that through completely later.
I like that Mon feigns a smile and says we'll see about that in sort of response to Luthen, like the idea that, you know, she's going to be actively trying to figure out what he's up to, but feigning it as like, oh haha, we're having fun. Because obviously don't want to be giving anything away. And but she gets shooed off by Skeldon. And then we see that Luthen speaks with Clea, his assistant, and simply realized that Andor escaped from Sinar. But Luthen is a little bit more concerned because he expected that Andor would have checked in by this stage. But Clea
Again,
reminds
just
Luthen that,
to be clear, people absolutely within earshot walking past them and stuff. Like, bro.
Yeah.
And it's this takes one quick redraft. You have the exact same dialogue said through code. It's so simple. It's like what happened with the primary shipment, you know? It's like, oh, it's left the docking area, or it's left transit, but it's in transit. Something's very wrong, and you know, just like the expressions will do the rest.
Or you have him, for example, go and say, "Can I use your, I don't know, space phone?" And he calls her in the shop, and they use code and conversations remotely, as we've seen them doing before. Because another slight oddity is that his assistant is even here. I'm not entirely sure why, even in the show's context, because she leaves pretty quickly anyway, because she has to. But why we even needed that beat where she is here and then only to send her away again, as opposed to doing what like season 1 did frequently, remote conversations in code.
I would certainly recommend.
It seems like because you know the notable bit of information here is that she just says it would be too risky to transmit from the Mothma estate for pretty obvious reasons, but that she has to keep listening. But I mean, yeah, she's not going to be here for very long.
And, you know, if you've got a highly sensitive operation ongoing, which might require transmission, why you would go somewhere where it's from whence it's not safe to transmit anyway is a question. Yeah, it's just little bits and pieces like that I think could have been improved. She doesn't have to be here. I think we could have established everything that she does establish by being here remotely anyway. Like, there's a couple of interactions she has which are kind of interesting. It's just that I don't think they outweigh the problems of having it here.
And I think they just wanted broadly to give Claire more in this season than season 1.
Get
Um,
more, for sure.
She does get more. She's a lot of fun in this season. A lot of scenes.
Oh, yeah. So we're back on Minau and Bix and Willman chat while repairing some machinery, because I guess that's what they're up to, which isn't really surprising, given what they were doing before. And Bix teases Willman about a crush that he has on a local Beeler, but you know, the pleasantry who comes over and they have a chat, but the pleasantries don't last very long because we're about to do the Snyder is the blueprint thing, where they see an Imperial ship looming above the wheat field. Though they don't really know why it's here at this point, but obviously Bix is you know, appreciably concerned about this, like notably more concerned.
I would say there is purpose here in that she seems very comfortable, playful, working away. As much as she's got her ghost nightmares, like I think something you can kind of angle here is that she's relatively secure and happy on this planet, and then the Empire arrive again. It's like, oh, fucking hell. Like,
yeah, which, you know, it's like that obviously serving a broader thematic purpose. The idea of like the Empire is constantly sort of expanding its influence. Like, is there anywhere that's truly safe from them? And anywhere that is safe, how long is it going to stay safe, you know?
exactly.
But yeah, we see the Andor. He's now look, everybody. I'm going to be referring to it for now as an unnamed forest planet. Okay?
Why?
We don't know where this is yet. we don't know yet.
Anywhere.
We don't get, because usually we get text that says where we are, but we don't know where we are yet. This is just an unnamed forest planet. Okay? And Andor, he's flying into a forest. He pretty sloppily lands the ship, but it's okay because, you know, it's it's experimental ship. And he takes a moment to gaze at a maroon ship that's several meters away in the trees. Before he ventures outside, he draws his weapon as he approaches it, calling out to his contact, who's called Porco, which is a funny name because it's pork.
It is a funny name.
So you
Like-
immediately think
like Porkins.
of pigs. That's right.
Maybe it's
yeah.
Porkins' brother. Maybe
could
that's
be.
why Porkins
Maybe.
joins the rebellion.
Yeah.
His brother died.
Maybe. Well, yeah. He ain't here, okay? Because there's no reply. But then a voice calls out from the forest and declares that Andor has 15 blasters pointing at him. And another voice scorns the first guy for divulging that information. And the two of them argue for a moment before Andor declares that he's not an Imperial pilot. But whoever these people are, they're not very receptive. They tell him to drop his weapon. He does, and a whole bunch of guys emerge from the trees. And now we're kicking off this particular plot line.
Mhm.
But we got to head over to the Malthine Divide, where we've got our first Krennic scene.
Yay.
You know,
Jangle that key.
He's been featured pretty prominent. Well, you know, it's fun. Ben
I mean,
Mendelsohn
obviously.
he's a very entertaining actor. And of course, it's fun to be like, oh, Krennic in Andor, so he'll just be like better. You know, he'll just be a better character. He'll say more interesting things.
A scene with Krennic and Partagaz.
Yeah.
He has been featured pretty prominently in the market. That's exciting. You got to appreciate these scenes as they come, though, because of the 9 episodes so far, he ain't been in much.
No.
He's only appeared in 2 episodes.
Using him sparingly.
So, that's right. But a whole bunch of people have been gathered. Partagaz is there and Dedra's there. And Krennic makes it very clear that they've been assembled to discuss something that is so classified that even Tarkin doesn't know about this meeting. He hasn't been told yet.
I actually think because that made me improve my because when I first watched this and the entire scene, I thought he's a little bit clownish from what I remember. But then remembering like what his attitude is in Rogue One and how sort of egotistical and precious and jealous he is about, you know, being given power and authority, I actually think it makes more sense, and I warmed up to him on the second watch. The fact that he is here in the know with direct lines to the Emperor and Tarkin doesn't know anything about it is obviously something he's enjoying in this scene.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's kind of what his character is in Rogue One. So having gone back and sort of refamiliarized myself with him, what was clownish became slightly more characterful. I quite like him now.
They've all been assembled for something super important, and of course, given where this is in the timeline, given who he is, you're like, oh, I think I know what this is about. But there's a whole bunch of new information here because we are kicking off a significant plot line in season 2. So after he explains this, they're shown a video. What would you describe this as? It's like a it's not because it's not an infomercial. I would say it's not like an advertisement. It's not a PSA. What is it called? Like this thing that they're shown. Is there a specific name type of presentation?
Why wouldn't infomercial
Oh,
work?
it's for a ad.
It does strike
Okay,
me as
yeah, there you go. Yeah, sure. It's an ad for it's an ad for a planet called Gorman. And we got some important information here. The noteworthy takeaways is that the Gore are renowned artisans. They make really highly sought after clothing. That is like their principal export. It's basically their only export. And they use the silk that's spun by Gorman spiders to do this, to craft these prized textiles. Much of which is displayed in the capital city, Palmo. We'll be seeing a lot of Palmo soon. This is this is all just sort of background. Krennic pauses the video and then declares that Gore is of great interest to the Empire. It's like, ooh, I guess we're gonna find out why. But we gotta go back to the forest planet first. Andor is restrained by what is obviously something of a ragtag group of people. And he explains that he came to meet his friend Porco, who was supposed to be handed the TIE Avenger, like he was going to take it on. And the ragtag group admit that they killed Porco, which is pretty tragic. But I guess it does spur Porkins to become a hero. So, but they don't really believe Andor's story and conclude that he's an Imperial test pilot because he's wearing the gear.
I don't
Anybody
want
got
to poison
anything
the
to say
well or anything,
Yeah.
but I mean, am I right in thinking that we'll be saying, but first we have to go back to Forest Planet with less enthusiasm each time we do it?
Yeah, I thought about separating into different plot lines, but it does feel like relevant to show when we jump back and forth.
They're doing it
it's
for
how
a
you-
reason, right?
There's a reason. It's
You know,
just
yeah.
I find
Well-
much more interest in one side of this than the other.
Yeah, it's the kind of the deal with the whole rebel sequence. It's like I understand what you're doing, but
I get
beyond
it,
like the
yeah.
basic principle statement, there's not a huge amount of flesh on the bones of like what's actually going on here.
I understand what you're doing. We hop away, you hop back. I continue to understand what you're doing. Hop away, come
Yeah.
back. I continue. I think I've got it now. Whereas you compare it with the scene introducing Gorman, and it becomes sort of more layered and complex every time you return to it, because you think that like giving the infomercial tourist ad at the beginning is just almost like a cover story to just merely introduce the topic. But actually, the fact that Gorman has this reputation, the fact that it is high fashion, becomes very important to what the Empire's strategy is with respect to that planet later. So even what seems like a disconnected advert skit just to introduce a noun has story implications. Whereas the Rebels,
Absolutely.
you go to them, they bicker, and then you go back to them and they bicker, and then you go back to them and they bicker and also play rock, paper, scissors. And there is, it's doing it maybe a slight injustice to say that's all there is, because I think it does resonate a little bit more later on when you sort of see the contrast between leaderless, disconnected rabbles and led, directed, and coordinated people with a cause. That's fair enough, and the contrast is worth drawing. It's just that it does take a number of scenes to establish that, and it's not very deep, I don't think.
And like it's hard as well,
Yeah.
the contrast where you have Partagaz, Krennic, and Dedra, like who are all
Yeah.
very interesting to me and all get to
Yes.
bounce off each other, versus Cassian and a gaggle of retards. It's like,
He barely
you know,
even really gets anything to bounce off of.
not
so.
a huge amount. No, versus like I don't know what it is. Like I think his name is Anton Lesser, the actor for
Yeah.
Partagaz. He can take a line. He's one of those actors. You give him a line, and he can turn it into something so fucking interesting. He needs to say "excuse me," and he like goes, "Excuse me." And it's just like, what the fuck was that? This is like the most interesting way you could have said that. Holy shit!
He plays
great.
Thomas More in Wolf Hall, and like that's obviously like very high prestige drama. And I think I read that he was sort of reluctant to take a role in the Star Wars show until Tony Gilroy told him basically play it like you're in the theater because we're trying to do something serious, and that sort of sold him on the prospect. But he's been in a number of other things as well, just very very serious, proper sort of thespian with that training, and it shows in every scene he's in because there's so much variety in it. Like you say, every time he expresses anything, it's never quite what you'd expect, but it makes it just more engrossing to watch and listen to.
Well, anybody who's writing for him, no matter who on the team, their IQ skyrockets temporarily, apparently, because like some of the shit he says is some of the more involved dialogue you'll ever get, which is saying something for Andor, by the way. It's like multi-layered crazy shit that the people in the room he's talking to don't even understand in terms of like exactly what he's getting at. You can read it multiple ways, sort of stuff. And then just the ways that he'll surprise you in terms of he's so not a cartoon evilman, empireman. He comes across as so completely sure of exactly why he runs everything the way that he does and for what purposes, right? The ISB scenes are made so much more interesting by having him be a part of them. And, you know, the fact that
Absolutely.
we've got very few moments of him left now before he's gone forever, it's going to be like, oh, man. And I don't even mean that in the sense that he's dying or anything, just that the season's almost over, so.
Yeah. So back in that meeting, Krennic explains that energy independence is central to the Emperor's agenda, but that achieving it has been really difficult. And he remarks, and this is fun, he remarks that access to stable, unlimited power will transform the galactic economy and solidify Imperial authority. Unlimited power, that's the
The
saying.
Emperor wants.
There is a mineral. I mean, the mineral's called calcite, but the deep substrate foliated calcite that can be found beneath the surface of Gorman. And this is going to be an important aspect of achieving that energy independence. Though Krennic says it's essential for coating the reactor lenses, which of course you're like, okay, yeah, all
I
right.
mean, how many
In case
pieces
it
do
has
you
to become
need, right?
apparent,
Like,
yeah.
it's a personal pet project of the Emperor's. It's hyper important and time sensitive, and it coats reactor lenses. It's like, what could this be for? I don't know. I guess
Yeah,
anything, really.
and
I very much
Krennic.
enjoy how excited he is about all of this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's really
Well,
animated.
yeah, so
and
this is a prequel,
yeah.
right? So you are supposed to be working the information from Rogue One, which is the Death Star. He felt it was his personal project that he rose and you know fostered up as an impressive thing to Vader and the Emperor that Tarkin sort of takes off him in that film.
Mm-hmm.
So this all
I
lines
wonder
up.
if it does. I wonder though whether or like explaining the use of this thing in improving reactors generally or improving like the efficiency of laser output or whatever it is would have made more sense because like I was listening to that thinking I don't understand what energy independence means in the context of a galactic empire. Like you have
I
thousands
didn't
of planets. Who do you import from?
I didn't take that so seriously. I thought that was just what they're saying this is all for, when in reality it is to create a giant super weapon that's going to destroy planets.
That's fair enough, but like every other propaganda trick they deploy is like it makes sense in its own terms. Like it's
Sure, sure.
serious propaganda. Like you don't look at it and think, well, that's obviously cover for something else because that defeats the point of the propaganda. And the show is really good actually at conveying very artful propaganda later. So like I was just sitting there thinking I would have probably picked a different expression, different line to use maybe. Just because it invites questions that are not actually relevant for anything that the show does going forward. It's just it's a word that's thrown out which kind of invites questions about the Galactic Empire's economy, and we don't really return to those. And I don't understand, yeah, like how you can have an energy dependent or independent galactic empire.
It's I assume the angle would just be that's a good enough cover story as far as he's concerned. It is
Yeah,
Krennic after
like-
all.
In terms of like what's actually going on there, maybe you're looking at something like the industrial base responsible for like the generation of power across the galaxy or whatever is further beyond Imperial control than they would perhaps like it to be, and this
Mhm.
in-house solution would represent like yeah that sort of angle. But yeah, we do invite the question.
Something that Krennic notes, this is important, is that because he talks about the idea, that they've been thinking a lot about different alternatives, different types of calcite, but that if no suitable substitute for Kalkai can be found, the Emperor will need them to seize control of Gorman. That will be essential to the plan.
It's
And that the group that's been assembled has been assembled to plan for such a contingency.
some classic sci-fi storytelling here. We got a planet that has the only planet that has this particular thing. We need it. Got to get it. What's going to happen as a result? There's a big old fight over it, perhaps. Who knows?
Yes. We're gonna go back to the forest planet.
Yay.
So the ragtag group, they're in the ship and they're attempting to make sense of the controls. But Andor isn't really able to offer much guidance because even he doesn't, particularly know how to fly it. And the group squabble about whether their pilot can fly the vehicle. And then we see the emergence of the two leaders. One of them is Gertis, and the other one is Bardi. I would try to remember their names like we're talking about. So Gertis says Andor can fly it, but then Bardi retorts that there's not enough room on board for everybody because they want to get the hell out of there. This is not where they want to be either. They're not supposed to be here, and that's going to cause some problems whether or not they can actually get everybody out of there. But then we get to go back to the meeting. So one of the Imperial officers, again, this is this super important piece of information. Extracting Kalkite from Gorman is highly likely to destroy the planet. The process is so invasive and destructive that it would invariably stress the planet's core. Hence the planning for the contingencies. Doing this would destroy the planet.
This for some reason is a line that a lot of people, I guess, didn't pick up or whatever, because a lot of people were like, why couldn't the Empire just do a drilling operation? Why would anyone be mad about that? And it's like, oh, it could very well destroy the planet, 9 cities.
And it's because Partagaz immediately notes that Gorman is not obscure and not without political power.
Yeah, it's got
precedent in the show itself, right? A mining disaster is what led to the mostly complete abandonment of Canary in season 1. So like these things are established within season 1 as well. So it's not outside the realms of possibility. And it's just a basic statement of the rule. If you have to do this process will have this result. This result will be bad for planet, and there is no avoiding it. And the rule is there. The rule is established. It's hard to miss. So I don't really understand why people manage to miss it.
In any case, obviously that's the push and pull of it politically, because if you go in and flatten it to get all your resources, that'll look awful in every way, shape, and form, and it would cripple support for the Empire in general. Like, you're inviting
the acknowledgement of that being like something that they actually have to care about is something I very much appreciate, because empires, as it turns out, they can't just do whatever they want. No, you've got to have the most insane monopoly on force to be able to put down any rebellion.
Might be able to do whatever they want if they had a giant ball of death. If they can sort that out.
But and in the meantime, they actually need to deal with this. And Krennic reiterates that that's the problem that they've been assembled to solve.
Yes.
And of course we'll learn more about Gorman and kind of like the role that it plays and how it fits into the galaxy, but it has like an outsized influence essentially because it is relatively small. I think there's only 800,000 Gormans. There's only 9 cities. It's a small place, but it's
relatively yes. But it's got like a star on the map for the galaxy. Everyone's aware of it and what it does.
They make like the best clothes in the galaxy.
It would be quite notable for it to be wiped off the map.
Is the purpose of the infomercial is to establish that. I guess it's akin to saying, well, we're going to go and mine Switzerland to oblivion, but where will we get our watches and our chocolate from? You have to make Switzerland seem like a really shit place before you can justify doing that.
Back on the forest planet, the ragtag group continues to bicker about how they're going to leave the planet. They're arguing about whether their pilot can fly the plane given its unconventional controls. And Bardi wants Andor to teach her, but Gertis points out that Andor has absolutely no reason to help. And Andor's he's standing off to the side, and there's this one guy guarding him, and he fails. He tries and fails to convince this member of the group to escape with him. The 2 of us can get out of here together, and it doesn't really work. And then Andor remarks that the group must be grumpy given they've not eaten for 2 days, and the guard gets big fucking mad when he says this. He gets really bad. because how could Andor know this? And then Andor says that he was on the planet 3 days ago, and they weren't there. So this is a real unfortunate timing on this, really.
Yeah.
That these guys ended up
Very
here
much
at
so.
this particular time, like really unfortunate. And Andor approaches and says that this group is the Maya Pei Brigade. He knows who they are, and Gertis explains that they got ambushed, they lost several ships, and Andor says that Maya was a customer of his, and then he. You know, this will be the important part in case it isn't obvious essentially what's happening here. Andor explains that they're all ultimately part of the same rebellion. But he does refuse to tell them who he works for, and they all become agitated and begin to fight amongst themselves.
don't know why he
See,
didn't-
infighting, they got
Why didn't he just lie?
the war is out there. I don't know.
Just when
I
they say,
mean,
who do you work
might
for?
as well,
Because
yeah.
him refusing to answer that question and making fun of them somewhat for giving away who they work for, it just agitates further and, like, you know, disarray just dominates when it's like, Andrew, if you just said, like, I work for Glupshido, you can do that, then what happens next, you know? It's like, yeah, I work for
Well,
that.
yeah, and I mean,
The argument against it might be that him not doing it is the point, in the sense that, because you do get the line later on in the show when Luthen sort of chastises him for not thinking like a leader. So in this moment, he never really makes a bid to unite these people behind him. He first tries to break one person off to betray them, and then he won't trust them enough, or even he won't even lie to them in a bid to get them all on his side. He's still thinking quite independently. How can I get off the planet? And these people are kind of circumstantial to that. That would be my guess as to what the reasoning for it is.
I mean,
don't
even
think
in
it's
that
without
case,
merit. It's just
like, if that were his concern, he didn't want to give anything away, you could still just lie about Glupshido, right?
yeah.
I suppose the thing is that there might be a risk that they would know if something was a lie.
Well, whatever,
but I
that's
mean,
the same result.
they are pretty plainly incompetent, so
Like,
it's something that's
if
not,
they said we checked the files, there is no Glupshido, and then he was like, "Well, shit, you got me." It's like, yeah, we're back at square one. You may as well give it a shot, right?
yeah. Might it be worthwhile to state what the point of all these scenes are?
Yes.
Just to make it clear
Yes.
that
Kind of have, but
wow,
yes.
what is the point, Mola, of this
Well,
subplot?
so what struck me, especially with the editing here, was that we've got now one of the most, like, quintessentially foundationally important scenes for the whole season, basically going to lay out exactly what the Empire's plan is that takes them from prototype sorting out, like, this plan in a very, like, sterile, you know, tactical way with propaganda and interest in how any given planet, you know, would react or work, the Senate, all this other stuff. All of it's leading to constructing and finalizing the Death Star and controlling the galaxy. It's actually, like, one of the most important conversations that's ever going to happen in this universe is in this room. It's kind of interesting to think about it in that way. And it's so controlled, unified, to the point where, like, the people who need to do what they're doing are told, and ideas are spread, and, you know, Krennic's controlling and directing the whole thing, and it's very efficient, very effective. Meanwhile, we contrast with what are, like, the budding rebellion on mysterious forest planet that cannot be named just yet, and it's like, look at this, like, futile contrast, that the breakaway nature of this rebellion right now is exactly why they'll never be able to fight something as strong and well oiled as the Empire. It's going to act as an interesting origin almost, and how we develop further from here over time. I just don't know that this was the way to execute that idea. At least on the Rebel side of it. I really like all the Empire stuff. I think it's great.
The Rebel
We
stuff
do-
sort of suffers as well because we're going to have it again later, and much more compellingly and localized in a place that's very important. And you could also make the argument we've kind of already had it on Ferrex as well. So there's a sort of a hat on a hat on a hat, in the sense that we do understand that this is what the Rebels were before they became what they are. Fair enough. You could establish it in a way that's much more directly connected to everything around it, which we will go on to do. In which case, why have these scenes at all? What is the
I
point
wonder-
if you're just going to do it again?
I wonder if well, no, I don't wonder. The pettiness and, like, the almost, like, plain silliness of what they're arguing about is obviously, like, intentional. Compared to what we see with the Gorman front, and how that one's much more essentially the conflicts that exist there is way more, like, reasonable, essentially. Like the nature of how that arises, there's like better reason for the conflict, differing principles, the difference between actually living through it versus being like a disconnected observer who just sort of comes and goes. Whereas here, they're all arguing basically over stupid shit. It's meant to be stupid shit. Like I'm not necessarily even saying it in a way that's like disparaging to the writing. Like it's all meant to be dumb about like who ought to be the leader, or you know, whether or not somebody in their group betrayed them, or like the personal grievances that they have that are like breaking them apart. It takes a while. This subplot runs all the way until the end of episode 2. There's a lot of time that's dedicated to this, and it feels like a lot of the scenes can more or less be described in a very similar way, which is that the ragtag group bickers about pointless shit. Andor points out that they're being stupid, and then they maybe listen to him, and then he eventually, you know,
What I would
escapes.
caution if they were constructing this is that deliberately creating a bunch of retarded characters that we have to endure for X amount of time is going to feel like you're watching a bunch of retarded characters that you have to endure for X amount of time. That is, if you want to create that, you know, you're gonna have to suffer the consequences of it, because this was probably the most criticized element of the first act, I think. Well, outside of another conversation that took place.
Yeah, probably.
You really want to be doing more with them than essentially, like, you want to leverage them for something that's bigger than the thesis statement that justifies the creation of the arc in the first place, right? Like, because we stop at the thesis statement, which is, yes, here are the disorganized rebels, by contrast to like the cool calculated machine that is the Empire.
I have seen this plot line described as a commentary on leftist infighting.
Okay,
like
it's fine. It's just
also a commentary on
something
right-wing infighting. Sure, why not?
yeah, like this doesn't
yeah.
help anything for me. It never has,
Yeah.
in terms of like something I don't think is working in the story to be like, yeah, but it's representing this. Like that's fine. I don't know what to do with it, you know.
No, yeah, it's just it's kind of exactly what you said, is that if you write them as being retarded, even if you do it on purpose, you have to deal with people's frustrations with like watching essentially stupid characters arguing with each other. You know what I mean? Like it's just especially when you are in a scene where you get to listen to fucking Partagaz, you know, talk, which is just so engaging every time. As well as, you know, Krennic being really into it. But I mean, I suppose we can get back to that, because he hands Krennic hands the floor to they're fun. They're like these sleazy salesmen from the Ministry of Enlightenment, not an ominous name at all. And basically they like pitch a fabricated story which casts the Gore in a really unfavorable light. And an interesting thing that they do is that they can't, you know, it's the idea that of latching onto things that are true and then spinning them into things that are negative, right? Almost taking things about the Gore that like are usually viewed as positive, but then funneling them into negative criticisms. Like, for instance, that the Gore are very proud. It's like, oh, they're pretty arrogant, aren't they? You know,
They're
man,
like spiders constructing web of lies.
Yeah. It's really fun to see. I enjoy how into their evil job that they are.
Yeah, well,
like,
and they even essentially argue they're responsible for the current rhetoric and perception of the Gore people, right? Like they talk about the current sort of aspects and how they can turn it all at their will. This is what they do, and yes, they are very excited to express that, which is like, wow, you're evil.
They made the story, shaped it, and they blew it up. And you know, basically the point is that they create and disseminate narratives that benefit the Empire, and they are looking to do the same thing if the Empire decides to take over Gorman, which at this point is not like a definitive thing that will happen, but you know, just in case they need to do it. Back on Forest Planet, the ragtag group tells Andor that there are beasts lurking in the forest. Remember this, because
they won't.
For some reason, for some reason it's forgotten. Meanwhile, Gertis and Barty bicker with each other on the, you know, experimental TIE fighter. And Andor, you know, he wonders who's actually in charge as the group unwittingly fires off the ship's cannons. Does anybody have anything to say about this, or do we just move on to
No.
So the Imperial officers break for lunch or for afternoon tea, or you know, they got treats and everything, like little foods to munch on. And
sorry.
yeah,
I did have something to say about it.
yeah,
oh my.
sure, okay,
Yeah.
Oh
Which
my
is
goodness.
the problem with establishing right at the beginning of the episode that, just fiddling around with the control sticks, Andor does manage to make it fly, and it's difficult, but it's doable, and it takes them maybe 30 seconds, is that there's not a huge amount of reason they can't do the same thing. That would be my
They
comment.
probably
It's
just
like the
crash
earlier
it, for
scene
sure, but,
undermines
you know.
how serious to take their problem is, because all you really do have to do is wiggle the joystick around and you figure out it moves, and then from movement you can figure out how it moves and where, and what the coordinations are. So because we've shown that it's manageable, showing them not manage it becomes even more frustrating. But that's it.
They are retarded though.
That's true.
So as they break for their snacks, a notably fat officer wonders if it would be easier to simply stage a devastating natural disaster, but such a scenario was already it's been gamed out, and it's been deemed too unpredictable. Like too many variables to deal with. And then an officer is explaining to Partagaz that beginning the mining operation itself is a relatively swift process, but that security and administration on the planet is the real problem that they need to deal with.
Yeah.
And then, much to Partagaz's surprise, he tells him that the Empire intends to start building a new armory on Palmo the following day. Like he's notably like stunned to hear this.
Well, what's
which is kind of
interesting about
interesting.
him throughout this whole sequence is he keeps giving looks to Dedra, and I get the impression that he's like, we're the ones that are gonna have to do the bulk of the work for this. Like
Well, yes, because something that we're going to see a little bit more of is talking about is the differing factions within the Empire, like vying for control. Something he says about this later is that they've been told, like, as the ISB, essentially where they sit in the chain of command. There are different groups that are going to be competing with each other, and obviously, Partagaz wants it to be that the ISB is in charge. So it's kind of good to have that as an element as well. It's not like one just block. There's different factions within the Empire that all have their own objectives and ways of going about things. And obviously, Partagaz are pretty attached to the ISB.
Yeah.
He thinks
He's
that they're
essentially
great.
having to see what am I going to have to be working with over the course of the next several years. And yeah, because if this is the first he's hearing about an armory at the meeting, that's troublesome for him and how he will have to plan things now. Because I imagine he'd probably want to like immediately go and start using that information.
He's broadly aware of how exactly this all works. It's not as civil as it comes across. It's very much like, you will do it. You'll do it well. And it's like, okay.
We see that Dedra staring out the window, seemingly in a bit of a daze. But Krennic approaches, and she hurriedly sort of stands kind of at attention, stands up straight and everything. And Krennic notes that Dedra is being quiet, and she says that she likes to know what she's talking about. But Krennic basically just says that he sought her out personally and encourages her to share her plan, which he knows that she had already developed before he'd finished speaking. And Dedra says that propaganda can only get them so far. She believes the Empire needs Gorman rebels whom they can rely on to do the wrong thing. This is her
information
idea.
right there.
This is very important for understanding what's going to be happening from from the second arc onwards. Because
I do find it amusing to refer to it as Arc 2, and then people will be like, oh, the TLJ planet? And you're like,
no, none of that. So back on Minau, B2 he's unless anybody had anything more to say about
I was gonna say I
believe
appreciate
at the
Dedra
end-
like being reserved in the way that she is, because I take that essentially as like a continuation of what happened with Ferrix, because one of the things coming into the season, I was very curious as to how that would affect her career. And as far as I can tell, or at least, yeah, the way I took the scene is just that, like, she is keeping her mouth shut for a while after, like,
yeah,
the
doesn't
mess
want to
that
draw
was Ferrix.
attention. She's
Is,
the ugly
very
duckling right
different
now.
Because she was way more aggressive. I mean, if anything, a bit too aggressive.
There's
There'll be a fun line for that later.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a really great line for that.
We'll talk about that when we get there. So we head back to Minau, and B2 is waiting patiently for Andor to return. Brasso comes in on the speeder, and he explains that the Empire has come to the planet to conduct an Imperial supply census. which is something that they haven't done on the planet for, at this point, at least 8 years, but we find out that it's been 10 years since the last time. It's a spot check, basically, an audit. And Willman is concerned that the Empire is not only going to be checking the supplies, but also who is gathering the supplies. Bix is worried that they'll be checking visas, which none of them have. So, there's a problem that they're going to be dealing with.
I find this plotline has plenty of potential for different points that the show needs to make, but I do want to point out, like, this is scene 1 of, I want to guess, either 4 or 5 that I feel do the exact same thing every time. If you want to call these guys... Huh?
I was going to say that they are... So the information does change, but I think I agree that it's broadly essentially achieving the same thing. Like,
you can all put it
information is
under an umbrella of the Imperials are on their way to inspect, and we need to be very careful about that. The things are discussed, like options of hiding, running, or changing jobs, or trying to do this, that, and the other thing, which is all well and good. It's just that broadly, it's like the tension is rising because the Imperials are on the way until they are here, which is a lot of the scenes. And what I felt was missing was I wanted more character out of basically everyone here. I want certainly more Brasso. I quite like him. I think he's neat. He seems like a real fun and fair and kind person. And I like that he's like Farmer Brasso now, and he's kind of like the patriarch of this organization here, and he's got to make the important decisions. It's like, so I wouldn't mind knowing a bit more about how he feels. But specifically, what I'm missing right now is how does Brasso feel about having his whole life uprooted and ruined in Ferrix after the choices he made to sort of rise up, and what is the consequences of that? Does he regret any of the decisions, and how does he feel about Andor, and what does he think about, the Rebel Alliance and the connections they vaguely seem to have versus just trying to live their lives out here? Like, I feel like there's a lot of conversations that we're missing out on versus the pragmatic plot stuff, which is all important to an extent. I want more. I wish for juice, narrative thumpings.
Because it's kind of there, right? You could even explore that sense of cultural alienation or isolation, because like Ferrix was so tight knit and clearly established, and when you die, you literally get buried in the stones that you make. Like everyone who lives there, and they die there, and they carry on living there after they're dead. So that you have that long continuity. And so transplanting someone from that setting into any other setting must be incredibly jarring. But they are all quite well put together. They're just competent mechanics doing a job, which, like you say, that there are some interesting interactions and the plot stuff is important, but it's like some reflection would have been fun. I think showing that difference between how people from one planet then move and get on or don't get on with the customs of another one would have been a nice little bit of color, if nothing else.
Yeah, what I think will be notable is that their scenes from now forward are going to have not a huge amount to sort of express and analyze that relate to character. Meanwhile, I feel like in Arc 2, there is basically 0 scenes in which that will not be happening. Like, or rather, will be happening. I just confuse myself, but like with English, but you probably know what I mean.
Bix gets more than like Brasso does, which
it's just the quality I've come to expect from Andor is that there's never usually a scene that's only plot. They usually have something else in there for me.
No, agreed. And I guess it can be said that there is there is a bit of character, because invariably there will be anyway, just because of the way that the actors, particularly when the script is actually worthwhile, are going to be playing their characters. Like Bix is notably agitated. Brasso is a lot more just methodical, essentially, whereas she's just sort of got that overarching concern for pretty obvious reasons. It's like that's there, but I would agree that it's not
just
it's
like
not super dense.
Some writing herbs and spices. Can we get maybe even like a line that's we never should have come here, and then like someone else can suggest whose idea it broadly was and how there's a bit of resentment for that, or
Gotta get the colonel there to be like, hey guys, it's not 10 herbs and spices, it's 11.
Gotta get that 11th one in.
Get the extras in there, yeah, exactly. I shouldn't have brought up KFC, because I'll be thinking about it a bit now. But...
Yeah, I'm hungry now.
KFC's pretty good, yeah.
Oh, it sounded like, wait, was it Theo? Or it sounded like someone had something to say there.
Oh, well, I was just going to say that you kind of understand the point in a way of them not making this sort of an unpleasant place for them to be. It's one of the ways in which you can actually compare it with Rebel Moon is that the planet is a trope in roughly the same way. It's designed to be quite happy. It's designed to be almost idyllic until bad things happen
Yeah.
in order to establish the contrast when bad things arrive. So you're in heaven and then you're going to get cast out, which is a trope. It's used quite often, and it's a good way of establishing contrast quickly to really get the audience feeling tension where you don't necessarily have a huge amount of time to drum it up. Whether or not they needed to do that, though, I don't think really they did. I don't think it needed to be as sort of paradise-like as it actually is. They could have been a little
And,
bit
like,
more dark.
with these criticisms, it doesn't make these things bad. It's just
No,
thinner than I'd like it to be. I want to chew more.
And we have plenty of time to do so. Like, again, this arc is like going on for a little while. A lot happens in the end with
Oh,
it, but we
I suppose
spend a
what's
lot of
interesting
scenes
is
not doing much.
these episodes are shorter than typically. Like the episodes in this arc are about like 45 minutes, whereas the episodes in arc 2 are like 55 minutes. They are longer,
Mhm.
which is kind of interesting.
but it's the
But,
old time flies when you're having fun thing, because these episodes feel longer than the Act 2 episodes do, even if they have a shorter runtime. I think because there are so many cutaways to, as has been mentioned, scenes which don't really accomplish a huge amount, even if they do some things well. It's just taking a really, really, really long time to get to the point, considering what the point is.
yeah. We got to go back to Chandrilla though after this, which it's probably going to become pretty clear, and I'm sure that we all agree that the Mon storyline is the best one of this arc.
Yeah.
Quite easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no contest really. The
Oh,
Mon
this is one of
stuff
my more
is the best.
annoyed scenes. It's like, again, talking with no code with corners everywhere. Like,
Mhm.
Yes.
Even though it's like, you're outside and it's late and you're away from the crowd and whatnot, but like you're in a very, very public place with, again, so many corners and angles and stuff all around you. There are so many variables here that just like
loose
could go
lips
wrong.
sink starships, okay? We gotta be careful. There's just no need to risk it. And these are two characters that just wouldn't do it.
No.
What if there's just someone who's like drunk and passed out around the corner, but like they wake up as you're talking?
Which
I
could
don't know,
totally
like-
be something I could see a writer doing. And be like, oh, the
Yes.
drunk heard it, and then he sold it to a local officer for drinking money. And oh, no.
And
Mhm.
there's just no reason for them not to do it because everybody would know what is being spoken about because it's pretty obvious. But I mean, basically, the only information is that Andor still hasn't checked in, and Luthen is getting nervous about it. He's
Mhm.
getting increasingly concerned. Back inside, though, you've got Perrin and Skolden talking about the upcoming marriage, with Perrin noting that Lita won't be easy to live with. And meanwhile, Luthen, he's back inside, and I enjoy this. Luthen's talking with this Imperial recruit, and in his sort of flamboyant persona, it's just extracting information
Yeah.
from him.
Yeah, I
I
like
do, I
that.
do like that. Like, oh, that's very interesting. Do go on. It's just kind of fun to see that he's always on the job, basically. Even here, when this isn't like exactly what he's here to do, but he'll get whatever information he can. And Vel confronts Clea about why she's present on Chandrilla, and Clea retorts that Skolden is a client, which I suppose is true. That is true. But it's something that's worth noting is that Vel seems to be pissed off with Luthen, clearly.
Yes.
Even though she doesn't speak with him directly. Which I mean, it's probably a good thing that happens because Clea, again, because she's a lot like Luthen, relays to her the cover story, right? Like of whether they've met before and what they're doing and what they're talking about. Which I suppose is what kind of makes it a little bit annoying that they weren't speaking in code, is because then it's just like, yeah, but you remember that they do, and that in particular these two are like obsessed with making sure that there's always a story. That every interaction has an explanation that they can provide that's doesn't raise any suspicion.
I just want to say as well, I like the further involvement with Claire. Now, not just because she's attached to Luthen and everything to do with Luthen is the most interesting thing in this show. Now, I'm not saying I'm biased at all about that, but any more that I get on like his closest subordinate is usually pretty interesting too. And I'm fond of how the actress plays her. Right, she looks so fucking done with this party, down in the rest of her drink, and then immediately picks up another one, and she does this little eyebrow thing of like,
The
ah,
look she
yes.
gives to Vel
Yeah.
when
Yeah, and then it's like this brief moment of happiness for her more alcohol, then she sees Val and it drops. It's just like, oh, for fuck's sake. And I really
Yeah.
like the way she delivers the line, I always wondered where you came from. She says it with like such venom and sort of like frowning around at her surroundings. It's just, this is the kind of stuff that I like to see in all of the dialogue in Andor. It's a high ask, I get it, but I love lines like that because it's sold as a neutral sort of observation, but it implies that Claire's always kind of disliked Vel, probably her attitude or the way she acts, and that
You kind of get that a little bit.
yeah, and
in
that Claire's
season one.
basically
Yeah.
saying like this explains your like the way that you behave, and it's you know, that she doesn't approve. Like Claire doesn't like any of this shit. It's all pomp, right? And
Mhm.
the irony, of course, is that Val doesn't really like it either.
No, but obviously it's it's a bit different because obviously she just has like big problems essentially with particularly like old Chandrillan traditions,
Yeah.
and customs, which this is very much something, and Mon doesn't like it either. But then we got Mon, she meets with a visibly tipsy Tay. He's been drinking, and he just outright states that she's been avoiding him. And then he admits things are not going well for him. He's having financial problems and marital problems, both of which come as a surprise to Mon. Like she was completely oblivious to this, which is it's like, well, that's that's a bit awkward. And then he says that he wants to talk about the Foundation, which, if you remember, the Foundation is the means by which her financial problems were essentially solved. But the conversation is interrupted. He has a lot of gestures, though. I will say, like he's just acting a lot different than the way that you normally see him. He's really composed before, and now he's like constantly moving around and shuffling in place and sort
Yeah,
of staring off.
something's clearly
1,000
wrong.
yards
He's also drinking a lot.
He is drinking a lot. Keep note of that. And yeah, it's something that's kind of an interesting thing. There's a guest who interrupts a conversation and very awkwardly says hello to Tay, because obviously she knows what's going on, even though Mon didn't. And she tells her that Lita had her first fight with Skolden's son, Stecken, who she is arranged to marry. And Mon goes and finds her, quite distraught, asks her what happened. And Lita is crying, and she says that he won't even hold her hand. And Mon very quietly says that she is so terribly sorry, which obviously, if you remember, that she really, really, really didn't want to have this all happen, is about a lot more than just this fight that she's had, clearly.
Well, yeah, because
There's a
she's
lot of guilt
basically
there.
set her daughter on this path now, so
Mhm.
can't help but feel incredibly
path
guilty
as
about it. She does a really
Yep.
good job of selling it.
Oh, yeah. We gotta go back to the forest planet, so if anybody to say about this plot line. So, it's nighttime now on the forest planet. The group are arguing about who should be in charge in the absence of Maya, and the argument escalates to the point that they draw weapons on each other. And then they start shooting each other. And the group splits in two. And that's where we end with that storyline, and that's where we end the episode.
Yes.
So that's
So,
episode 1, which
you
I
know,
will say is not as good as episode 1 of season 1.
well,
I saw somebody saying that the first arc of season 1 was also like slow and had similar problems to this. Disagree with that one, with that observation. That's for sure.
I'd say season 1's first arc is very tight. You just kind of need to see the season to know what parts of it function really strong in retrospect sometimes. Like, there's some stuff you might not realize is actually really important, which I wish I could say the same for this arc, but there's a lot of things that come across as problems and remain problems. Now, this is more so commentary, I would say, about the quality of season 1, but this episode was not reassuring to start on. It's like, there's stuff in here that I
No.
really like. There's also a lot of things that are, like I said, thin, and then there's some stuff that feels very broken. So it's like, what's going on? And you just get your worries, We've explained on EFAP before. There's a bit of a season 2 curse running around the world, and we worry about these things, okay? So, not the most reassuring.
I probably wasn't as absolutely fucked with this as I was at the equivalent point in, say, like Arcane season 2.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think that
yeah.
had done significantly more damage, and then of course it never went on to repair it, whereas this one does. But to compare it with season 1 again, like there is a difference between learning something new in every scene, but not being entirely sure where it's going, which can feel a bit slow if you're not invested in where it's going to begin with, and learning what you need to know and then continuing to see the same thing as though you're learning new information when you're kind of not, and then a bunch of extra scenes which has been mentioned don't particularly work whether you're learning things or not. So that would be the distinction. Like you're not necessarily sure where Andor season 1 is going at that point, but it always has something new for you, whereas this one is alternating between genuinely really, really good stuff and then stuff that you've got the point of and you want to be over already, and then stuff which probably shouldn't have been there, like, I don't know, the entire TIE escape scene, for instance.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just,
Yeah.
a little bit suboptimal, I suppose. But it's
Which is
okay, we've still got a lot
frustrating,
of episodes left.
because there's a bunch of people probably who were quite keen for this not to start off very well because it kind of reaffirmed them in their desire not to watch the rest of it. Having the strongest criticism made most frequently of season 1 is that it was just boring, which is not a very compelling criticism, even I think to the people who make it. So when this one comes out and there are a few more easy things to grab a hold of quite early on, it's given quite a lot of people an excuse just to dismiss the show off the bat because it's boring and it's slow and it's silly, and also some controversial words are sometimes used. And so that's it. Everything we needed to have confirmed for us has been confirmed for us. So of all the episodes that could afford to have the problems these episodes have, the first 3 episodes are the ones that can afford it least. I'd almost have expected and forgiven the show more had, like, episode 4, 5, and 6 had the problems of episode 1, 2, and 3, because at least then you've started off very strongly and it's just a minor dip. But unfortunately, that's where we are.
Which I suppose we should get started on episode 2 here, which begins back on the forest planet.
Yay.
We're back on the forest planet. Exciting. So it's night. The 2 factions have hunkered down in their respective ships. So you got one group that's on the down ship, and the other one is in the TIE Avenger. They got members from both groups that crawl into, I guess, what we could call the no man's land. And the one from Gertis's group is searching for the body of a slain comrade. Oh, hello.
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 Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Did I pop in just at the right time to talk about the best arc of Andor season 2, which is all of episode 2 and 3?
Yeah.
I mean,
just start on episode 2.
Just started on talking about more on that mysterious forest planet. Who knows where it is?
Yeah, I mean, there's like no wasted time at all in this arc. It's amazing. There's nothing that could have been turned into something else. There's nothing that could have been combined with anything else from episodes 4 through 6. It absolutely needed to be this long and this drawn out.
I mean, it already gets off to a bad start that they're like confused as to where bodies could possibly be going. I need to, because the way to criticize this, right, is that there's a reveal of, oh my god, there's a boot or like a foot, as in something is eaten the other portion of that, and it's treated as like this horrifying reveal. Where it's like, didn't you guys already tell us there's monsters that come out at night?
Yeah, so I don't get it.
And then of course it's like,
because then they're like arguing and blaming each other for like getting rid of another character's body. It's like, why would you? There are monsters. You said there were monsters, so
well, and they're
what's
not
the deal?
they're not easy to miss. Okay, like these things are big.
We see one of them later. Yeah, he's a chongo.
The idea,
so...
but they're almost able to see each other just straight up the opposite side. So the monster came in between them, and no one saw or heard it. Really, it just did a stealth eat of this comrade's body. Okay.
And I mean, it's foggy, but like it it ain't that foggy. Like you can see far. You can see if anything's like, moving through the area.
Just feels
so
weird as well
I don't
to
really understand at all.
be spending time on it, you know? Like, all right, well, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
That's like the whole problem with, for me, the biggest problem with the first 1 through 3. And I heard about the last 5 or 10 minutes you guys conversation before I was able to hop on, but with Andor season 1, definitely a slow burn, but it felt like it was consistently building up to something throughout the entire season, and it's a very linear story. Um, as opposed to this, which you already know going into it, you're going to be time jumping a year in between all of these things. You do know that there's buildup, and obviously we got a big explosion in episode 8 from a lot of that buildup. But when you watch episodes 1 through 3, they lay out some breadcrumbs and do some setup that's super important for what happens through the rest of the season. But it also seems like there's either missed opportunities or complete wasted time. And virtually all of the rebels on what we don't know is Yavin yet, it seems like a massive waste. And it could have been better utilized doing something else, because I get what they're doing, right? They're showing us, look at the differences between Saw's people, between Luthen's people, between all these different groups of rebels that you're forced to work with in a situation like this, and it can be chaotic, and some of these people aren't maybe in it for the right reasons, and you're working with some criminals and some lowlifes. You're doing what you have to do, and it can be really unpredictable. I get it. I didn't need 25 minutes of him stranded there with them just being retarded.
I don't know
It
why
just
it
got-
lasted longer than the comparison scene with the ISB, or rather the Empire, I guess, at that point. Like, that feels like they've completed the goal there, and that we didn't need to stay with them for another episode.
Like I said, they don't ever go beyond like the basic point of this. There's no development up from that level. So I don't know why we're still here after it has like accomplished that in a pretty interesting way, even. Like,
it's just a theme thing. Look at how disorganized they are. If only they would stop bickering with them. And then next scene, man, look at how disorganized they are. If only it wasn't these petty, arguments that they were having with each other. Oh, look at how disorganized. It's like, yep, they're disorganized. I get it.
they sure
I
are.
get the point.
Well,
But,
we haven't even gotten to their most retarded yet, so...
No. And then, of course, it feels like, again, jumping from that back to another Partagas scene, Partagas and Dedra scene. They're back on Coruscant, and Dedra says that she doesn't want the Gorman project. She still wants to track down Luthen, who they'd codenamed Axis. Partagas remarks that the two of them have been essentially reminded of where they stand in the chain of command, and that the ISB is not the ultimate authority in the Empire. Something we talked about a little bit there, that that scene is kind of conveying there's plenty of information that Partagas doesn't have, and that there are sort of competing interests and competing groups, and that gets reinforced more. And then he basically plainly states that Krennic wants Dedra on Gorman, so she is gonna go there. She's not really in a position to protest that or disagree. And then he adds that she hasn't really delivered on the Axis story and shouldn't expect even more time to find him, which is kind of an interesting remark. It's like the idea of, you essentially, like, you kind of put the story before the results, and that you should have flipped the order.
Yeah, like she made him a celebrity, almost.
He's here, he's there, he's everywhere, he's nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, catch him first, then make him famous.
Yes, it's still such good. Like, even the one you just mentioned, right, of humbling, isn't it? Being reminded of our place in the chain of command. It's like, I wonder what he means by that in totality, right? Because there's a couple of layers for that one, in terms of like how he feels in relation to his position, but then how he's almost like implying her position, maybe in relation to him, but also in relation to Krennic, in relation to what she did with Axis. It's just like, there is a way this works, and it's probably about time we were reminded of exactly what that is. He has a couple of lines in all of his scenes where he's very invested in the hierarchy of the Empire, like that it has meaning.
And I think that's good stuff included in there. We get it a couple times dropped, including, when they're trying to get all this done on Gorman, and Partagas is talking about, how if we get this done, the ISB will gain significant favor with the Emperor. And, that alone does tell you that there is all these people are vying for the favor of Palpatine at the time, and you're going to get rewarded. You're going to get more. You're going to get more authority. You're going to get more. You're going to get everything. If whether it's the military that comes through, whether it's the intelligence arm that comes through, and all these different sectors.
It's
Well,
just cool to show that again,
yeah.
that it's not just one big conglomerate of essentially people who are all of the same sort of mind, and none of them have any sort of unique ambition for themselves or their organization.
This is just like pretty notably just kind of how it works underneath dictators. So you have a bunch of different organizations and important people within them vying to like exert their influence the most over the one person who actually gets to make all of the decisions as such. Trying to curry favor and such.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting to have them referring to Krennic this way, that he's like this kind of annoying person who we have to absolutely do what he says because he is Krennic. But simultaneously, right, you get those pieces in Rogue One where Krennic is infinitely frustrated that he is powerless when in a room basically with Tarkin or Vader. You know, it all keeps
Yep.
going up the chain.
To reassure Dedra about this, Partagas suggests that though the Gorman project may seem like a demotion, will actually serve her well, particularly because Krennic only really cares about results. Doesn't care much how.
Yeah, he's not
how
going to
those
control
results
her
are
on
achieved.
this that much.
Yeah. That she'll actually, yeah, that it's, you know, there's he says it's a gift, which I mean, we'll see about that.
Yeah,
you
we'll
know,
see.
in terms of how she's going to be feeling about it later. So we go back to Chandrilla, and Luthen brings in an enormous cloak statue through the banquet hall. Another pretty large and well designed set, because it's always kind of impressive just how many of them they must have. But then Claire again reports that Andor hasn't checked in, and also that they couldn't contact Bix as the Minau line was shut down due to a temporary reception outage for Imperial inspection with no additional details. This isn't in code again. This is all just...
Mm-hmm.
And this is particularly awkward because they're in the banquet room. It's like, so you're not outside, you're in... I know there's like, you know, people... I don't know, man. It feels like it's just a bad place to be talking about this.
It's just out of
But the
character at this point.
It's out of character. The assumption should be effectively like the Eye of Sauron is on this place. Mon Mothma is not a known friend of the Emperor. Like they've been watching her all through season 1 anyway. You should expect that of all the places to have bugs and to have like the Empire's attention on it, where potential spies could be listening in, it's got to be here, and it's got to be inside in particular. So just stop it. Stop doing these scenes.
Her driver is an ISB plant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you combine that with the fact that the person that her daughter is marrying, the son of the person her daughter is marrying, his dad is this kind of well-known, he's in a criminal organization of sorts, right? He helps people launder money. He's well known for being that type of person, which doesn't necessarily mean he's an enemy of the Empire, because he's friends with so many of them. But at the same time, that's something that would be very... like, I feel like that would be very compelling, and the Empire would want to keep an eye on all of that that's going on.
Yeah, they should be switched
That's-
on constantly while here. And that's the thing. The best you should be getting is code. And it just offers chances to make some really fun dialogue, too. I was going to say, like, you know, other than that, like, I love the Stellan Skarsgård still committing to the body language all the time whenever he's in that mode. And I liked as well that his more flamboyant accent slips a bit when he says... he's like gently, like with the statue, because they're probably making some kind of mistake in the distance, and it doesn't sound like his usual. And then, you know, slips back into the full one when he's talking to Claire. But it's just like, those things I like. They're all deliberate on his part, probably. But it's just like, yeah, but you should be more careful, obviously, if you're going to be having these chats in the center of the room that could echo.
In reality, he says careful because he actually put a giant bomb in there in case he just needs to kill anybody in its presence at any given time because they might leak something.
Gotta be careful.
But now Claire's going to go back to Coruscant. So again, yes, like, you know, I guess it's good to have her here for, you know, what she can say. But I mean, she's going to go.
Yeah.
She got to, particularly because there's plot stuff that needs to be done that can only be done at Coruscant. So off she's going to go, you know. And so we see that Mon and Perrin are briefly chatting about the very expensive statue before Perrin cheekily pokes fun at Mon and Tay's, you know, former, relationship, before adding that Tay actually has been drinking too much. He wasn't just getting tipsy, he got drunk. And then he very coldly remarks that Tay was always weak. which obviously gives Mon something to think about because, you know, the mind's going places at this point already.
Yeah.
Tay's going to be a bit of a problem.
This is a quick aside about, episodes that just recently came out, but what the fuck happened to the husband?
Oh, Perrin is. Well, I mean, we tend to talk about these things when they happen, as in like as
I
though
know,
we're.
it just popped into my mind as I see him. Like I'm thinking,
Well, so
what fucking happened to him after in these last 3 episodes we just witnessed? You know what I mean?
there's the answer to that is that there was a scene and it got cut, as far as I'm aware, that would
Which,
have addressed him.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can talk about that a bit because there's a lot actually to be said about that and the potential of that scene.
Yeah, but that'll be a bit later. That might not even be this stream.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Well, it can't be this
That'll
stream,
never
right?
been
It
this
has
Oh
to be,
yeah,
it
yeah,
has
yeah.
to be, yeah. It's arc 3. But we're back on Minau, and there's a fella called Kellen. He's a local clerk, and he heads into the field to speak with Brasso, Bix, and Willman, and basically just explains like the situation. The Imperials, who number in the dozens, have inspected their first site, and where they go next will essentially indicate if they should expect that they'll be audited. You know, it'll say like which direction they're going to be going in. He does note that the Imperials need their grain and that they know that not everybody is present on the planet legally, which you know might help them out, but because the last audit was a decade ago, it's difficult to be certain about anything. Obviously, Bix is particularly nervous and suggests that maybe they should move to stay ahead of them. But Kellen points out that the Imperials have been looking out for people who run away. Like a lot of the people who are getting arrested are people who are trying to flee. So that is not a particularly good option. But he insists he's going to
Utilizing
find
like
out more.
fear as a weapon, essentially, to smoke them out in that way. If
Yeah,
you're running,
which is
something to be said
oh,
there.
why you want to get out of here? What are you?
You have
Where are
nothing
you
to fear if you
going?
have
Like all
nothing
they
to
need to
hide.
do
Kind
is
of,
dig a big
yeah.
hole and then sit in it until they go away.
That's an option, I suppose. Yeah.
You know
What if
that
they
droid
find a
ain't gonna be
hole?
able to keep quiet. He's the biggest problem. Freaking B. Like you'd have to shut him off while they were there. He'd say something
Yeah.
stupid.
He's just trying his best, right?
Imagine they interrogated B with the fucking ghost torture device.
I guess it wouldn't work, would it? He'd just be like it just wouldn't do anything.
Maybe it
Or
would.
maybe it would. Who knows?
Makes him go on a punished arc.
But yeah, punished B2.
He has a little gun.
Now I'm just imagining it's like John Wick, but it's him doing
Yeah.
all of the spins and everything and the flips and shooting
Bro,
everybody. Well,
Filoni's gonna
Dash
do
uses
a Tales of the Droids animated series that's gonna actually like retcon Chopper's origins to like after B gets left on this planet and abandoned. That's why Chopper turns into a war criminal. Basically, that's what Filoni's gonna turn out from this. I think.
I can't wait for all
I'm
Filoni
still looking
slop. It's
forward to
gonna be
what
great.
Filoni, comes after this. You know, this is just the beginning of a new era
TV
of
show
Star
and a
Wars, not
movie,
the
right?
end. I think he's doing a movie. Yeah,
It'll be so
we
great.
got Mando and Grogu first. Exciting. We're back on the forest planet. Basically, it's all about the food. That's it. And like they're talking about food, and Andor tells them that they should probably try to secure a perimeter around the ship. That's about it. That's all we
Right.
get, really. Now we got the first Sirill scene. Of course, at the end of season 1, you might remember that Sirill went back to Ferrix and saved Dedra from getting the shit kicked out of her. And so at that point, there's probably a few places your mind could go to as to like where we'll see Sirill next. You know, whether or not he'll just be directly recruited into the ISB and like work for her as one of her underlings. Or you know, any other possible alternative. But we see that he is still at the Bureau of Standards.
This
Obviously
definitely
he's been promoted,
confused me upon first watching it.
Yes,
This is not at all what
it
I was
did.
1 expecting, 2 hoping, 3 I don't understand how this fits. I just don't. It's like he remained here while the main thing that happened as a result of what was going on with Dedra at the end of season 1 is that they kind of like start a relationship. Career-wise, he has to wait because all he did in terms of his career, in terms of benefiting from that, wasn't actually benefiting from that. It was more so that he did something very impressive at the Bureau standards that got him promoted. So it's like, oh, I thought, of course, he would be fast-tracked because Dedra would now consider him extremely useful. He's proven himself several times over, sort of thing. I didn't expect to see him here at all, but it's like is it a year between the end of season 1 and now?
Yes.
So
Yes.
Yeah.
It's about a year.
in that year, he's become, the supervisor or manager or whatever of this area, which is progress. It's just not at all what I was expecting. I was interested in hearing what his career has moved on to in regards to Axis/Andor, right? Like that. I thought that was the major focus. So
I think the complete absence of Axis from like him as a person in this arc essentially is very, very like conspicuous. Considering that was his like life story essentially.
Yeah, we get stuff.
It was also.
Go ahead.
It's also strange that like, to me, in the first season, you're kind of thinking, does he have the hots for Dedra? Like, what is this? And then it basically is implied that he is just completely like, she is everything he wants to be. He's like idolizing her, right, for the work she's doing, more so than necessarily like some kind of romantic pursuit. I feel like that's the way they played it and wanted you to interpret it in season 1. And then now obviously somebody comes and saves you in that way, you catch feelings, whatever. But it was shocking to me that now that he's back to his regular job and they're just living a nice home life together.
Not at all what I
And then
expected. Yeah, and there's
not at
meaningful
all. And they played it
things.
like they played it some stupid sitcom thing as well. It was ridiculous.
There's things you can get out of it. It's just not at all what I was looking for or expected. We don't get that part of Sirill, I guess you'd say, until Arc 2. Arc 1, very much about his, I guess, what you'd call his domestic life, setting it all in place.
Well, it feels, that it's played comedically because this speech that he gives, because he's briefing a new employee and in a very kind of unhinged way, he's talking about like this amazing job that he did and that there's a future, at the Bureau of Standards. Like it's very intense, and it feels weird because it's like. Man, he was so fixated on Andor, and everything involving that, and like trying to pursue that it does feel really weird that the first thing we see after it would seem that he was in the best position possible, like basically since the beginning of season 1, to like aggressively pursue him, that he's still here at the Bureau. It was definitely not what I was expecting.
Yeah, because
It's almost like he's not fully been returned to that position, but like we're joining him here pretty much as we joined him at the beginning of season 1, when he is very similar. Like he's the one person there who really takes the job very seriously. He's incredibly earnest. He keeps people on track. He makes sure they check all the records and everything like that. He's gone back to that position, which is fine in order just to reestablish the character and who he is and what his values are. But it doesn't tell you a huge amount besides that. So again, a little bit of wasted time, maybe.
Well, as was said, the door was seemingly opened by his final act with Dedra in season 1, and it makes you think like, oh shit, what's going to happen now? This power couple together, and not even a couple in the sense of relationship, just a couple in the sense of the ISB is like together if they pool their efforts, and now she trusts him, or at least has reason to. What's going to happen with the pursuit of Axis? And then it's just like that's had no results in the time jump. It's like, oh, okay, and as was said, this isn't strictly out of character. It's just odd. This is not what I was expecting at all.
I'm perfectly down with all of this, but I need to hear him like actually talk about Axis. You know what I mean?
You'd think you'd have a throwaway line for him saying like, as much as the Bureau of Standards is like very satisfying and fulfilling work, it can't compare to, have we made any progress regarding...
I'm gonna say, I feel like it's a really easy conversation. Is he tries to bring up Axis and she just shuts him down, essentially, because he can't be in the know on that sort of thing, and she's not even on that anymore, so...
Yeah, and she can sound angry with, like, I've told you, we're getting there, it's happening.
And him having frustrations as well. Like, I can do so much more than I'm doing. I want to help. I'm capable. You've seen what I've done. I can carry on doing it. Maybe let me help you more. So rather than him rejoining us basically as content in his job as he was at the beginning of season 1, show him having been put back into this position, and he's sort of chafing because he's had the experience of a more active role in these plots and these mysteries.
Still, nice to see him back. I really like Sirill.
It is.
Yeah.
Sirill is he's one of the. I mean, there's a lot of great characters in the show, but he's a particularly interesting one.
Let's
Sirill
head
is
back-
all of us when he, a scene ahead or whatever, when he's just slumped on the bed, like looking like he wants to die. That was kind of me for these first 3 episodes because I just felt like there was so much
That was apparently
missed
improv
opportunity
as
and
well.
logs. Yeah, jeez.
Given the context, it was like the perfect sort of thing to do. But we'll get to that, I guess.
We could
Yeah.
talk about it, yeah.
So back on Minau, and Willman's sitting in the field with Billa chatting about his future on the planet as he may have to leave soon, but then they overhear a convoy of Imperials heading to Kellen's shop. Some of the officers enter to examine the goods, and Kellen kind of tries to extract information about their movements. It's again, it reminds me of when Luthen's trying to get information, like kind of asking them like what they're up to, and where they'll be heading next. And just doing it in a way of like, yeah, I'm just kind of interested in what you're doing, but obviously it's to get information for Brasso and Bix and whatnot. And we see that Bix is out in the field, and there's an Imperial officer. His name is Kroll. It's a very evil-sounding name, which is appropriate, given what this character. He attempts to strike up a conversation, and Bix provides a lot of very short answers to the questions. Obviously, she doesn't really want to fuel this conversation or have it be any longer, but he's pretty persistent. And he asks Bix to join him on a trip to a place called the Rao, which is a large city that's on the planet, for a meal, for dinner. And Bix deflects and states that her husband wouldn't approve. And then he asks if her husband is around. So, oh, what are you doing? What?
I mean, yeah,
I
he's
don't
got
get
his
the role,
vibes
like-
pretty immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then and this isn't the last disconcerting thing he says. Bix says that her husband is off planet for a few days. Obviously, kind of, because I guess Andor can serve as that. Because I don't know if we're meant to conclude if they got married at any point, but they're definitely together at this point. Is something worth remembering. And the officer then asks Bix if her husband worries about her, before explaining that the communications have been shut down, like in the area, so that nobody can leave while the Imperials conduct their audit. And then Kroll starts towards Bix, but stops when he hears that Brasso is approaching.
Good old friendly
it's like-
Brasso ruining Lieutenant
nice
Cruel's
conversation.
intention.
Yeah.
He just
I'm
wanted
just a
to
little
romp in the wheat, man. I mean, look, you've got this dog shit assignment on this backwater planet where all the like normal population probably looks a little inbred, and you see a hot, potentially illegal immigrant,
And your name is
just looking for-
Cruel.
Your name's Kroll. Yeah, you don't have a chance.
Yeah.
Like, come on, you gotta take what you can get. So
I was a little bit disappointed
Bix-
by like, the poor quality of the cover story they came up with, though. Would it not have made more sense for her to say that Brasso is her husband, for example? Because if the Imperials haven't seen him flirting with his new girlfriend, then they have no reason to believe otherwise. He's actually around. He's big. He's imposing. They're on the same side. They should probably get their story straight, given they know the Imperials are
guess-
coming for them.
Because Andor could arrive back at any moment, right? They don't know.
At any moment, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they expected him to be back the day prior, so it's probably better to stick with their story, particularly if like anybody unwittingly reveals like Brasso and Talia have like a relationship, then that would potentially cause problems for them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have said if I were her, and obviously she's like coming up. They should have probably prepared what they were going to say. She's probably not expecting, Lieutenant Rape to like come up and like ask her these direct questions. But I probably would have said my husband's actually in town on business or something. Like to say that he's off planet for a few days when this guy's already given off creep
Sounds like a
vibes is
lie.
probably not the best thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
She has a lot of
The trouble with that is that puts a place for him to be found, potentially, should it ever arise.
You
know?
may be able to move around that though, right? Be like, oh, you can't find him in the city. That's strange. He should be there. I guess if it came to it.
Yeah. Bix has a lot of expressions that are just sort of interesting to think about. She like she's trying to force smiles throughout a lot of this, but it's pretty obvious, particularly in her eyes, that she is stressed the fuck out in this conversation. It's very uncomfortable.
That actress gets. I was about to say she gets a lot more this season as well, but like it's not like in the first season she didn't impress. Her acting was pretty damn good in it
She
as
got a
well.
whole bunch in that too. But I mean, she just gets a lot in general. Bix is quite fleshed out amongst a cast of characters who themselves are really fleshed out. But yeah,
We almost
this,
saw her with her flesh out if Lieutenant Kroll had his way. I think that because obviously you can tell from the beginning, what we saw with her dream, that the nightmare that's persistent. She is struggling still with the mental ramifications of the torture she went under, the PTSD, the trauma that she suffered through. And I think the point of this entire arc in general for her, all these episodes, is that you can't run away from it. You can't hide from it. Like eventually the Empire is out there and eventually you're going to have to confront it and deal with it. Otherwise it's going to come to you. And
There's also a degree of realizing that you have the ability to fight it as well. So it's not just that you have to fight it, but it's that you can. So she begins being completely powerless in those nightmare sequences, and she's terrified of this officer because that experience has left her so traumatized that she thinks she is helpless. And the overall arc is sort of rediscovering that she isn't completely helpless. She can still do things. She can save herself. She can fight against them. To the point of, well, actually, no, we'll save that for when we cover it later. But like her arc is rediscovering herself as much as in anything else.
she just had to remind herself that she's a woman in the Disney Star Wars universe. They can do literally anything. I mean, put your mind to it.
Oh, she could have just punched his head right off if that was the case. But
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't
This
quite
sort
have
of
that
harkens
power
back to
level.
the thing
Her
Cassian
name
says
is
in episode 1,
Ahsoka.
right? Like, there's nothing like different about you, like resistance. Like it's the thing from the Nemec Manifesto. Like freedom is a pure idea. Like it occurs spontaneously and without like prompting.
Oh yeah. Nemec, I miss him. He only had 3 episodes. He was great. Oh well.
Taken from us too soon.
Much like Skeen taken too
that's part of
soon.
it. Well, Skeen was pretty great too, but then he died and was reincarnated as the Thing. So
Yes, that is the continuity for sure.
So on Chandrilla, you got there's a party that's ascending the mountain. And there's a few conversations going on, though the main one is between Mon and Vel. So Perrin and Skolden chat about the old days. We see that Lita, in the middle of a conversation, we don't get the full context for, tells Stekken that she always wanted to see or do something that Mon wouldn't allow her to do, and that things will be different now. Which is obviously just adding on to the already established friction between those two. Lita doesn't really like Mon.
No.
Much at all. They do not get along. It's a more hostile adversarial than like with Perrin, who they have their conflict, but she does seem to be able to get along with and have fun with, but theirs is not as good.
well, with Perrin,
And,
she's on a level, right? And so they've been brought up
yeah.
in the same culture. They have kind of the same outlook on their own culture because they're of the same generation. There was the interesting little line, I think it's in season 1, discussing the daughter and how like she's so keen on all of these old Chandrillan ceremonies, and I think Perrin says, for them, what's old is new again. So you get that interesting sort of generational. It's kind of a revolution in its own sense. You get like all these old values that the older generation has become so comfortable with that they almost scorn them, and then they're brand new and exciting for this newer, younger generation who want to uphold that sort of rule and that cultural identity. And watching like how that can take the younger character in a number of different directions, but obviously it's quite clear what she's going to go on to be, which is just a tool, effectively, is interesting to watch. And it was just like a little aside line, but it was such a little clever observation that it was like another of those aspects of the dialogue in season 1, which just made it like always worth paying attention to anything anybody says. It might not even get referenced again, but it's still got something to say.
Well, I think even because you were saying it was Perrin says that, because that's what Mon says to Vel on this. Whether or not Lita actually wants the marriage, and she just says everything old is new again. And then Mon asks if Vel has heard from Cinta, and Vel says that Luthen knows but won't tell her. But then she also adds that if Cinta wanted to see her, that she would. So there's obviously a bit of a resentment there.
Well,
and then Yeah.
as is almost thematic, the conversation definitely makes out that Luthen is the failed component here. Like he's the one that should be doing something else, and it's just something that starts cropping up with a lot of characters who are aligned with him. It's something they've clearly dropped hints for. I'm curious how it's going to play out in the final arc, because it's like everyone is gradually more and more displeased with Luthen's leadership in a sense.
No one else is quite as committed to making their mind sunless spaces like he is. Like,
Yeah.
they don't have that kind of. They're not willing to go to the same lengths in regards
Well,
to
yeah,
like
it's,
complete ego death, essentially.
because because that's a good point to bring up. Because Vel insists there's work to be done, and then Mon says we have to live to do it, though, don't we? It's like, yeah, that's not Luthen though. He shares his dreams with ghosts. God damn it, he's he's
Well, yeah, this-
fully.
Like Luthen as a human being is basically already dead. He's just like a machine that is like carrying out what he thinks needs to be done.
Yeah, the removal of his humanity was like a very conscious and known decision that he knew was going to have like major consequences, but something that seems to be bubbling up is the humanity that remains in a lot of the people he needs to work with, needs the trust of.
Yep.
And that's, I mean, that's the challenge that we witness all through season 1 and in season 2 is Luthen desperately trying to juggle all of these different people that have completely different motivations and different backgrounds and different personalities. And he has to manipulate them to get them to do what he wants them, what he needs them to do.
Yeah.
Regardless of the ramifications.
And they all require a different sort of medicine, and it has like crossing weaves that can get into a point where it's difficult for him to maintain it, right? Complicated, and simultaneously gives a lot to any given two people who discuss him with each other, a sense that you can't quite maybe trust him as much as you'd think.
Well, and you particularly see how that paranoia kind of ratchets up in Arc 2 for Andor, like with the way that he deals with Luthen. You know, like that he becomes
it
so
seems
paranoid that he's.
it's one of the things you see in retrospect is that they seem to have done a lot of work with everybody in regards to Luthen. It seems very deliberate.
Yeah, I'm sure it is deliberate, and it will hopefully lead to a really interesting conclusion for his story, which is almost certainly going to be a tragic one.
Yeah, there's not many options for him there.
So Forest Planet again. I'm not even sure how much I want to talk about like what actually happens in these scenes at this point, but basically Gertis, which is that's the group that's got Andor. They're arguing about why that one of their members, Plug, has seemingly disappeared. And they're wondering if he got taken hostage, but Gertis says it changes nothing since they have Andor, who's the only person who can fly the ship. But then Plug returns from the fog and he's frantic because the other group are attempting to move the TIE Avenger and line up its mounted guns on the downed ship, so that they can then shoot them. And Andor says it won't take too long before they can do that. I mean, it will take hours, but it won't. You know, they could do it, is what he's getting at. And so Gertis's crew fires upon Barty's group, which halts their advance. And that's the scene.
It was a bit disappointing again because it just seems a little too retarded. It's like if the to be shot upon team were just a little careful and moved toward them through the trees, they would have been able to kill all of them easily. Just while they're out in the open, desperately tired while trying to move a fucking TIE fighter.
Yeah.
Like it's the most easy way to kill them all ever. And it's like, and what if they were successful and they move it to align with your ship? They pretend like they can't be in anywhere other than the ship. Like, just walk out.
Yeah, they can just go into the
Move
forest.
further into the forest.
And then,
Why
of course, you'd be like, also, are they planning to just try and shoot all of you? You guys have the pilot. This is something that's lampshaded later. As like, are you retarded? You're going to shoot the only guy who knows how to work the ship? And they don't have an answer for this. They're just like,
retarded.
This is what I mean.
Yeah,
It's
they're
just like
dumb.
all of this is just annoying to watch. Like, why? What am I gaining
We're not
here?
gaining anything new from it. We're not learning anything more about what we're trying to accomplish with these
No, we're-
scenes. It's just
Yeah.
persisting.
Well, and like this, I guess maybe this is an elephant in the room, but you know who plays Gertis, right? The actor.
No.
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 It's Tony Gilroy's fucking son, right?
Oh.
Is
So-
it?
You do have to wonder if, and if this is why they included so much of this bullshit,
But like, you don't
it's
need
kind of
it to be this though to have him, right? You could have him be anybody.
and
Yeah,
him
I
play-
sincerely
him
doubt
play
that.
a real character. Yeah, exactly.
My read of it is
No,
much more that there's actually there's not enough at the moment in this part of the story for Andor to do, and this is a way of effectively keeping him out of the A plot for long enough until like his story really does begin at the end of this arc. And it's sort of there's a couple of other scenes with other characters which are taking a lot of time because obviously there are massive developments happening with like the Empire, and there's pretty significant ones happening on Chandrilla as well. But the story potential isn't quite evenly spread across each of the groups involved, but we do have to account for them. And so like every now and then we cut away and they're still fucking around because it's not time for them to do stuff yet. The closest you really get to meaningful like action in any of these is just I guess you can watch Andor and like note that his inaction is that he's reluctant to lead the group, but also he's kind of nudging them in a certain direction so he can exploit an opportunity to escape for himself. And that's basically it, which is fine. It's just there's a lot of scenes to establish that, and it's not that complicated.
So I don't know about you
Wouldn't
guys,
it
but
have been nice if they could have. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just
Noah.
gonna say that keeping coming back to this plotline and knowing that it's still going, I was just like, man, why? Like, how is Cassie gonna be here
it's
for
like,
2 ass episodes?
I get it. Infighting. It's infighting. And depending on your political opinion, it's referring to infighting of the political group that,
You think is
the
petty?
one that you're focused on. Yeah. Or it's just like, yep, I get it. But like, it's just every scene is, yeah, look at them fighting over this retarded shit. It's like, yep, I know. But like, it'd be nice if I could have Andor like in a scene with actual people, like real characters.
Like maybe
that
some
you can
actual
talk
like
to.
character stuff with these guys. Maybe we could do that because like they can be exhausted and without food for 2 days and unhinged and be characters.
Wouldn't
But-
it have been nice to see, I don't know, one single conversation between Cassian and Brasso?
Yes, yes,
You know what?
yes,
Yeah.
I guess. Like, are you kidding? Like his his best friend, basically, the one who's done all this stuff for him, the one who's involved with getting them off, like getting off this planet and agreeing to go live with him like this for the past year. Wouldn't it have been nice to see one singular conversation between them?
yeah.
Or maybe even more. That'd be crazy.
Maybe he'll get one when he finally gets back. We're not there. We don't know yet
Like,
because we don't know what
sorry.
If
Brasso's
only
fate is
Ahsoka
yet.
were in this scene
Yeah, she'd chop them all up
after folding her arms
she'd,
and before.
and then she'd learn how to fly, and she'd already know how to fly the ship using the Force.
Yeah.
Anakin's Force Ghost is going to appear to Cassian at the end of the season with a message from Brasso.
Is he safe?
Told me
Is Brasso all right?
You did your best, all right, and I appreciate you. And you should go watch. You should go watch Ahsoka season 2 on Disney Plus. Only $20 a month or something at this point.
Which will lead directly into
Disney
Mando and
Plus
Grogu. Okay, it needs to.
Yes, that's right. All connected.
God, so
But
exciting.
we're back on Coruscant. Dedra's in her apartment, nervously overlooking the city, and Sirill returns from work with some groceries. Sirill somewhat hoped that Dedra would return later, and suggests that they pretend that she hasn't returned from her trip so that they don't have to host dinner. But Dedra states that they can't cancel again. It's like, oh, what kind of dinner would get Sirill so nervous? And at this point, you'd be like, oh, yeah, I think I know what kind of dinner would make him really nervous. I think I know exactly who
Which,
would make
again,
him the most
there's
agitated.
things we can gain from this. I was just surprised. I was like, oh, I guess I'm still waiting for my Axis juice,
Well, it makes you wonder if, because it's something that's kind of got brought up in that last scene, is like, the Mon storyline of all, it's already been talked about, the idea of could you condense these stories? It's like, well, the Mon one would obviously be the hardest one to condense because it is the most, it's like the one that most takes advantage of the format that they're relying on this season, of like having some events be kind of like the focal point of that year. And that's like a really hard one to condense. And if you have Luthen locked in there, like he has to be there the whole time, then that can limit some of your options for what you could be doing elsewhere. And it's like, damn, I wonder if like the reason why these stories suffered so much was because they struggled to figure out a way to have the Mon storyline, but like leave everybody essentially in kind of a state of stasis almost while that's happening.
I get what you mean, yeah, because
there's only so much that they can do without being able to interact with Luthen.
Sirill and Andor
think
both feel like they're in a bit of a stasis, yeah.
I think that because we don't see a ton of Mon Mothma in the second arc, right? Like, there's a
No,
couple
we don't
episodes
see
where she
much.
barely appears. Like, she's walking around and she's, talking about what's going on Gorman. But I feel like this could have been condensed. And maybe if you make that 3-episode arc 4 episodes or something, I feel like there's a lot of this stuff that could have been condensed that way.
I mean,
And
maybe
it,
this could have just been an episode,
Maybe.
like all of the
Wait, that could
Mothmas,
actually
just
be the
one
answer,
episode.
because I was thinking about
Yeah.
how to fix this, and it's like, what if you turn the first 6 into 4, and then you get another set of 4 that covers basically all of Gorman, and then the final 4 can be, it could be 3 arcs of 4 instead of 4 arcs of 3, right?
Yeah, there's an angle there. I think, like, it's all thinking about. It's just because to be clear, like, it's not that it's not most of this stuff is either fine or good. But it's not hitting the sort of quality bar that you'd be getting, for instance, in like the prison arc in season 1, in terms of being like consistently quality.
And importantly for the show, it's not going to be winning new people to watch it, which it really needed to do.
It's doing a lot of like leaving writing opportunities on the table. So
Yeah, except for the Mon stuff, it feels like that is mostly like.
I like.
sort of
Maybe
maintaining
this will be the hot
quality
take. The Mon stuff, I think, is the best. It's just that I very much followed the lead, like, immediately as soon as they had their awkward first conversation. They have about 4 awkward conversations here in Tay.
Okay.
And it's like, after, I'm pretty sure, because me and Fring were watching it, I was like, after the first one, I was like, he's dead, and Luthen's gonna kill him. Like, that's obviously where this leads. And it's not that doesn't mean it can take some time to do so, but I still think you could have shaved down the Mothma stuff, this storyline, without ruining anything. As we already suggested, maybe move Clea out of here so that we can nail her conversation with Luthen quicker via just like a transceiver. She doesn't even need to be here. We can essentially loosen out a lot of, like, there's a lot of places where there's some fat. We're going to be coming up to a scene soon where it's the first one that I think is entirely redundant. Like, it serves no purpose at all. I'll point it out when we get there. But there's just
that's what makes it seem. That's what makes these first 3 seem so unbearably slow. Is that for multiple, whether it's the Ferric survivors on the planet, whether it's a lot of the Mon Mothma conversations, or whether it's all the Andor Rebels stuff, there are multiple times where there's 3 or 4 scenes that are serving effectively the same purpose kind of over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what makes this entire arc seem so laborious to get through, because you're just getting presented more information that you already essentially have.
Yeah, with like maybe a new line on top that could make you think about something, but at the same time, it's like, that just cost us another scene. I don't know if that was good real estate spending.
yeah, it's just not enough per scene. Like, we're maybe like working in a little bit more on the ideas that are working within each like through line, but it's not going anywhere.
And
as
this is,
such.
I think I wouldn't care as much about this if not for the fact that I want them to take advantage of every last second they have, because they are running out of time.
Yeah. That's
This
the
is the
big
end of
thing.
Star
There's
Wars.
only 12
The end of
episodes.
Star
It is
Wars.
basically the end of Star Wars. And we've only got 12 episodes, and we know that that's less than what they wanted. So to have even any of them be, in a sense, like suboptimal is frustrating.
I was like, I'm usually like quite happy for shows to take their time and whatnot, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
specifically and especially the format of this season that had me kind of worried, because like we got places to be. 3 episodes, and then we're going forward a year in time. So like, whatever we are doing here, we don't have a huge amount of time to do it, and like either it comes back multiple years into the future, or we're kind of done with it.
In any case, we do have this next Mon scene, which is it's essentially about Tay.
This is kind of what I meant. It's just that if you compare all the Mon and Tay scenes, it is just gradually getting more and more of the picture, which I'm not criticizing in and of itself. I'm trying to say that, like, if instead of 5 scenes to conclude on that, it was done in 3, I think that's possible. I don't see why not. The first scene, you could have let
sure.
slip something that happens in scene 2, and then by the time you hit the final one for him, you could have done that in the third one or something. It's just these little tightenings that we could probably sort out to just get everything done. And like, not trying to be a dick, but like we could lose what happens with Andor entirely. I don't think it was worthwhile enough. Maybe keep the scene where it contrasts with the Empire meeting. But like already you've saved a lot of, like, a whole episode's worth of real estate at that point. It feels like close to, anyway.
Either that or like you actually stick him on the farm planet and make him much more integral. Like have a mission happening there as opposed to them hiding out waiting for the plot to get to them or waiting for them to leave to go find the plot. Why not have that as kind of like a prototypical form of the Gorman arc where like they've been sent there because there's rumors that there's this incredibly important Imperial farming agricultural planet might potentially be sympathetic to some kind of rebellion. You go there, you find that they're completely like discordant. There's no way you can build anything from that, and Andor isn't willing to brook the cost of sacrificing all of these people just in order to try and make a point that they're not ready to see, so they all leave again. And then you've got Andor in the same place as a bunch of the other characters, and stuff's actually happening. There's a goal in sight, and you don't have to waste time trying to keep him on pause until it's time for him to act again. Something like that might have helped keep it like
or if you
on the move a little bit more.
Truly need him out of that planet for the payoff of him coming back at the end of the arc, because I've heard Ryan talk about it and other people, but the whole X-Wing idea of trying to give context to how the X-Wing was entered into the rebellion, like he could be doing that. We've got the pieces of it, just have to change a few things around. Instead of a TIE Avenger, it's an X-Wing. Instead of the Empire, it could be a different contact that a fight happens, some kind of conflict over who's getting the ship, and then it's so effective for whatever reason you want to give that we see this is the beginning of it, and then it evolves as the arcs go on into the standard ship for the rebellion. That would be like a really cool and very meaningful thing, as opposed to, I honestly don't think even the people who love everything about this first arc, I don't think they're thinking about Andor's visit with those scruffy rebels by the time they hit episode 8. Like that's
the thing that makes it feel so wasted is, unless randomly the TIE Avenger pops up somehow in these last series of episodes or something, it feels so pointless. And again, they've already changed around a lot of things, the order in which they happen, how they happen. But I mean, you had established canon going back decades and decades before Disney bought it. The way the X-Wings came to be, where they were in development for the Empire, the engineers who made it and produced and designed it, they defected to the rebellion, and there was an entire mission about that, how they got these first prototype ships to the rebels and were able to use that technology against the Empire that had been developing it for themselves. So like, if you just change that, already it could bring just so much more meaning. And I just don't understand why they decided to waste the opportunity, unless they just want to be, look, a new cool TIE fighter you've never seen before. But it just seems like a big waste.
Yeah, it's just... Well, anyway, we do have a good scene here, as far as I'm concerned. Mon seeks out Tay directly, and he's got another glass of space alcohol in his hand.
Oh no.
And he notes that such a function hasn't been seen in a long time, and Mon suggests that there's a good reason for that. And we see that Luthen, he's watching as Mon takes Tay aside. And Tay says he's called Mon's office previously, and that since they last spoke, some serious problems have arisen. He explains that the Foundation is up and running, which has smoothed over Mon's finances, and that Skolden got what he wanted from the agreement. Meanwhile, Tay is in the shit, despite having taken on a lot of risk. And Mon is shocked at this. She has a very good reaction. You gotta show them the reaction. You gotta show us some. You gotta show.
They can see. They can see through the copyright cover. It's in motion too, so it's even better.
Yeah. And then Tay even points out that the rebellion has ironically messed up his life by disrupting his financial investments. He feels undervalued, is what he makes clear. And Mon she very much forces a smile before concurring with this observation. And then Tay says something kind of interesting, which is that he probably should have shared these feelings sooner, but he thought that said feelings were plainly apparent. And I will say, I can't help but think, like, man, but if this was if this was an additional 4 seasons instead of
Yeah,
12
yeah.
episodes, maybe we could have seen that because
Well,
we've had to skip this being the case.
I grant that they had scenes in the first season, but to not only have seen his financial, like, you know, difficulties arising over time, but to also have seen more that connects those two as friends, like more scenes that completely convinces me that they are childhood buddies that have grown up and they have this really important political goal. Because something that threw me off a little bit here, and this isn't a problem, is that when I saw this, and the second he said, "I feel undervalued," I was just like, dead. He's so fucking dead.
Yeah,
this,
of course.
And
Good on.
if someone's like, whoa, why? And I'd be like, well, because now, and when they have this shot of Mon essentially freaking out, I was like, because she's thinking about the exact same thing I am, which is whatever you need right now is not going to be something that we can solve very easily and very friendly in like an isolated incident. This is obviously going to evolve. You've got immense leverage, and this makes you weak in a sense that you might need to look elsewhere. There's so many problems that have erupted from this all at once, and all of them are easily solved if you simply die. Like, it's...
Because he's making himself like really dangerous just in the way he's talking, like very much a loose lips stink starships kind of thing, with just the way he's talking so openly, which kind of jars with how everyone else is kind of doing that. But
the somewhat
Mon's horrified expression as he mentions rebel activity just as like a server or someone goes past.
The mistake I somewhat made is that's not what Mon is experiencing right now. She's instead just sort of random. She's kind of panicking because she's like, this is a huge problem that needs to be solved. She's not thinking about killing him at all. And I was like, oh, okay, we still need a few more scenes to get there, right? Because like she needs to speak with Luthen. She needs to further consider the ramifications of what he is saying, and that's just what I mean in terms of I'd seen this elsewhere. Some people were like, it seemed to take a while to get to the conclusion that he would have the ending that he will, and I think that's what it is. Just the audience caught up on this one really fast, and it could just be to do with the fact that you've seen this sort of thing in other stories before, where someone's asking for money and it's like you can't keep paying them. That line comes out of Luthen, and I was like, yeah, I've seen that in a million things.
Yeah, that's kind of I feel like that's almost the point of it, is that she is oblivious to the idea that this is going to require him to be killed.
Yeah, I get that.
Like she's dealt with a lot of this, you know, the financial stuff, the financial backing, but she's very far removed from a lot of the other things that Luthen is doing, you know,
Well,
light years and light years, literally removed from all of these things that are happening and the dirty stuff that's going down. So like the idea that he's going to be killed because of this is not flashing to her mind at all, but we know it is for us, and especially as Luthen's staring at the conversation.
There's also the like she doesn't want to necessarily believe it angle, because like there's quite a strong personal connection, like beneath all the talk of finances and all the rest of that, when he talks about not having the confidence to tell her things he should have told her a long time ago. That these are clearly people who, like, they're close in a way that even she's not necessarily with her own husband. Obviously his wife's just left him. She's not willing to countenance the prospect that someone like this might have to be murdered because of what he's just told her. So there's kind of an element of denial going on, maybe, and that's why she's not maybe on the same page as the audience is at this stage.
Yeah, I think it's all extremely well done. It's just that I wonder if there was like a accidental backfire of just a lot of audience members figured where this was going, and so it's like, this is considered the best stuff in this arc, and you already know exactly where all these pathways are leading. So it's like, I wonder if that could have hurt it a bit.
Kind of not in the positive way that you would often say, where you know, for instance, you know, when thinking about like what kind of end Luthen will have, there's expectations that you can have, and you can sort of go in a few different directions, and that's kind of like fun when you're in a position where it's like, there is a way that it could go, but the story's so well written and so well crafted up until this point that it could go in a variety of different directions, compared to, oh, Tay's dead. There is no doubt. Tay's dead.
And he's not
gone.
important enough that there's going to be a complication with that. Like, we know it's going to be Luthen, and he's going to do it pretty cleanly.
Yeah. And then the fact that it's a little bit too potent for Mon as like a story thread. It's which, by the way, this doesn't mean that like it should be changed, you know, like a story, like people immediately essentially figuring out the way that a story is going to go doesn't mean that it should essentially change to subvert those expectations simply for the sake of it. this is like this is a worthwhile direction to take it in, but the fact that it's so predictable is like not awesome, I guess.
Well, yeah, because we've still got to wait another over an hour before we get
got
to the
well
payoff
over
of
an hour.
it.
Yeah, exactly. It's episode 3. Because of course the fact that Luthen is peering, like he's watching this conversation is like, yeah, because fucking Luthen will be like, he's gotta go, gotta get rid of him. That's my
It's a very good Luthen.
that's my
Sounds like
Stellan
Kingpin.
Skarsgård.
Yeah, sound like
Right.
Fisk.
Oh no, Fisk is I built this city on and I love it. And Luthen's just like, you gotta stop him. He's no good. They're not the same, damn it.
You embarrassed me in front of Mon Mothma.
Anyway,
Mhm.
Mon resolves to help Tay figure these problems out after the wedding is over. But you know, the way we know how it's gonna go. But so on Minau, Kellen tells Bix, Brasso, and Willman that the Imperials are moving tomorrow, likely towards a place called 300. And Brasso suggests that they move behind them to 500, which they just inspected. But Kellen again reiterates that most people arrested were running, and they can't really move as a group without raising suspicion. He assures them he's doing everything that he can, but that they shouldn't thank him until the Imperials are gone, and that they need to be prepared. And that's basically the scene. It's very plot. I don't know what
you know. It's kind of how I feel about it. I think of them as the Ferrex crew, and I'm just like, I just wish there was more. But all right, we got it. Yeah, Imperials are coming.
So and meanwhile, Claire's gotten back to Coruscant, and she turns on the radio.
I got this. Okay, so this is my pick for the most redundant scene in the entire 2 seasons.
I think that makes a lot of sense, because although it is kind of interesting to see how the radio is hidden and how it sort of
see it anyway
opens up and is used, it's like, yeah, I mean we're just spending a while here watching her walk into the room and turn on the radio and try to get it, you know.
I don't gain anything here
like, yep.
that other scenes don't show me, right? Like the wide shot of where their shop is located, her walking up to the card that she needs to swipe in order to get the door open in the first place, the lights turning on as a pan of like all the different artifacts in the room, her pressing like what looks to be like a secret switch to light up the back, her going back there and then activating the network scanners or whatever to be able to communicate. All of these things we get from other scenes. I don't know why this scene exists.
Even like the ritualized way she sort of goes about it.
Well, so when we were watching it, Fringy was like, someone's going to be here. So, like that's going to be... Because why else would we be watching this? Someone's going to be here waiting for her. And it's going to be like, oh, shit. And then it just sort of ends. And it was like, oh, okay. Like, that's... Yeah, sure. All right. I mean, you know...
Yeah, you know.
And that's the thing. Someone would be like, dude, it lasts like a minute. Why'd you care? And I'm just like, no, it's not. It's just... I care about every last second being used in this show, okay? Like, I want it all for stuff.
If we had
especially with
another
the
4
format.
seasons, if we had another 4 seasons instead of just one, this would be totally fine.
Dude, a 22 episode season and 5 of them, this is A-okay with me. Throw it right in.
Instead, it's not. It'll be over, and then it will be Ahsoka and Mando and Grogu and all that slop. Yeah. Luthen, he chases down Mon to discuss the situation with Tay, and he asks her if Tay provided a specific number, but he didn't. He didn't say anything specific. This is kind of a noteworthy thing that he says. Like, did he say a number? Like, is there a specific dollar amount or credit amount that he needs? Because you know exactly where it goes with that. It's like, if he's not being specific, like this sets a bad precedent forever. You know,
it's not even good if there is a number, which is kind of the point of what Luthen starts saying to her. It's like, we know. I think maybe I'm jumping ahead, but there's a reference to, you're right with the number is like an important way they're communicating with each other. The whole like, we will find a number is her way of saying we don't need any drastic solutions here. Okay, we got this.
Well, and then the fact that Luthen asks if Tay would ever consider getting money from Skolden, and she pretty weakly asserts that he wouldn't. Which, I mean, the thing is that the fact that he knows Skolden, the fact that he got Skolden involved in the first place, right? Like as a contact, it's like, I don't know if you even believe that he wouldn't do that,
I think this is a really great example of how Luthen's relationships work as well. He is fucking mad in this moment because it's like, why are we making these obviously stupid mistakes and delays? We know what needs to happen. And she's essentially counter-furious because, like, this is someone I deeply care about. Like, what are we doing? Just like just casually deciding, oh, that's what's going to happen. And it's like, again, that difference we talked about. Luthen's humanity is fucking out the window. He knows what needs to be done pragmatically. Hers is not. Hers is very present.
And Mon's like kind of the reason they're in this situation anyway, because like she brought in Tay.
Yeah.
Which pile on the guilt there a little, isn't it?
Golden, who, that's just like no good. And Mon attempts to leave, but Luthen halts her pretty aggressively as well. Like, he's like, wait! And then basically says, like, we can't leave this be.
And he's right.
And then she, I mean, yeah, he is, but then she just stares him down and says she will set a meeting next week. They'll find a number.
Which, to me, subtextually, he was saying we might need to kill him, and she's saying no.
Absolutely not. We'll figure it out. But then they head back into the banquet hall because Perrin, he's about to give the big speech. He stands in the middle of the room, and I like this. I like this scene because something about Perrin in like season 1 is that he's not presented in a particularly positive light. He's not like in a ultra negative way, but certainly as the thing of like he doesn't really give a fuck about what's going on. And even gets like frustrated with the idea that Mon is like particularly invested in all of the horrible things that are happening. He is much more just he wants things to be fun. He's invested in things being fun and happy and uplifting. And
he
maybe
being like a socialite.
Yeah,
basically,
he loves that part, right?
And he's invested in the culture of his home.
Exactly. He loves being able to talk to these important people and go to the dinners, and like he enjoys it. So this is like his element right here. He's loving it.
There's also the nice element as well, which is that like he and Mon Mothma, like obviously their marriage is kind of a sham in the sense that it was pretty much arranged for them, but they don't despise each other. And in this scene in particular, when he's giving the speech and so you watch her watch him, you can kind of see why they're actually friends despite everything. Like she still sees value in him. She still listens to what he has to say, sometimes repeats the words that he's used. And his lesson to the young kids here is that, there will be trouble, there will be strife, there will be pain, but you just have to live, even if it's just once, live. And which is, of course, paid off toward the end of this episode when she sort of does take his advice in a way, which is nice to see because like a less complicated story would have just had it that it was an arranged marriage and they hate each other, but they don't hate each other. It's more complicated than that.
He's speaking to the lessons that he learned from their marriage, I imagine.
Yeah.
It's like saying that they're a married couple almost goes a little too far. It's almost like they're it's not even it's like colleagues, like but respected colleagues. Like they work towards similar goals at times. They have to work together at times. They understand each other's roles. They have some level of respect there, but there's not much like in terms of a passionate love, really.
No, but what he says is interesting, and I think it basically it explains a lot about him in a way that's more positive in terms of his attitude. That like there is a thought process, like that he isn't sort of just like this sort of mindless hedonist. That there's actually like a philosophy that essentially informs the way that he conducts himself. Because as he's given the speech, he turns to his daughter and says, "Pain will find you. Trouble and disagreement will arrive without summons. There's no choice in this. You simply stand still and the galaxy will deliver a daily basket of fresh anxieties to your door without fail." Though I do find it noteworthy that when he says this, Mon's gaze kind of drops, but he continues and he says, "My hope is that you learn to reach past this constant cloud of sadness. Pleasure, gaiety, amusement. These are the hidden things, the music buried beneath all that noise. Joy." And it's like, oh, hey, look at him go. Though it's interesting that, like, Luthen's expression sinks a little bit when he says joy before he looks over at Tay, who is clearly agitated as shit.
It's just so purposeful to have, like, joy, and then it's just like, I don't experience joy.
Yeah, that's
not a thing for me.
Ruminating on the fact that he now has to kill this guy.
Yeah, it's good shit, that moment.
And Perrin says, "Joy will not announce its arrival. You need to listen for it and be mindful of how fleeting and delicate it can be. But search out these treasures. And it's like with that speech, it's like, hey, that's like thoughtful, you know? Like I think it helps him a lot in terms of
This comes from the
painting
lived
him as
experiences of a person with a history.
yeah,
A person
exactly.
we don't really know very much about, but we learn a lot about him from this.
And then it's less of a thing of like it's just that his outlook is to essentially find the good things. It's less of this sort of apathetic, selfish like, man, I don't give a fuck about what's going on as long as I've got my like my shit is positive. It's more so this attitude of, well, no, life is hard and difficult, so you should actively search for these things. It's like, hey, yeah, that's a little bit more
Well,
developed.
And it does look like there's a shot there of it looks like admiration coming out of Mon for him, just a little bit, nothing intense.
Yeah,
But
of
like
course.
for a moment
Though
there, she can be
obviously-
at some level of peace, maybe.
Yeah, briefly before everything gets horrible again. We are the thing is we got a lot of we got a lot of forest planet
Yeah.
here. There's a brief bit of on of Bix gazing up at the night sky in the night, but there's that, and then we gotta obviously waiting for Andor. But this is what's been going on with Andor. That night we're back on the forest planet, and they're sort of the two leaders are taunting each other before like essentially that they assert a challenge, and so both of them are going to take their guys into no man's land to meet and negotiate, but one man is
Hang
left
on
behind
there,
to guard
Fringy.
Andor.
Why in the
Yeah?
fuck would they ever meet at night in the open field where they say the monsters run around? Why would they do that?
Because they're stupid, they're dumb,
Oh.
they're retarded.
Oh.
It is a little bit of the jokes on them.
I sure
sort
do
of
hope
thing.
they didn't forget about those monsters and that they don't turn up tonight. That would be awful.
No, that'd be no. They only turn up on rainy nights. This isn't
Oh,
a
thank
rainy night,
goodness.
so it's all good. But yeah, so they mutually drop their weapons, and then they basically play space rock paper scissors to determine who's going to be in charge. Because again, this is all petty and stupid. And Andor, he sort of nudges his foot towards a drawer, and when the thunder erupts, he kicks the drawer, grabs his weapon, shoots the chain off before aiming at the guard and then gagging him and venturing out into the forest.
I appreciate the attempt, but I don't believe you. Like the people would be. There is a severe difference in sound between thunderclaps and a blaster bolt. Like your ears will be able to pick that shit up.
No, they didn't. They didn't though.
Okay.
They have no idea. They didn't notice.
Alrighty.
And he ties him up and then ventures into the forest to try and get to the ship. But he and the group pause upon hearing strange sounds emanating from the forest. And then a giant fucking flim-flam creature jumps out from the trees and attacks them.
Oh, damn it.
It attacks them.
If only they had their guns in their holsters, but no, they've all placed them on the floor for some reason.
That's right.
And no,
Well,
I'm not retarded. I know that that's supposed to be some kind of ceasefire, but you don't need to put them on the fucking floor. You just don't pull them out. That's the easiest shit. But like,
But then they all just, it doesn't even matter really, because they just all pick up their guns and start shooting.
Like idiots,
but then,
don't know what's going on. It's all chaos. It's just,
They're really invested in space, rock, paper, scissors. Okay?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Come on.
But then the tied up guy runs out and he says that Andor's escaping. And they start shooting at him, but he gets on the ship, shoots the guy that's on the ship, gets in, and then flies away. And he flies past a set of ancient pyramids because this planet is Yavin 4.
Wow.
God.
And we
Oh
will
my
never
goodness.
see these rebel retards ever again. Thank fuck. Oh man, I did feel like a level of relief when he actually got out of here. I was like, we don't have to do this anymore. Thank God.
It shouldn't bug me as much as it does, but the fact that it's rock, paper, scissors really fucking annoys me. Because like
You're not the only
this
one.
isn't going to solve your problems long term, and you know that. Whichever one of you loses is not going to respect the outcome.
Yeah, they'll just
they
be
should have
mad.
played Settlers of Catan to figure out who is actually best equipped to be the leader. And then there's
They-
like, no, I want to play with the expansion though.
And like it was set up and I think it's supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
And it's just not.
It doesn't
Like you
actually
might as
like
well gone out
resolve
1, 2,
anything
3,
about
4,
their
I declare it
disagreements.
some more. Like, ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Their disagreements are left completely open by that, so there's no reason for either one of them, whoever loses, to respect the outcome and not just return to the status quo of before, where one of them like tries to take the lead and the other just second guesses them at every turn.
I don't even honestly. I don't know why they couldn't have just been like, listen, when we get there and they say everyone put your guns down on the floor, the second do like a 3, 2, 1, and then just shoot, just kill them all. Hopefully they drop their
Yeah.
guns in that moment and we just win. Like, I don't even know why you wouldn't just pull that. Why would you leave it up to rock, paper, scissors, for fuck's sake?
It's look, right? It's arbitrary and it's political infighting. That's the moral. The infighting is pointless. You gotta. I'm reminded of oh damn it yeah in Team America, the war is out there, man, out there.
I kind of upset with the idea that infighting is pointless, by the way, but that's obviously not exactly what's being said here. Infighting
No,
is
I
quite
guess-
useful for hashing out
A
This is
particular
all-
brand of infighting, I guess, is what
This
this
is
is.
Yeah.
essentially petty, stupid infighting compared
It's
to what we
people's
see
front of
with
Judea
the-
and Judea people's front is kind of like the archetype, except that like people always say that as like a way of a code for just completely pointless petty bickering, but actually the people's front of Judea stuff has a point in the narrative of Monty Python. Funnily, like the thing that is designed to tell you how pointless it is has more of a point than the bickering we get in this show does, and it's not even making the same point.
I mean,
It's just, for what amounted to like 30 or 40 minutes, it might have even been like 40 minutes of total time, at least at 30, for something like that. This 30 minutes.
Well, I
it's
think
like, do we achieve?
Ryan mentioned
a
or whatever,
lot?
but like it felt so much longer than what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
It did.
not even close. It's like returning there every so often was just like, man, really? Okay. And you're just waiting for them to do something that makes it click, I guess. You go like, oh yeah, okay, that was worth it actually.
I think I
But
said
no,
after I watched this, like you're in this horrible position where you never ever want to see the rebels again, but also you have to hope that you see them again for that to have a point. So like if they don't come back in episode 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever it is, then fucking why? What was the point? But at least if they do come back, you can say, well, we endured all of that torture for something.
And like
we get this.
The
Go on.
frustrating thing is these are the 3 episodes that Tony Gilroy wrote in this season.
There's stuff.
These are his
There's
episodes.
there's
yeah.
stuff in them. That though, it was a bit of a surprise to know that he wrote all that. That's it's like, oh, okay.
That was a bit of a surprise because, yeah, for reference, Tony Gilroy wrote 1, 2, 3. Bo Willerman wrote 4, 5, 6. He's the House of Cards creator, and he did the prison arc. Dan Gilroy wrote 7, 8, 9. Dan Gilroy was the director of Nightcrawler. Again, this is like a remarkably talented team.
He
It's
did
kind of
Aldani,
insane
right?
compared to
Yeah.
Dan Gilroy did Aldani, yes, and I think Tony Gilroy wrote 11 and 12, and because Tony Gilroy did 1 through 3 and 11 and 12, I'm
And
pretty sure in season 1.
To be
And they have a
fair,
new writer for 10, 11, 12.
they're all going to have a broad influence on the entire show anyway. They'll all
Of
obviously
course,
be
of
working
course.
together as a team.
Writer's
somewhat.
room, and everything.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the idea of it, because in terms of it almost sounds like, yeah, so Tony really fucked up with these episodes, right? It's like, well, he is the showrunner, so like he gets to essentially take a lot of credit for like the whole thing.
The wins and
He is
losses.
ultimately in charge. Yeah, so exactly, which means that it's all kind of on him. So it's not like meant to impugn him, but it was really surprising to see that he did 1, 2, and 3, because I don't know, it's just like, yeah, they're just not as meaty as certainly not as the episodes that follow or the episodes from before in season 1 either. But but that does bring us to episode 3, which I suppose we should get started on. We see that the prototype TIE Avenger is floating through space. Andor is messing with the wiring, and he activates the rear thrusters, which sends the ship tumbling forth through space. That's how we open. He's having problems basically with this ship. So back on Minau, dozens of workers have assembled for like a group lunch. All having lunch together, and they're having a good time, chuckling, and it looks like Brasso, Bix, and Willman have essentially like fully integrated into the community.
Yeah,
There's bad news.
Just I was just gonna say that this was always what I took from these scenes, but they kind of have a similar issue of I didn't take any more from it. I was like, this is a really nice community. They're having fun. They're welcome here. It's warm. It's colorful. It's peaceful. It's like a it's a life worth living. It's by the sweat of your brow. You get what you earn, and everyone's just telling jokes, looking out for each other, and the Empire is gonna fucking ruin all of this. Like I get it, and that's strong stuff. I even like it as a sense of like they're not even fully into like doing rebellion things, but the Empire once again stepping all over them is going to make it so that Bix is further radicalized and Willman's going to move on from here in a place that's much more serious than this. Brasso might.
Willman's going to forget about that girl he promised to come back to pretty quick.
He's going to find another girl. But yeah, so there's all these sorts of elements that you can, I feel, work way more with. Seeing this scene, I was like, yeah, I get it. Like I've already gotten this out of seeing them here, and then you get your plot stuff in this scene, and it's just like, man, I really feel like we could be serving these characters way better.
It's certainly no Rebel Moon, right? Because if that was the case, you could have had all these characters at this table sit around and tell us what their backstories are. All 500 of them say, "Oh, I came from here and the Empire attacked."
Yeah.
And I mean, this is probably this would be an example of essentially like the scene that is the most relevant in terms of information about what's happening, because this is the one where Kellen tells them that their sector will be inspected the following day, and that he scrounged up an emergency work order, which the three of them can use to get to 800 block, and the plan is to leave at night and circle back in a few days. And then sort of an interesting exchange. Brasso calls Kellen a savior, and Kellen rather aggressively asserts that the boss, in this case Luthen, needs to know what's happening on Minau, and Brasso simply replies, "It's going on everywhere."
Mm-hmm.
Which, is kind of driving home that point that there's nowhere that's truly safe. But it's interesting to see that he's like, man, what's happening here is really fucked up. And he needs to know, because it's like, well, yeah, but you're sort of in an insular kind of remote community.
Well,
what you think is like really bad and uniquely your community suffering is actually happening to a whole bunch of people all over the place.
And like that's already the information they're operating on. Why do you think there's a rebellion for the galaxy? It's like because the Empire galactically needs to be stopped. It's like, yeah, you're definitely not the only. But like at the same time, it's personal for everybody in these personal situations, right? And they all want help. They all want to be able to get out from under the thumb. It's like, yeah, this is I like all of that. I think it's good stuff. Want more. Make it jump.
I guess what's specifically for them, right? Other than driving their illegal immigrants off the land, like, and potentially Kroll coming around once in a while to like rape a local. Like, what exactly is his? Like, what's so awful about them? They haven't done a census in 10 years or something. So I get what they're trying to do with the show and show us the boot of the Empire crushing all these people, but I don't know what exactly he's talking about that's like happening everywhere that's so bad, other than them, finding people who aren't supposed to be there.
I mean, losing because they're trying to make sure we understand there's a pretty strong relationship with the Ferrix team and the people on this planet, right? And so it's just coming in and they're going to get removed. I could see that hitting pretty hard for anyone who's particularly invested in those people. But at the same time, it might be something that's, not necessarily shown or described the general oppression of the Empire with it. But maybe that could have been given a bit more flesh as well, right? Like maybe some kind of thing to do with trade routes, or I was about to say regulations, but in a way it's like, well, I can go both ways, right?
even simple stuff like when those in episode 2, when the Empire first goes there and they like say they're just really massive assholes about the entire thing and they're just kind of stealing their fruit and taking what they want and doing their thing as like a very like small basic abuse of power. Like if it's just something like that, I guess I would buy into that a little bit more, and that would have been pretty easy for them to show.
Well, I think there's actually a time where it's in that town hall meeting or whatever for the Gormans later on, where they mention one of the characters there is talking about like the struggle, what the Empire has done, and they label like 3 or 4 things that relate to a sort of general processes that exist in a civilization, but that are all getting worse and worse thanks to the Empire's control of them. Just changing. I think they mentioned changing. Like launch codes, codes to do with something like importing or trading, shipping codes. That's it, yeah. So, like, anything like that, I think would actually have doubled up in terms of working if he referenced similar things in this moment, so that it hands over to like other planets and they're doing the exact same thing with the
The
Empires.
closest you do get the line from the rapey Imperial who says, I know it's terrible, like the you people, you need the labor to do the harvest, but like the labor is illegal, so you can't have it. And I understand that it's difficult. It's when he's trying to make his I'm not like a bad rapist to Bix.
Yeah.
So you sort of have an implication there that it's massively disruptive to the local economy, but it's harder to establish on this planet because this planet just has so much less about it than Gorman does later, when Gorman has like the entire list of grievances, some of them very iconic as well, and they use like the creation of effectively the Bastille over a memorial to dead people. It's like that's just innately more dramatic than quite abstract things like, do we need undocumented labor to get the harvest on this farm planet we'll never come back to? But I do wonder whether, like, maybe as a way of tying it together and making it stronger, like, let's say when everyone arrived on Chandrilla, they had to go through like really aggressive papers, please kind of bureaucracy, because what the Empire is doing is trying to minimize travel between planets as a bit to stop like the spread of rebellion. It's trying to lock everyone down, keep them isolated from each other. And if you have it like a more established thing on a number of different planets that we visit, it means a bit more to be told it on this planet when they say, well, like, we are after people who have no visas because this is what it's tied to some grander evil plan of the Empires. Maybe that
And
would have
that's one of
helped
the
sell it.
criticisms I have for like later on in the episode is that I do wish that the Imperials that are doing the census, that it's not just like another random scoop up of like undocumented people, and then we can so easily tie that into things that are actively going on now, and that gets pushed so hard. I really do just wish it was like kind of standard screening for for purposes of rebel activity and detecting rebel activity, because very obvious from the conversation we have later during the attempted assault scene that they don't think these are rebels at all. They just think it's some random illegal immigrant. Which is why he's perfectly willing to look the other way if she sucks his dick.
I was kind of joking about it, but what is the viability of them digging a hole and making like a bunker and just sitting in there while this happens?
Like,
We're
that's
just
gonna
ducking down
take
the
a
drain.
while, be pretty resource intensive. I don't know.
I mean, you got
Could
the
you
whole
go out into
community,
the middle
right?
of a field and just lie
5
down
hours.
underneath some grain?
Well, there's
Maybe
that
will
too.
do it.
So don't necessarily know
I
what
was
the Empire knows, I guess.
I was almost
like
at the
with
point of
ship and all that.
wondering, when she sees Mr. Rapey coming, like, what if she, like, just got outside on the other side of the building, and as he moved around it circularly, she stayed opposite to him, and he just never saw her? Is that possible? Like, I just wonder how easy it is to actually evade them, because if you remember, I know we're not there yet, but we will be soon enough. The way Brasso gets caught out, I was like, oh, like he's like crawling around in the wheat or whatever, and it's just like some stormtrooper goes, hey, and he's just like, oh,
Yeah.
well, that's that.
Like, you'd almost want to see like a couple of flybys from TIE fighters or something to establish
Yeah.
that, like, let's say they're scanning you from orbit, so that they have air cover and you can't
And
escape
heat
them
signatures
because
and
they'll spot
stuff.
you.
So that they can't easily hide. It would. I think that would have been a bit more, viable. As like this is a bit scary to try and evade.
They could even do the thing, I think, because you see there's one shot when Andor does return. I don't know if it's a Star Destroyer because it's really far out. I think it's a Star Destroyer. You could even just like have that stick it down like in high orbit. Like a couple of the shots in Rogue One do something similar where you've got the Star Destroyer
Right.
inside the atmosphere. Once you see it hovering over everything, then you've very clearly established that. Well, it's just useful visual storytelling anyway, because like this is the oppression of the Empire. It's above you, it's everywhere, and you can't escape it. But mechanically, it would also help because it means they've got complete coverage of everything.
Yeah, little tweaks. But you could make a very good visual with that. Like, especially if they're having their fun dinner and the Star Destroyer slowly lowers in on top of them. High enough that it's not going to kill them or anything, but still there.
They've used ties for like visuals like that later, like the ties circling like vultures in episode 8, I think.
Mm-hmm. I really like that in season 1, the ties in Aldani, where they like the fucking sound of them. It's like, oh, I forgot. TIE fighters can be really imposing if you use them properly.
Yeah, one TIE fighter can be like absolutely just scary as shit. If done the right way and used the right way.
So we head back to Chandrilla, where Mon takes a moment to speak with leader who is now in the wedding dress because the day has come. And she's nervous, but Mon is even more nervous. Nervous. I don't know. I think I mixed up Mon with nervous.
Nervous.
Mon pauses for a moment before explaining that her mother was drunk before she got married, and that Mon was furious, and that she still wonders if she ever forgave her, but that she now understands why she might have gotten drunk. So Mon gets quite serious and says, "Nothing on the other side of that door matters. Not the guests, not the gifts, not the trouble that's gone into it." Lita expresses her confusion, but it's like it almost feels like confusion's not quite right. It's kind of like a "what are you doing?" with almost like said like you know exactly what's happening, like you know exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
And
The few moments we get of Mon and her daughter are like all gold. And I would say that it was really fascinating to watch her daughter react to this information, because there's so many ways you could imagine she is taking this, and that ultimately the conclusion of it is just it's such a downer for Mon again.
yeah, because she
wish
says
you were
that-
drunk so you wouldn't ruin my perfect day. Like it's basically
Because she's fundamentally misconstrued what Leda needs to hear right now.
Yeah.
Like, what she's looking for in terms of support.
Well,
She's not a good mother. Like,
she's made the mistake of trying to tell her what she needed to hear in her position.
Yes.
yeah, she's trauma dumping, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a bit, because she says that she has the choice to call it off, and that doing so would be remembered as an act of great bravery. And then Lita says, "I wish you were drunk." It's like,
Ugh.
Jesus.
Fucking hell.
And Mon forces a smile. Yeah?
It's obviously stemming from it's not just like a simple instance of Mon Mothma not having great parental instincts in the moment. It's like the guilt, because the entire reason this is happening is because she went to her friend because she was fucked because of the money problems, because they needed to cover this up. She had to get into bed with a criminal, and in order to do that, the price was basically this arranged marriage. When it's all said and done, like that's why this is happening. It's because of her involvement with the rebellion and her poor cover-up skills, which led to her marrying off her daughter into a family which she knows might be pretty tenuous, like to control this entire thing. So
It's also like it's wanting your daughter to know all the things you know, but without having to tell her, but also not fundamentally not understanding that your daughter will have her own point of view on this. Because like, season 1 establishes things. It might even be the first time you see the daughter is like she's got some friends around and they're doing this old Chandrilla ritual thing. I think it's the first time that the phrase about what's old is new again gets uttered. And so if you were paying attention as Mon Mothma to what your daughter is, you'd probably have understood better that what to you is something you've arranged because of some horrible double dealing that you've been doing for a rebellion. None of that actually matters. Your daughter is genuinely into this. She wants this ritual. She likes this culture. And you've just this essential divide between the two of them. They can't communicate. They don't really understand each other. And it's like, it's horrible for a mother to be in that position. And this moment where she says, "I wish you were drunk," is kind of that hardening then when she says, "Well, fine, walk behind me," and that's it. That's the end of it.
She's not affirming her or giving her confidence to actually do it or anything. She's essentially like trying to enable the anxious voices in Leda in many ways.
And not that we need to keep saying it, but I will keep saying it. Her reaction, fucking Genevieve O'Reilly, once again, just completely nailing it. She cycles through a couple of expressions here. Like the first seems to be shock with a bit of possibly anger, but subtle, and then sort of resets herself and smiles to be like, yeah, okay, well that's just happened, and sort of move back and then get back into the role of actually being a mum. Like there's so many things all at once. She's doing such a fucking good job, and I don't know. It's just on top of already what I think is pretty solid writing. It's the performance gets you right in. It's like. This is probably, we're trying to explain why the Mon stuff is considered probably the best stuff of this arc. Just good shit.
Yep. Well, no, and she also, because when she sort of sinks back into the role, she pretty coldly sort of states, as Lita takes a step forward, "Wait, you're to stand behind me." It's like, it's very abrupt and kind of harsh, because she's
the way I took
upset.
that was like, She's like, okay, you want to do it, like you want to get into these traditions. Like, all right then, let's do it. You know.
All right.
Here we go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Mon steps forward and she wipes away a tear before escorting Lita into the garden where they have the traditional Chandrilla marriage ceremony, which feels like they put some thought into like what it's meant to be and what it looks like, particularly with the fact that the set is filled with so many circles. There's so many circles. The doors are circular, the garden is circular. There's that sort of geometry to a lot of the architecture, and like a lot of the actual ceremony itself is oriented around like the circle that she has to step into his circle, you know, symbolic of essentially entering into this marriage with him and like becoming a part of his family. It's like, yeah, they put some thought into this.
They really did.
It feels
All the little
suitably
details of
alien and
this
kind of strange.
moment is like someone did have to come up with a whole bunch of believable cultural norms for this alien thing that's very likely never going to be portrayed again, or at least in live action. May very well not.
Probably not. Oh, certainly that you wouldn't get anything like this. You think Filoni would ever come up with anything like this? He
Yeah.
would come up with something. It would be like it would have to be samurai or something. It would be like, I'm trying to figure out a way to explain why I don't like his writing. It's
He's
like
already
it's a
done it, right?
shallow.
That Mandalorian episode where Ahsoka faces off against what's her name, the witch woman, and it is just a samurai scene lifted straight from a samurai movie, and the ritual has just been transplanted directly from one source to another. There's no actual creation going on; it is just pastiche.
Well, now this is awkward because
It would also
It's epic,
absolutely exposit what the meaning of all of this stuff is as part of the ceremony.
twice.
Like we'd have Ahsoka like off to the side talking to some other glup shitto about like what's like what exactly all of this means and what the ceremony represents.
Yeah, this.
I
was
I
gonna say.
think one of the Go ahead. Man.
This is somewhat awkward because Ryan's a big fan of Floaty's work. You don't have to stay quiet. You can defend him if you want.
Shut up! My God. I said I hope that the next ancient Japanese tradition he brings in, Ahsoka needs to commit seppuku. That's probably what needs
It wouldn't
to
mean
happen.
anything. She'd be fine. She'd come back to life through the world between worlds.
Yeah,
But one of the things I was going to say was I think one of the big missed opportunities of this entire series is in Star Wars, where you do have this opportunity to explore so many different cultures and specifically alien non-human cultures. There's been so many humans, right? On Ferrix, it's almost predominantly all human. Chandrilla is human. The Gore are human. And I feel like in these things where we're getting to explore all these different places, it all is human and it doesn't have that any type of alien feel. And I'm not talking about a couple fucking Mon Calamari and shrimping boats and JC Penney like sweaters like we saw in Mandalorian. I'm talking about actually getting in to these different cultural things that you could be dealing with. And I feel like this show would have done the best with them. And I feel like it's a complete missed opportunity because it all just ends up being humans on screen.
I get that, especially when I do light up a bit whenever you see one of the more alien-y creatures that turn up in some of these scenes, like the party where they're looking at that particular piece. There's like a big old Chungus alien who's among Luthen and some other characters, and I'm just like, oh, look at him. Let's talk to him. Let's see what he does. And you have that with a couple of there's a big old alien with Saw Gerrera's team. He's like he's like a Wampa almost. It's just like, yeah, you always assume in production that they avoid those kinds of creatures because they're maybe worried about what general audiences will do with that. Like, be like, oh, this is too goofy, or I don't quite get it, or maybe it's just harder to have more on screen time with something like that. But in any case, someday.
Especially with the Empire is like there are a lot of anti-alien sentiments throughout the Empire, and they've enslaved a lot of different species specifically to work for them. And I just think that is one of the things, if you're making a show about the Empire and how it's affecting these other cultures, I just think it's a huge missed opportunity for this show specifically that they didn't tackle any of that.
I do wish we had more aliens. It would be nice, but just take what you can get, I suppose. So we're on Coruscant, and Sirill and Dedra are preparing for dinner. Cyril's doing the cooking, and Dedra is choosing a retire for the night, and doing so very awkwardly, like the unhinged lady that she is. She grabs a black clothes, holds it up to Nira, and smiles in a very disconcerting way.
I very much
very
enjoy her
uncomfortable.
hyper fake Stepford wife smile. It's
She
Yeah.
chooses the black of like an officer uniform over her usual white ISB sort of colors. So there's that.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting. Look at that smile. It's
so
it's
unhinged.
unhinged.
Yeah.
Look at Dedra try and be human.
Yeah.
And Sirill, he's very meticulously, straightening out the cutlery before adorning his grey suit with the collar raised, which you might remember Sirill's mother liked to point that out, that he had his collars tailored to be raised. And they wait awkwardly until the doorbell rings. Sirill lets out a breath and invites his mother Edie into the apartment. You
I
remember
feel like
Edie? She
that shouldn't be understated though. They are just standing next to the door,
yeah.
waiting for it to.
They're
I was just
very-
like, "Fucking hell!" Like, this
Yeah.
couple,
Well, it's just they're a strange
Look at
couple.
the house.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's pretty
dark.
pretty dull, isn't it? Yeah.
Mhm.
There is even that
every-
line, isn't there, when the mother comes in and says it's like a palace, and then Dedra says it's home, and then you can see in the background it's just completely empty and sterile and white. It's that's
yeah.
quite a believable like bit of character work. This is what you consider home to be. There's nothing in it at all.
But I mean, this isn't even. Lots of houses. It feels like a lot of houses are just white now, anyway. Like a lot of houses are just incredibly white. Like and the I don't know. It's just it's not even like the house is sterile, but it's not even that unusual. Sirill is really fucking nervous because you might remember that Sirill. I don't know if it's that he doesn't get along with his mother, but she's like really
Well,
good at sort of tearing him down.
She's emotionally abusive. She's an abusive
Yeah.
parent.
And I almost want to say ahead of time, right? I know a lot of people do not like this at all, like even in concept having a scene like this. But I was actually like pleasantly surprised with how this is going to play in. I would say meaningfully to future scenes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. This does serve a purpose. As did her scenes in the she explains a lot about who Sirill is. The way that
Well, she's
she,
incredibly
the
important.
way
Like
that
Sirill
she-
wouldn't do half the stuff he did in season one if it weren't for her. So, like she's almost like the stereotypical Jewish mother. She always wants the absolute best for her son, and the best he can do is never good enough. It's like she drives him on to do so many different things, kind of in the pursuit of respect and admiration that she will never properly give him. And it's like his character can only really be understood by exposure to his mother, who I actually just really enjoy in every scene she's in anyway, because she's very funny.
I enjoy
yeah.
the way, like the nightmare level she is in terms of the way what she says. It's just the way that how cruel she can be. Like, it's just the standard sort of. It's just fun you can have with dialogue sometimes, but a lot of people. Like I do want to acknowledge a lot of people are not fucking looking for this in their Star Wars show. So it
I
like
actually
just
find it, like,
Yeah,
kind of
okay.
difficult to watch in a sense, just because like the constant needling, like it's draining, man. Like
Yeah.
I don't know.
well because this
I've been
it
in
works for me
conversation with people
because
like this before. It's like, oh fuck, man.
as I've said, like this is a whole portion of Sirill that I do care about, but I was missing something we get way later, which I think deserves to
Yes.
be in Arc 1. But it's we can talk about that when we get to it later. But this stuff is still very relevant and very meaningful. And there's fun to be had in having Dedra meet Edie, like these two personalities.
Well, yeah, these personalities are
Dedra
very...
in a domestic setting, like a personal setting, like what's she gonna be like in that sort of environment?
I mean, I enjoy the fact that she offered her hand and just ignored. She's like,
yeah, totally.
Dedra's
ignored.
already like, that is a usual human custom that has been denied. I'm curious as to the results of this.
Starts walking up and like touching her. It's like,
Yeah.
It's a
Doing the whole
power
thing.
struggle from the moment she walks into the room, which is great because especially most of the payoffs for this will obviously come later. But these are the two candidates for the most powerful person in Sirill's life, and the mother has always assumed that was her, and now here is a challenger to that. So she comes in immediately trying to establish her own dominance against this new woman, and that will then be subverted later. And that's only one of the payoffs. Like the mother is also like really important in later episodes. It's kind of like the avatar for Imperial public opinion and things like that. So
Yeah.
she's useful for those reasons.
Sirill wants to get the fuck out of there as well. Like, he offers because she to find spiced tea. He offers to go and find it, like go to the shops and get it. But Edie stops him because she doesn't want him running
The
off.
fact that she
Obviously,
doesn't like let go of the unresponded to remark of like what she would think Dedra looks like, she brings it back up because she needs to have that answered, I guess, or like she wants to have control of the conversation in that regard. It's
Yeah.
like another needle.
yeah. And Sirill just sort of existing there in a state of quiet dread.
You
Yeah.
can like see the energy expenditure it takes just being around her on him. Like,
Well, yeah, and I think
Well,
it's
what's
deliberate
the-
that they keep having Dedra note Cyril's state of being, essentially, with all of this. She keeps looking at him like, this is what it's doing to him.
She
What's
sees the
it's a-
constant discomfort that he's in.
Yeah.
And like, and I do think that it probably even makes her take a step back with some of the things that she's probably said or done or expected out of him and been like, oh, so this is why he is the way he is.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I think
A lot
he
of
sees that.
explanation happening here for in terms of Cyril's life.
So back in the shop, Luthen's shop, Clea establishes contact with Andor, who briefly maintains the sort of radio discipline of speaking in code before basically speaking candidly because he is livid.
Yeah, I like that.
yeah.
And he is like, he wonders if basically any of them even knew that he was that he hadn't been trained to fly this prototype. Like, he seems to be doubtful that like Luthen actually knew this. And then it's like, and obviously naturally to be furious because it's like, well, this could have gotten him killed. And then
And you can buy
and
that
then-
from Luthen, right? Like the idea of like he'll figure it out, or alternatively, like if he doesn't figure it out, he's probably going to go down like with the TIE Avenger, which is still a win in a way.
It makes
Yeah.
you question everything. If Luthen either did know and didn't care, or Luthen doesn't, like the fact that he got bad information, the fact that they don't know. There's all this stuff that's happening. It does feel like, because you even see Clea's kind of like, whoa, 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 like you're making loads of mistakes, you're moving in different directions. I'm trying to warn you. There's protocol to do here. It's just like, oh shit. It seems indicative to me of how we've progressed over time, which we would have seen, delivered in much more significant increments. But obviously they've had to crush the timeline a bit. But it just seems like now Andor's actually got some leverage with them to the point where you can be angry with them and criticize them for like the bad handling of the situation.
Yeah, I can see why Andor would be suspicious of if they knew that this was like that he would have such trouble or whatever, and they sent him in anyway. My takeaway from it in general is, look, this is a prototype, right? This is something they know very little about, and they're trying to get access to it. So I think they just didn't know that it was that those controls were going to be that way.
She looks baffled by a lot of what he's saying. Like,
Yeah.
so yeah, I could believe
you
that.
can see why Andor would have those questions.
Yeah.
And then he basically demands that she find him a safe location before asking to call home. And Clea says that his home is very crowded right now. And Andor presses for more information, but Clea doesn't really know anything else. So he disconnects from the line, boots up the ship, and heads for Minau. He's on his way because that's obviously very important to him to make sure that they're okay. Back at the dinner, Sirill is horrified as Edie is relaying much of his life story, obviously in a very unflattering way.
Also,
like a very derisive way.
His horror to see her dripping the food. he's like, no, we worked so hard to set this up, and I just like the Deirdre's like, it's fine, let her do it.
Yeah. Because Edie talks about how Sirill's father, who she describes as fancying himself as an adventurer, disappeared without a trace, which left only the two of them and Uncle Harlow, who you might remember. She talked about Uncle Harlow a lot in season 1.
Mm-hmm.
There's always Uncle Harlow could help. Uncle Harlow could sort this out. And Sirill attempts to basically stop her from talking, but she immediately shuts him down. Which then prompts Deirdre to explain her backstory, which I don't think makes sense, actually. We could talk about that, because she says that her parents were criminals, they were arrested when she was 3, and that she was raised in an Imperial kinderblock. But like,
So,
she's
the
at
thing with
least in
that
her
is
30s, at least.
You have to assume or infer like a backporting of terminology to
That's what I
insinuate
thought, yeah.
the continuity of the Empire, because you remember the mining accident on Canary, that was considered an Imperial mining accident, was it not? Rather
Well,
than
and,
a Republic one, it
yeah,
would have to be Republic.
If someone referred to an event that happened on Twitter 15 years ago, they might say on X, and it's like, well, it was Twitter back then.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, no, I mean, there is something to be said about that there was meant to be a continuity of government. That's almost part of how it can justify its existence.
Do we think that that's really the case, or we did just think that maybe it just kind of slipped through? That's one of those things I think maybe it just kind of slipped through.
If it slipped through, then the thing with Canary also slipped through, sure, I guess, but taken together, they form a way to make sense of both.
Do you think there's an opportunity in her, like, saying Republic dismissively with a line like that, being like a Republic Kinderblock? You know, like, I think that you maybe have a chance there to just show how much she's into the Empire versus the Republic, but at the same time,
I think that's displayed from her calling it an Imperial Kinderblock, right?
Oh, well, sure. I'm saying there's an opportunity there to do it that way, but at the same time, I bought that it was just doing the terms in retrospect sort of thing.
Yeah. I'm totally happy with that. I mean, it's an explanation that works and means that there's no problem. But it did because when she said it, it's like the Empire's only been around for like 15 years at this point, and you are like at least in your 30s, if not.
I feel like it is so broadly terrible for Star Wars how like young and short-lived the Empire is.
What, that only lasted for 19 years?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they were.
Yeah,
That was
25
a
years,
young and short rule, all things considered.
The OT talks about the Empire as if it has been that way for like 50 plus years or something.
So, well, this is what I will say. Originally, George had, and you can even see this with a lot of books that came out in the 90s and things like that. George had a timeline that the Clone Wars originally had happened, in his estimation, 40 to 50 years kind of before what we see in the OT. He shortened that timeline up, which is one of the reasons Obi-Wan looks a little bit older than maybe he really would realistically based on the timeline of what we see in the prequels and stuff like that. George changed his mind and moved that when he decided to actually go full bore and make the prequels. So maybe there is a little bit of truth to how it felt like it had been around for longer than it truly was. Because it's been there for Luke's entire life, but in terms of everybody else, obviously, it's a different story.
There's that one guy who, in A New Hope, who famously starts shit-talking Vader about the Force. It's like, dude, you would have been alive when the Jedi were running around in Force.
Your old sorcerer's ways. It's like, you talk about it like it's some ancient, like, this
The thing is,
20 years
though,
ago.
it's not fair to A New Hope, really. No, it's
not A New Hope's fault. A New Hope was written with sort of, an implied backstory, and then the prequels. Yeah, because I mean, I agree. I mean, it is crazy to think about. Though I have seen a lot of people point out that an unfortunate reality of Andor is the story it's leading up to, and the destruction of the Empire amounts to fucking nothing because of the sequels. Anyway.
Right, but I mean, we've talked about this so many times. Like, I don't believe any of the five of us and much of the audience ever think of the sequels as actually having happened.
No, they are non-canon at this point for me. Very, very effortlessly, actually.
That's why it's so easy to accept the cannibalization of Andor that is going to happen after Andor ends. They're going to be picking at pieces of this show.
So you're telling me that every time we see Mon Mothma on screen, you're not thinking that she's the one that directly led to the complete demilitarization of the New Republic and an ineffectual government that would come out of that?
Future Chancellor, that's right. The future Chancellor.
You guys aren't thinking about that?
No, I don't tend to. I actually often forget that she's in Ahsoka, but she is.
The first time
oh my god, you're right. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, I'd completely
Jesus. Oh.
You remember? Because there was a subplot with Hera. You remember Hera?
Oh
what
my
a great
god, yes. Isn't C-3PO in that fucking court as well?
Yeah, he shows up to do some illegal shit, essentially.
He delivers a message from Senator or Princess Leia.
I already threatened
Ryan. Lie in court or something?
I already threatened Ryan with he's going to have to watch Ahsoka Season 2 with us.
I'll do it.
That'll be fun.
Might as well have fun while I'm watching it, I suppose. But that just means that The trade-off is that you have to watch all seasons of Clone Wars and Rebels.
Fuck that. How is that a trade?
All of them.
That's.
What the way
trade.
to
I
see
feel like
even
this isn't a
more.
particularly good deal.
He has
Watch
altered the
11
deal.
seasons.
Bray doesn't alter it further.
So, in the conversation at dinner, Edie laments that Dedra was raised without a mother's love, and Dedra replies that she didn't know what she was missing. And then Sirill very violently impales like a space shrimp on his plate and gives it the sauce. He's having a bad time.
Very tactful, isn't it? The thing
Yeah.
Dedra said.
Yeah, it's a you know, it's a kind of a savvy reply actually. But, you know, obviously, you know, there's a bit different of a situation for her. She's not the one who's had to essentially deal with this forever. So we have a very brief scene where we see that Bix, Brasso, and Wilman are packing ahead of their planned departure after sunset. And then, we've still got more of the dinner because Edie is very annoyingly eating her dessert. I don't know how to describe it other than that. It's like really, it's a very annoying way of eating the food. And
Well, it's like, you know,
and
she's
she's-
dealing with two characters who are obsessed with order in every way in life, and watching
Yeah.
her fuck around is annoying them both intensely.
She's taken something that's very neatly prepared and plated and
Just fucking with
presented
it.
and whatnot, and she's literally just stabbing at it. Like,
and
like a
it feels
child.
appropriate that she's stabbing at it while chastising Sirill for the way that she
Existing.
describes it was playing at police work on Morlana,
Mm.
which naturally pisses him the fuck off. So
yeah,
he stands up and leaves.
You get an expression at this point from Dedra that I always took as sort
you
of
see her hands.
she seems very much at the point of being like, okay, that's not cool what you just did to him. Like she seems kind of upset on his behalf at this point. A little bit of humanity coming out for her.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and this is the part where she basically confronts her directly and dictates the terms of Sirill's interactions with Edie that are contingent on her behavior. And she has Edie has some interesting expressions while this is happening, though she starts to get a little bit more uncomfortable as you know, as soon as Dedra basically threatens to go after Uncle Harlow, who has got a record. She's like, you know, probably shouldn't be advertising that quite so much. And then we see the shot of Sirill on bed, which you got to.
There is something amusing about Dedra having gone after Uncle Harlow. It's just like, of course she did. Like, that's just something she would do. And
yep.
I also wonder whether like Edie's uncomfortable or in some sense approving, in the sense like Dedra has just revealed herself to be the kind of woman she respects. In which case, like she will go along with these terms and she won't bitch and she won't complain, because ultimately what mothers like that want for their sons is for their sons to marry essentially their mothers, and she kind of has.
This is the shot that Fring was just referencing, and the context behind this apparently was he improv'd this move, and I'm pretty sure the director of this episode and Tony Gilroy discussed whether this should be kept in, because they weren't sure if this was going a little too far in terms of getting the point across about the character. Broadly, they seem to be happy they've left it in, but I've seen a bit of a split on this in terms of people being like, this is too much, or this is perfect.
Look at him.
I'd put myself in the latter camp. Like, it is very emotionally exhausting to interact with abusers like that. So, yeah.
I honestly, I thought it might have been too much, but where this story goes, I think this functions very well in retrospect in terms of like what this gives you as information about him combined with everything else, and then where you see him go. Like, I think this sets a good foundation for where I'm trying to avoid spoiling technically, right? Even though everyone in the chat has probably already fucking seen it, but like, in terms of where he goes as a character, his spine, let's say, it's interesting to look back and forward and see the dynamic with the two women that essentially control him in his life.
The shocking thing to me was that he's 3 feet away from where they're fucking having this conversation.
I was going to bring this up. He can hear everything they say. Let's be honest.
So that's the thing for me, that when this part gets revealed, I thought he'd gone to the refresher. I thought he went to take a piss or whatever, but he's 2 feet away.
Yeah, and it's
But he
played
did
as
not
though
get
he
it.
didn't catch everything that was just said between the two of them, except the ending, which they seem to be getting along. And I was just like, he would have heard all of it, right?
It would be like audible to him. It's very, very possible he is like not in a state where he is able to listen.
Or maybe
intently.
he did go to the refresher and then came out and lied down. I don't know. There you go. It all makes
The
sense
bed
now.
also like makes me feel just awkward and uncomfortable. It's the wrong shape for a bed. It's the who has a bed that tapers at the end? Your legs will fall out of it, and then they will drag the rest of you with them. I don't think it's sensible.
And they will drag the rest of you with them.
Legs always bring
it's
you down, dude.
gravity. It's just no.
It's kind of shaped like a big toilet.
Yeah. It's the refresher, we just said.
That is weird. It just means the only thing that's close to them when they're sleeping are their feet. Their heads are as far apart as you could possibly be. Like that's how they sleep, I think.
Mm-hmm. Loving relationship.
So
In a way.
back at the wedding, Skolden reveals an incredibly rare Shandy Merle statue. And he explains how the statue was stolen thousands of years ago when the planet was sacked by raiders. And he then thanks Luthen for acquiring this statue, which he then gifts as a piece of history. And then later we see that Luthen, like, it's, you know, some time has passed and they're all sort of conversing with each other. And Luthen is chatting with Erskine, who relays his backstory to him. And it's like, yeah, pay attention to this. This is more important than you might think.
You never would have
The
thought
fact
how
that these
important this
two are
moment is. This is
Yeah.
just, yeah.
This is really important. And Tay approaches Mon and begins singing Skolden's praises and unwittingly communicates that he's spoken with Skolden on something of a regular basis and would
Yep.
like to do that more. And Tay dismisses Mon's concerns like, no, we'll talk next week. But then he does tell Mon that he has to leave early, and he pauses for a while. He pauses for a while, and Mon smiles at him, and then he decides against saying more and bids his farewell. And Luthen is watching.
He's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's
watching.
dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's
Yeah.
dead.
But then the room falls silent as Lita starts to dance. You know, they're doing their dance, the wedding dance. And Mon is pretty obviously distracted. She's not really paying much attention to what's going on.
Well, there you go.
And that's the scene. Yeah. Tay's fucked. He's dead, obviously. And then Brasso. Oh, what's that?
I was gonna say, you know Mahler, where you could have seen Erskine from before this in Star Wars.
The Clone Wars, the Rebels, the Fringe
Rebels,
Floors.
right?
Seen him in Rebels.
What about
Uh,
Tales of the Jedi or the Sith or the Underworld or all of those? I gotta watch them too, right?
You don't have to watch those.
Aww.
Oh no, they fucking suck. Like they're trash. But I desperately need you to watch them because you do not understand the full depths of why I despise Dave Filoni so much because you've consumed like 5% of the Star Wars content that he's put out there.
You have not
But
seen. what I've seen.
wait. Is there
Yes.
like clear this up for me because I'm actually trying to remember. Is there anything you like a lot from Dave Filoni? Has he made anything you like?
I mean, there's like there's like little arcs here or there in the Clone Wars show. Maybe if it's focused specifically on clones and stuff, then I'm like, it's not too bad. But overall, it's essentially all fucking hot garbage, to be honest with you.
Because I'm trying to think is
Um,
like I think the only thing I like from him is kind of the concept of Mandalorian and maybe portions of like the first fucking episode, and that's about it. I'm trying to think, is there anything else I'm missing with him? I'm pretty sure I hate everything that he's made.
Isn't he? Are they
Star
doing
Wars,
like a new
probably.
Star Wars anime show that has like a giant wolf in it?
Probably.
What?
That he's like focusing? I think this is. Have you not heard about this, Theo? I think this is the thing, right?
What?
well,
Like a
Dave
Star Wars
Filoni has an
anime.
obsession
With
with
wolves,
wolves
yeah.
and canines.
I've
I am
noticed, and-
pretty sure this is not my channel. This is not a statement of fact. It's just my suspicions that Dave Filoni has had sex with a dog at one point in his life. And that's why he's like completely obsessed with this shit. But there's like a bunch of wolf stuff all through Rebels and everything. But a new show where there's a wolf?
Well, it was
I
funny.
feel like I saw something. It was like an anime series, and it has like a giant dog, like a giant wolf, and so people started thinking about Princess Mononoke. Like,
I have not heard of this. This is incredible
Well,
stuff to hear.
And on that note, because it wasn't too long after Ragnarok that the Ahsoka came out, so I was already familiar with Skull and Hati, right? A lot of people are anyway. But it was like, these are my two new Sith, is Balin Skull and Shin Hati. I was like, oh, fuck off, fuck off. Every
And
time.
Dave Filoni's name in the Star Wars universe, because he now exists as an X-wing pilot, is Trapper Wolf. That's his name.
what?
Trapper
Is that
Wolf.
the name of the character? That, like, wolves are cool, man, but like,
They're not
you know
that,
what's kind of
they're not
awkward?
cool if you do that. They become cringe
Well,
really quick.
here's the thing, though. Here's the problem. It's kind of like wolf might get annoyed. Like a favorite animal being a wolf is kind of like that's not an unusual choice. You know what I mean? Like if someone said their favorite animal is an ocelot, it's like, huh, that's kind of fun. Or like, oh, my favorite animal is a I'm trying to think of something that's a little
Capybara.
bit more odd. Like no, that's
Giraffe.
becoming a bit more boring. Capybara. A lot of people really like them. I guess what I'm thinking is like an animal that's kind of unusual and not
A
not
tapeworm.
often pointed to as an example.
Cuttlefish.
Wow. Yeah, like a cuttlefish. That'd be kind. Yeah, like if someone said their favorite was a cuttlefish, you'd be like, huh,
Cuttlefish.
It is?
Okay. Yeah, that's right. What should I eat? Cuttlefish and asparagus or vanilla paste or vanilla paste? Cuttlefish and asparagus? Vanilla paste. Very well, I will eat the cuttlefish.
You understand how many people have no idea what the fuck you're doing right now, right?
Oh no! Cuttlefish is about to come out of my asshole. This is a South Park reference.
The idea of
Alright?
people having no context.
I want to be the people who don't know. They're having the time of their life right now.
But you know, to tie it up, it doesn't surprise me, I suppose, that Dave Filoni's favorite animal is a wolf. Not because there's anything wrong with picking a wolf as your favorite animal, but because it is
Listen.
like a really safe choice.
There are
It's a
countless
cool, edgy loner
representations in
animal,
media
not loners.
using wolves for meaning and characters, whatever have you. What Dave Filoni is doing is just the children's like, it's my cool animal, don't you think? Isn't that cool that I have my cool animal?
But it's also just putting it in everything. It's like, dude, there's a lot of cool animals you could be picking as like inspiration for stories. I'm a big fan of the idea of having animals as like inspiration for stories, or you know, symbolically like spirit animals, sort of like you know, influence for like animals are cool. I think animals are great. If you didn't know that, I think
Damn,
critters
really?
are cool.
You want some of
but
the
it's just like-
underrepresented animals to get the spotlight sometimes.
A little bit. I you know, because I've talked about this before. Wolves, you know, wolves have had their reputation rehabilitated. Coyotes and jackals, not so much.
And
I think
hyenas.
that
They're the villain dogs, you know?
they are the villain dogs, and I think that's unfair. You know, but I don't think that's going to.
Platypuses in fucking Star Wars, like the
Yeah.
problem is Filoni's got a fetish with them. That's the thing. It's gone too far than just a little appearance. Like he was like going off about how exciting it was to get Ahsoka to ride a wolf, you know, and shit like that. And it's like Jesus.
But I need to double check. I'm sure that there is a thing that's been announced that's like an anime series that has a giant wolf in it.
Star Wars Visions is a thing they've been doing for a
could
little
be
while
it.
now. So it may be in one of those Visions announcements. I'm not sure.
You might be. Yeah, it
Are
might
they doing
be.
another
It might be one of
Visions?
those. I think
Mhm.
so, right? They've got another season coming out
Okay.
this year. Yeah.
Who's
I kind of like the Aardman one.
who's writing the Darth Maul show that's coming out?
I mean,
Oh,
you know,
Is
who
it
knows?
Filoni?
Wait,
it's probably my
see.
guess is Filoni like supervising, and then it's going to be all the people that you know do Bad Batch and stuff like that. That's my guess.
The head
Let's
writer
see.
is Matt. I don't know how to pronounce that.
What a weird surname.
It's man, I'm sure that'll be great. Maul Shadow Lord, awesome,
Yeah,
really cool
gonna be
name,
so
not
peak.
cringy at all.
Why isn't it called
There's known-
Wolfpack Shadow Lord? That would be even cooler.
known for 24, The Clone Wars, Bad Batch, and Fallen Order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's exactly what we need. More Maul content. A character who never should have came back to life and existed far beyond when he should have.
Oh, he
He's
wrote Tales
he
of
is
the
fucking
Underworld.
chasing
Oh,
Ahsoka in the like you need to stop category.
I will say I do
he wrote
enjoy
the
him.
first 3
What did he
episodes
do?
of Tales of the Underworld. It's over. I've seen those. They're terrible.
It's over.
I do enjoy though. We got him screaming Kenobi to the heavens. That's a pretty good clip. That's kind of a funny meme. Kenobi. It's like, oh my god, calm down, jeez.
Hey man, he chopped off his legs. Okay, that's fucked up.
But we did a 10 season series of Maul, just each one encompassing a year of him living on that garbage planet after being bisected with no fucking asshole somehow, and him just surviving, just eating garbage the entire time.
While he's
And
got his
just, like,
giant
humbling
spider
himself.
ass.
But
like
then,
that.
Yeah, exactly.
Episode 10 Vader, episode 20 Emperor, episode 30 Snoke. You got to get everyone in there, okay? And you got to have little like fights with him when he doesn't have his legs. It'll be funny.
Maul is Snoke. So it makes it ironic when he gets bisected in the same way Maul already got bisected.
He doesn't survive it the second time. Like, damn
Yeah,
it.
he'll come back again.
He just needs what's her name? Fuck, why have I forgotten it? The lady with the metal stomach replacement.
Oh, her.
Sniper lady.
Oh god.
Fennec.
Oh.
something?
Benny Shand.
Fennec Shan, yeah. Minau and
Good god, that
Um,
was retarded. Oh my god, the writing is so good. I can't wait for more of it.
Carry you
I'll
out
wait
of
for
the
Andor to be
desert
over,
to the
guys.
nearest shop that does replacement stomachs in the middle of the fucking desert.
Stupid. Anyway,
Ride or
So,
die.
Brasso tells B2, a very disappointed B2, that he's leaving. And B2 asks how Andor will know where to go, and Brasso assures him that Talia will take care of him. You know, he'll be okay. But an Imperial ship, it flies overhead.
is it worth
Um,
saying we all but confirmed this is the final scene for this droid?
Wait, is he not coming back in
Yeah,
the
which
last
is-
episodes?
I don't know,
He's
but
still-
it seems
well,
unlikely at this
look,
point.
He's either got left on the fucking planet and is just still like circling around desperately looking for Cassian, or Luthen sent an assassin to fucking murder him because he knows too much. Like, those are our two options.
I figure
don't
that
know.
He's future.
now that I watch this scene knowing what I know, it's like, is that the point of this? To say like, and he lived happily ever after with Talia, that's his fate. It's like, oh, okay.
But it's impossible. He's always depressed whenever
I know.
Andor isn't around.
That's what I mean.
So he's
I
probably just going to
I
be
feel
there
like-
forever being miserable.
There's some confusion for a lot of people here because there's like, oh, I figured you'd give the droid a bit more than that. He seemed more important than and then he went off somewhere, sort of storyline, you know. But
I
guess
don't like the idea that he's going to get jilted by. He's going to get cucked effectively by K2 when he turns up.
Oh, definitely. There's no room for him if K2's there.
Shinier droid.
Oh no, Cassian's gonna come back with K2.
Ooh.
No.
Ooh.
Well,
Yeah, well.
what I think is going to happen is the last scene we see, the last sequence we see, and I'm going to hate it if it is. The last scene we see in the epilogue for Andor season 2 is Bix getting a notification that Cassian died, and she like starts crying, and she walks in a little hut, and she's there with B2, and like she's like, but Bix, you look so sad. Is everything okay? And she's like, yeah, B, it's fine. And then she goes over to a space cradle and picks up a little 3-month-old baby. And like that's gonna be the end of Andor season 2.
And then Filoni can write the rest of their tale. It's gonna be great.
And then Bix is actually force sensitive, so she's gonna become
Oh,
she's
yeah.
gonna
She
show
can
up
meet
in the
up with
Mandalorian and
Ahsoka.
Grogu movie.
Yeah, she can team up with Ahsoka and Mando and Sabine and Bo-Katan and who else is there? Boba Fett. He can come back. Gosh,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
so many wonderful characters. I can't wait.
So, Bix is still on the radio listening for Andor, but Brasso suggests that they leave it now rather than waiting until sunset. But the two realize they don't know where Wilman is, and his speeder is gone. So it's a bit of a problem for them. He's out with Bila, and he tells her that he has to leave, but he's gonna return. He's not sure when. And the two hug, but then she discovers he has a blaster. It's like, oh, that's a bit awkward. And then at that moment, a convoy of Imperials arrive at Kellen's shop, and Wilman's speeder is parked there. So he's just kind of stuff. Like he has to run back basically.
See,
And that guy Kroll, he's back.
you just lied about the blaster instead of for bullseyeing Womprats. She would have believed it, right?
That's right. Yeah. I
Idiot.
don't know why that feels like it reminds me of a joke in Blue Harvest where, like, I can't remember who someone because Chris was Luke where they're like, Jesus Christ, like that's unhinged, just
Yeah.
shooting one front. What's wrong with you? Yeah. Woman runs back as Brasso actually heads out to search for him on his speeder, but we gotta go back to Chandrilla first. That's still ongoing. Luthen and Mon are speaking, and Luthen tells Mon that Tay has been pestering Skolden all weekend. He's been at him all weekend. And she acknowledges this, but she's still in disbelief. But Luthen retorts that people fail.
Is this confirmation of why? Like, is this kind of like Luthen was here because he was worried about this?
I don't know if we're meant to conclude. I don't know. I mean, actually, no. Yes, I think that's true because we do learn about the that there would be reasons why he would know more about Skolden. That you know.
Yeah, because
that's entirely possible.
the fact that he
Yeah.
said as well, like I warned you from the start. Like I assume he's been keeping tabs anyway. And the obviously the line like, "Would you have told me?" They're like, it's almost like testing loyalty here, and he's clearly frustrated with her. She's frustrated with him.
And but Mon is determined to find a number which will satisfy Tay, but Luthen points out that she already knows the number. He says they will be vulnerable forever, and Mon must be protected. And Mon says to this, "I'm not sure what you're saying." And Luthen replies, "How nice for you."
One of the best
she
things
does know.
in the arc. That
The
moment.
look he gives.
Yeah.
Oh, you can
Almost
tell
little,
he's just tired of this shit.
And like that, this is probably the best line of this first batch of 3 episodes. Obviously the acting and stuff is on point, but the line and the difference and the things that she doesn't understand versus the things he has to do, and how naive she truly is about the things that are required for the rebellion to succeed.
Yeah, like it's like half of it is, are you that naive about this? The other half is just like, really playing that card right now? Like you're putting it on me again? Like I have to do this every fucking time? How nice the life you get to live is the one of like, oh, what are we doing? No, that's crazy. But genuinely, she's just not made the decisions that he has. She is not the person he is. Not to jump ahead, but just her reactions to events in episode 9, right? It's like, it definitely tells you she's just not ready for these elements. She's still very much the politician.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just really entertaining to watch. It's a very, very good conversation. And once again, adding to the whole, like, Luthen's relationships are strained right now.
And I suppose it's probably worthwhile to just summarize Mon's story here, because it does cut back and forth from this and the what's happening with Andor, Bix, and whatnot. But it's probably easier, and there's just more clarity in summarizing what happened. So they have that conversation.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to add, I kind of interpret him saying how nice for you and her realizing and then turning away. That's her basically saying, "Okay, do it."
Okay, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, essentially, and we see kind of what is she going to do to essentially cope with this, because this is, in a sense, in season 1, they were sort of ramping up the difficulty of the choices that she had to confront and like the challenges, but this is obviously the hardest one. This is the most difficult one, and it clearly has an impact because everybody's dancing. You got some dance, which I've seen people. Do we need to have a conversation about the music?
Well,
do we have to?
Here's my take on this sequence. I think that her, I think that her, turning away, immediately downing a shot, and like just kind of like letting go and trying to like not think about what's about to happen to her friend, her lifelong childhood friend, who she came to, who she got in all this stuff, and now he's getting killed because of that. I totally buy the first sequence of her doing that and her trying to get into it and blend in and forget. and maybe even coming back to it once, I felt like it went on way too fucking long.
I
And
think the
it
reason why it felt like it went so long is because of the intercutting between what's happening with Andor. Like, in actuality, it's probably only like a minute or maybe 2 minutes of total runtime, but it lasts for like the final third of the episode. It's really, I'm not sure
And
how I feel about it as an editing choice.
I
It's, I
find
mean,
it
it's,
pretty effective as a juxtaposition, I guess, of like, yeah, these are exactly the sorts of things that are going through her mind right now. I know we already understand that, but like having it laid out in this sort of manner is something that I think is worthwhile for them to do on like the grander scale of what the show is about.
So it seems to me we're trying to run parallels again, because this is an editing choice similar in episode 1 in terms of like trying to make a point, right? Like the rebellion is cracking and shit's happening that's going all wrong thanks to Empire forces and attempts to curb them, and we're cutting between different versions of that, like Andor's desperation versus Bix's like basically killing a guy who's trying to rape her versus the trying to drown yourself in drugs and activities to forget that you've just signed off on your childhood friend being killed and your daughter having been married off into a life that you hate already for her. It's like it's all like it's a big collapse basically. So I
It's
get
the
it.
lethal stress of it all, yeah.
yeah. I mean, like, I don't even know that I'd frame it as the choice that she's made. I think it's like when she turns away, she hasn't consented to like her
I think
friend
she
being
did.
killed. It's happening, and she can't stop it. This world and everything around it about this rebellion is going to happen, and she is not ready to face up to the consequences of all of this. So the reason for cutting back and forth between the scenes on the farm planet and her dancing wildly is that like one is showing you the kind of world that she is not able to actually contemplate. Like she will not let herself do it. She has to almost put up this psychological block, which is just drinking and dancing, because she can't cope with the idea that this is the way the world is.
I mean, I wouldn't deny that as an interpretation. My takeaway was that that was her consenting and that she's drowning herself because she doesn't want to think about what she's just done.
Mhm.
But
'Cause-
my takeaway is I don't think it's consent. I kind of go the other way that it's happening whether she likes it or not, and she's come to the realization that it's happening. Not that she's signing off
So
necessarily.
the reason why I
There's
go
no
with it is her consenting is because if she wanted to stop it, she still can.
I mean, in theory, yes, but it could blow up. It would blow everything up.
That's why
Like, I think
that's why I would go that
I think she-
direction. I'd say that she's understood the situation and she knows what has to happen.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's different than like. I don't think her turning away and walking away is her giving consent to Luthen to kill it. I think it's her being resigned to this is what Luthen is going to do. Period. And
Yeah, it's the difference between saying okay, kill him, and saying fuck, there's nothing I can do to stop you killing him. Like she kind of recognizes it has to
I
happen.
do think that's
Sure,
important
she could
though.
go and tell him and
Yeah,
warn
there
him,
is
but
a way she can
realizes
stop
that
it,
can't happen.
but she's choosing not to.
I don't. I think she probably sees already that she can't stop it, right? Like the point of the conversation up until
Well, this could
now
be
has
semantics.
been-
She can't stop it in the sense that with every value considered, there's nothing more to be done. Like the choice is
Yeah.
already made. But I mean, that's like two sides of a coin in the sense that that is the choice she's making. That is how responsibility and accountability work. She knows what she wants, and unfortunately, Tay's life is not going to outweigh Tay's death right now.
She has no like realistic options to prevent it in her mind. Like
Yeah,
when
like-
she weighs everything up.
You could do all kinds of things to try and extend it without ruining the whole situation or buying him more time or saying like making excuses or whatever, but I believe at this point that she knows there's not many other answers and that this is the way to go. That's why, hence the immense wave of guilt.
Yeah, I think that if we want to argue about consent, there's another.
Oh well, we're
there's
nearly
another
there.
scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say,
But
I
Yeah.
appreciate with her dancing as she's like, like this very, very physical way of like expressing everything that's welling up inside her throughout the past couple of seasons in terms of having to like completely bottle up all of this guilt and whatnot. Perrin is one of the few people who seems to like, or like the only person who seems to notice and maybe be a little bit concerned about her because
Yeah.
maybe he knows her well enough to actually be able to determine that something is wrong where no one else would be able to.
Yeah, no, it's he seems a little bit like curious about it, whereas nobody there probably knows her well enough to know this is out of character.
She's just dancing. to anyone
Yeah.
else.
Well,
Which
yeah,
is
it's a kind of a cool sort of thing it's meant to be this happy moment where everybody's having a blast, but she's like in a daze, basically, like
literally
zoning
just
out.
thrashing around in order to like
Yeah.
give motion to all of the guilt and whatnot.
I want to see
Mhm.
her twerking up against some like Bith singer or something like that. That would really bring the whole thing together.
I guess to talk about the music anyway, I think it is pretty silly, like as an argument, like this isn't music that would exist in like the Star Wars world. It's like, why? Why wouldn't there be like dance music in the Star Wars
Remember the
universe? I don't really.
fucking club we went to in the prequels? I don't know, man. Like, I feel like these
Well,
this sort
so
of music would.
You
the
don't
50s diner,
even
you talk
need
about that as
that.
well. Like there's plenty of
Yeah,
things.
Oh,
I mean, you know,
The first
cantina
song
music
we
is
hear
already
in
goofy.
the first song we hear in the Mos Eisley Cantina is just like it's like jazz music. You know what I mean? It's actually called jizz, right? Like
Well, I
it's
think
It is, yeah.
I think I saw someone make the observation that people in the Star Wars universe don't listen to they don't listen to the John Williams soundtrack in their
Maybe
like
they
universe.
should.
Oh, but they do.
Maybe
Remember, in Solo, the Imperial March is actually diegetic, isn't it?
Oh,
When he
yeah,
goes to
yeah.
sign up. So technically, they do.
Sorry?
Why couldn't they have followed the blueprint and had the orchestra in universe, Rebel Moon style, man? Damn.
But yeah, the idea like, oh yeah, there wouldn't be any dance music is like that's pretty stupid. Like that's kind
Well,
of just a stupid like observation.
The
I
best
think.
version of the argument is that to people it feels out of step with what they expect Star Wars music to be. I suppose it didn't for me. I was just
That's
like,
more of there's more to be said about that. I mean, we talked about how the Acolyte music was fucking embarrassing and
oh,
totally
the credits music,
not.
yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
remember? Yeah,
Oh, no.
yeah.
Why'd you
Let that
remind
flood
me?
back in. Like that would be an example, but of course the difference is that's non-diegetic music.
it's so embarrassing.
That's like the score.
Well, yeah,
And I
this
would agree that it is really weird to radically deviate from what has always been the consistent tone of Star Wars soundtracks, even with the variations that there are between, you know, different stories. That was like a notable cringe deviation.
that was one of my criticisms of the first Andor trailer that came out.
yeah, I wasn't hugely fond of that
was-
trailer.
Yeah, that music was a little bit of an odd choice, I will say.
Yeah, I think it for a show that's already kind of labeled by a lot of people as not Star Wars to go out with your first trailer and to give something like that, and I felt a much better trailer could have been achieved if you had kind of just slow building, more traditional music like we're used to hearing in the universe, like from these movies and from these shows. I think it just was a really easy decision as opposed to the actual music that they put over top of it. But my biggest thing about it is like I'm totally fine with what she does and her going out and dancing and letting loose and trying to forget that her best friend's about to get killed. For me, just the constant cutting it back in when we already know what she's doing, we already know that's happening. That didn't add anything to me, and like more just took away from it and felt like I don't need to see
Well, I know
another 10 seconds of her dancing.
you're very much not alone. I know a big part of the conversation when this arc came out was everyone was talking about whether or not they liked the editing choices. It was jarring for some, worked for others. Definitely a common complaint from what I saw. I'm not even 100% sure what I think.
Tricky. Me either, because like I don't know. There's something about it that kind of throws me a little bit, but at the same time, I suppose I can kind of understand the logic of intercutting it. I would not even compare this to being remotely on the same level as the terrible intercutting in Daredevil Born Again.
No.
That was horrendous. This is much more like, as opposed to like, oh god, stop. But but yeah, she's dancing, and while this is happening, Tay heads to the landing platform where he is picked up by Cinta, who has replaced his driver, and Vel sees her. And the two look at each other for a moment before Cinta gets in the vehicle and drives Tay away from the wedding, never to be seen again.
Oh right, yeah, because you're summarizing that side first. That was a funny one. Apparently, because like some people got very confused as to Tay's fate in that moment. Like there was confusion. I'm not entirely sure because a lot of people suggested like he should have been shown being killed, and it was just like, but why?
Well, can we just like be real honest? there have been so many incredibly, and look, I have plenty of criticisms about the show. And I think we've all got some in particular here or there. There have been so many ridiculous conversations surrounding this that I think just stems from people not paying attention to what they're fucking watching.
Yes.
There are people that didn't know who Cinta was, right? There are people
Man.
who
Right. Well,
legitimately did not recognize her
listen, I'll give
and
some
did not
room, okay?
understand.
I get people, but like it is, if you're gonna be analyzing it, it would be a good idea to refamiliarize yourself with the characters. Like,
Yes.
to give an example, right? If I had a family member who's watching this casually and they didn't rewatch season 1, and they said I don't remember Cinta, I'd be like, I don't really blame you for that. That can happen.
For sure.
But
Yeah,
if you're gonna
but
say
there's a
like
difference
as a
between that
criticism
and-
of the show, how was I supposed to know who the fuck that was or what it was supposed to mean? Is like, well, they expect you remembered the first season.
Of
Yeah, I
course.
think there's a difference between people that are just sitting down and plopping down on their couch to watch it and people who are going to spend hours talking about it and discussing it.
Yeah.
I do think there's a difference there.
Of course.
And yeah, the idea that some people didn't, they're like, well, what? They're just going to leave him alive after that? Like, I heard people saying that. I'm like,
Leave him alive.
what? Like, obviously, the implication is that Cinta is there to fucking kill him. Like, they're gonna take
Yeah.
off from this place, and then he's gonna fucking die. And they're
It
like,
is,
"Well, why didn't you turn around and shoot him?" It's like they're right in the middle of a fucking thing. What are you talking about?
Okay, shoot him in public. That's absurd. But I think it is a side effect of placing quite a high degree of trust in your audience that you will probably lose a bunch of quite casual people. But also it means that if people do miss the point of like seemingly the point of one scene, like why she's there and what that means, you're also going to miss quite a lot of other story material because there are usually more than one thread to every scene you're in. So like the fact she's already there driving him away means that that's already been arranged and she's like been waiting to do this. So that there's another consequence of that being that the conversation between Luthen and Mon Mothma has only just happened. Clearly, these events are basically in motion already, which is another thing you'll miss if you don't even recognize who the character is.
Yeah.
Like a show that had less faith in its audience might have tried to work in a scene with her earlier on, so we can reestablish sort of face memory and things like that. But like Andor doesn't really have the time or the patience to do it.
But he
Yeah,
did.
it's just I don't know. Like what? Yeah, I mean, what do they want though? Do they want a scene where it's just like, oh hey, turn around and then just grabs a garrote and
Well-
chokes him out? Like,
I mean, you know, I'll entertain. There's alternatives, and you could do, like, for example, imagine Luthen was the one to actually do it. You could make
I
a
mean, yeah, you
scene.
could do the Godfather thing, right? In the car, like you do that shot and he's getting choked out,
Well,
and
just,
kicking through the window, and
you know, Luthen's like, oh, let me jump in with you. I need to go back as well. It's just sort of like, and then, you know, we have that scene where they park in some fucking dark place. He gets out, and then he's just like, you could imagine a
gives
Luthen
a
speech that
monologue.
would be pretty fucking meaningful, and then he kills him, like that sort of thing.
Though I guess the one thing we can say, I guess, to like, because this is typically the way this show operates, you know, moments like that where you're required to pay attention and infer some things. The idea that the scene we're about to talk about is so blatantly over the top, on the nose, with her screaming, "He tried to rape me," makes that scene and the choice to have her verbalize it really stand out because of how over the top that was, if that makes sense.
You're saying with like the subtlety in which they present other issues. I mean, this one we know was something they wanted to be specific about labeling. At least I'm pretty sure Tony Gilroy said that.
Yeah, because like, we might. I guess we might as well kind of. I'll
well,
wait
yeah,
to.
we're
about the
finished
scene
with the
when it
Mon
comes up,
stuff, so
yeah.
we now that the Mon stuff's done, it will just be the Andor Bix, all of that until the end. So we see that Andor arrives over the planet, contacts Bix, but Crone is approaching in a transport, and he speaks with Bix, notes that she's packing, and just plainly expresses doubts about the story of that they've got like they got to go over to a different place to do like emergency work. Meanwhile, Brasso is sneaking towards Kellen's store, but he is apprehended by a stormtrooper. So
I
he's
thought it was a
being
bit
captured.
lame.
It sucked. That
Yeah.
part fucking sucked. Like it.
He just
It
rounds the
doesn't-
corner. Is like, "Hey, you stop!"
Well,
It's like, okay,
this looks like some editing cheating. It's like, Brasso, how did you not see that guy? Was that just like really unlucky that he was behind like the door or something? And just, you know, damn, dude. Because
Like, why'd you even come out in the open path?
yeah,
Like,
and
I
it's
don't even get it.
dissatisfying because Brasso knows this area way better than every stormtrooper that's going to come here, and it's just like, oh, all
You
right.
see that on Ferrix in season 1 with the corporate police people.
They're
Yeah.
not
They
very
don't
good
know
at
the area.
navigating the terrain. That's right, and they're not used to it. So yeah, it's a bit awkward. But they needed him to get captured for kind of, I mean, what his story is going to be. So Crone just enters Bix's home and outright tells her that he knows she's illegal. He then bemoans how stressful his job is before saying that he's always looking for ways to relax. And
I think it's worth mentioning just for for the setup. He's left like basically all of his troopers behind, and he's
only got
basically
one guy.
ordered the only other guy to stay outside, which is important when
Yeah.
it does come to contextualizing the scene that caused the controversy.
And in addition to that, when they arrive kind of at the main little shop place, and you know, the girlfriend of the other Ferrix guy, Wilmer, or whatever his name is, Wilman.
Willman. Yeah.
It- when she approaches, the older woman immediately like sees the look that Kroll gives her, like these kind of predatory eyes, and tells her, "Hey, go inside right now," like to get her away. So they do a little bit of good setup, I think. There, they've already done creepy setup with him, obviously, but they do a little more good setup there with just showing that other people can see the way he's looking at the other women.
Yeah, he's he doesn't particularly conceal how much of a creep he is. And after he says the looking for ways to relax, he just outright invades her personal space, grabs her hand, and Bix is staring at the ground, basically frozen. Meanwhile, we see that Andor is entering the atmosphere in the ship. He's getting closer, and then Brasso
just
gets a
quickly on
yeah.
that. I wish there was just a small interaction of, because it looks like a Star Destroyer. It just says like, it identifies the prototype ship or something, and it's just like what presence do you have in this area or something, and then Andor gives like some kind of passing code, just so that we can have anything to think of why the Star Destroyer wouldn't have picked it up and been like,
Either
what
that
the
or
fuck
like
is this?
he knows, like he sees at that moment when he sees the Star Destroyer, it asks for his code. He doesn't respond and just flies down to the planet, which is kind of implying he knows that they have to leave and they're never coming back. So there's not even an attempt to game the system. It's
I just would have thought that
Imperials are here and we're fucked.
they're not that slow. Like, he does have to do a couple of things before he can leave, and it's just like, man, I feel like TIE fighters would have gotten here and he would have been shot potentially. It would have been a really bad timing, actually, because they probably would have been well within range of destroying his ship right when he's landed it, considering his arrival. I don't know, I guess I wanted something that would have given him a bit more time.
And then the sequence that was kind of played out on screen, by the way, as Brasso gets brought in front, and that's another thing that I saw a lot of.
Oh shit! Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, because basically he gets
Go ahead.
brought up. He gets brought to there by the Imperials, and Brasso launches at Kellen and calls him a betraying bastard. He basically says like, "Oh yeah, you lure people in and then report them, like fuck you." But then when he gets pinned to the ground, the two men share a glance, and Kellen faintly nods. So it's like, he's trying to save Kellen. He's trying to spin a story that will save him.
This is
from the Empire.
borderline explicit. When Brasso first does his like "fuck you" piece of shit, like the guy looks completely bewildered. Like what? Like why are you?
Yeah.
And then of course the looks you talk about, the exchange is like. I feel like there's a line that Andor doesn't like to cross with stuff like this, where it doesn't want someone to say, "Wow, that was a good cover, Brasso. Now they certainly won't punish him." Like, we wouldn't want that. We want to go as far as we can, which they did the expressions, but like a lot of people did not pick this up. They were almost a little confused.
Even by basically almost getting explicit, it still wasn't good enough.
Well, I would say that someone could have, I wouldn't agree with this, but someone could have criticized this moment, being like, man, they really needed to show Brasso looking at him like sort of, oh, I did that for you, and then showing the other guy being like, thanks, I got that. It's like, that's unnecessary, but it's like, maybe it is necessary. Just keep it, it's all right. A lot of people in chat saying they did not pick it up, so...
Yeah, I saw a lot of confusion surrounding that from people like when they were having discussions about this, about like, I can't believe that guy sold Brasso out. That's like, that came out of nowhere. Like, well, it didn't happen. But yeah, and then obviously we get into the attempted sexual assault.
And Fringy mutes because he's a coward.
Just want to give his
What a
take. Look,
monster.
look, my reaction to this was I didn't watch it when it came out. The night it came out, I wasn't like sitting there, oh, I'm gonna wait, stay up and wait. I didn't do that. But I wake up in the morning and I see all of these reactions on social media. And I was like, man, what did they do? Rape, and like they showed like a rape sequence, like it showed a rape scene. Like I'm thinking this is gonna be Game of Thrones like level
Yes.
of
I got the same impression,
debauchery,
yeah.
sexual violence. And I'm like, holy shit. Well, I mean, I guess I can't believe they would go out and do that. And I tune in, and it is essentially a fight scene. There was like nothing gratuitous about it at all. I think the scene in and of itself, I mean, she kills him. There's a struggle, and she finally gets her hand on a pipe or a wrench or something and hits him on the head, and he dies.
Yeah, when she hits him and he starts to like basically like he's phasing out of life, basically like crippled. I had a thought of like, oh shit, that's probably it then, because he seems like almost down. I thought it was going to go way further, and by way further, I don't mean like all the way, because obviously it's fucking Disney. But I did assume it would get a lot more disturbing, I guess is the word I would use. Because people
Based on
seemed
people's
disturbed by
reactions,
it.
that's what I felt.
I had heard so much of the hubbub about this before I even watched it. Like, this was unavoidable if you were online at all
Yeah.
and vaguely aware of Andor existing, which was kind of frustrating in its own way. But then I get there and watch it, and I don't know, I'm left only to conclude that, like, the majority of Star Wars fans are pretty fucking juvenile. I don't know, man.
I don't even know that I'd say that. I think it's the majority of people who criticized it either didn't watch the show and had no intention of watching the show, or barely watched the show and had nothing else to criticize. And so they found, oh, this is obviously controversial. And then the headline, which was circulated with Gilroy talking about it, the headline was a shit headline. If you read the comments, it's nothing that no writer wouldn't talk about when talking about like the inspirations and the ideas behind your world building, your themes, and what you choose to include. But the headline got shared massively. And then it just became the thing, the rape scene in Star Wars. There is no rape scene. It doesn't happen. It never happened. There's an attempted assault, and the woman fights it off, which, as we kind of established right at the beginning, this is part of her journey. She begins being tortured in her own nightmares by the guy who abused her in the previous season. Then she's faced with basically an equivalent form of that again being thrust upon her. And she reacts, she fights back, she fights him off, she wins. She's regained a bit of her power and her agency. It's vitally
part of
important in
the-
establishing where she's going to go next.
Well, she kills two
part of
Imperials
the
in this
broader
scene.
arc of,
Yes.
that's right. She takes out the second one. But yeah, it's.
then-
I mean, the scene is the scene is presented seriously as it should be. It's not. This isn't like some action scene that's meant to be something like it. It's what's happening is very bad. And she manages to stop it before it before it gets worse. But the way that it was getting talked about on Twitter, you would certainly think that it was more happened than was shown in the scene.
More
Yeah,
than anything
absolutely.
happened. Yeah.
Well, anything happened at all. But like the reason as well that I made a point of saying that he leaves the soldiers behind and he leaves his other man outside is that because then the controversy moves on to whether or not you should have a space word for rape, which
That
hooray.
is insane. Like, to me, I cannot believe. Like, isn't that like what? Sorry, it actually does stun me a little bit.
I wonder if that was a mistake, because I think a lot of people would rather argue they just don't want the word rape as opposed to they want. I don't think anyone actually wants a Star Wars word for rape.
Like, how insane it would be if they used like a flim-flam word to describe this. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, all the jokes have been made, but like, it's. I genuinely think some people might have accidentally walked into that when they didn't mean to. They just mean they don't want to hear the word rape. Not that they really want to hear a Jar Jar Binks word for rape. Like, no, I don't think anyone's advocating that.
I think there's a degree of bargaining down going on there as well, though, which is that I think loads of people, if anyone who's streamed on this subject since it happened, has been on stream having had this argument and pointed out, for example, that children get murdered on screen in Revenge
Yeah.
of the Sith, and Jabba is quite clearly not keeping Leia in a gold bikini because he's hungry or something like that. All those other things when people actually who've forgotten how dark the prequels got, and even the original trilogy, then get bartered down to saying, "Well, I just didn't want the word to be used."
Yeah,
But
that's
actually,
it. That is
the
truly
point
it.
to come on to is that the use of the word is vitally important as a tool of the world building as well as the theme here.
I just want to be absolutely clear. I'm not saying people didn't say this is what they want. I agree with that. I'm saying that truly, I don't think that's what they actually want. They just didn't want the word rape in here.
Well, it's a bit. It's just given how many, in A New Hope, you see an entire planet get blown up. That's genocide,
right?
Star Wars is not a series that, since the beginning, it has not been absent of dark events and serious events and so it becomes very, singling this out specifically, it does seem like it would just be that they don't like the word, and it's a word that describes something horrible, but the idea of using like a flim-flam word to describe it instead of using the actual word is like baffling to me.
Well, tried to purgle me.
To throw like an ever so slight bone, like this is a form of atrocity that is much less common on our screens.
We know,
right?
There's a reason why people have reacted the way that they did, and I think we all know that. It's just the question of how appropriate is it, / is it something that should be portrayed? They start to come up with conversations, which I think are the much more interesting sort of thing to have about Star Wars as to whether or not this should be portrayed, right? There's arguments against it that I don't think the one about, like, I shouldn't have to explain to my children what rape means, when it's just like, your children shouldn't be watching Andor. Like, you shouldn't be showing them Andor.
Your 6-year-old would probably be bored to death.
Well, there's that angle, but, like, what age are we talking about here? Like, if they're like...
It is a mature show. Like, it's not... This is a... I'm not saying that as like, oh, it's a mature show, you wouldn't get it. It's like, no, I mean, it's targeting itself for a mature audience. This is not going for all ages.
Well, so,
this is not for all ages kind of a appeal that something like A New Hope has.
We all know the parents' responsibility, right, is to watch the shit that is a higher age rating than their children to check whether or not it's appropriate for them. And I'm assuming a lot of parents would conclude that this is not appropriate for children under the age of whatever they've decided as parents, which is fine with me. If you think your kid can handle / understand this, then, fair enough. But simultaneously, if not, don't... Like, what I guess I'm trying to say is, like, you should have been watching this before watching it for the first time with a kid anyway. You should probably just check it out, right? Like, make sure. I mean, my parents did that with all kinds of stuff.
That's the whole point of the rating. I mean, I know that nobody cares about the rating, but the whole idea of parental guidance is like, that they're telling you that if a kid is watching it, you should be offering them guidance as a parent on how to understand what it is.
If we...
They're probably going to... one of the arguments I've seen for that, and I don't think it's completely like worthy of being dismissed for everything, but there's a lot of people like, if I'm turning on a Star Wars show, I wouldn't expect to have to necessarily screen it for my kids. Now, I don't have any problem with the fucking scene, with the inclusion of the scene. My criticism is based on how everything is normally portrayed in Andor, specifically, like we've talked about, these things that are implied, these things that you can see, but it doesn't need to be beat over the head, was what told me they so desperately wanted this non-rape, but attempted rape scene to be a discussion point and something they were proud to include, was Bix's line, he tried to rape me. And that was the thing that, for me, it wasn't the word rape that took me out. It was how that kind of hit you over the head with
what was she supposed to say?
I mean, I don't know. I don't really understand that as a criticism.
Well, to counter the point as well, again, bringing back up the point that he left all his men outside and he left the troops behind and then the other man outside. Like, what's happening in that scene is that she is making an appeal to the law that the officer involved knew he was violating, because that's why he left his men behind so they didn't witness it. She makes a direct appeal to the law because, as people have pointed out, not always in the most sensible way, the Empire has certain standards. Vader might not have approved of this kind of thing, and the officer understood that, which is why he tried to do it in private even. She makes a direct appeal to the law, and the officer's immediate response is basically to not hear that response. He just proceeds. And if you then consider that in sort of dialogue with everything we've seen, for instance, about Sirill's attitude toward the Empire, about his almost naive faith in its fundamental rightness, what you're seeing is what that will boil down to in the end. The law doesn't exist in totalitarian societies in order for the poor people to have recourse to it. The law only exists for those who are already empowered to use it where it's convenient and ignore it where it isn't convenient. And that's, as Tony Gilroy was saying in the article that was quoted quite extensively, that is the story of so many revolutions. In fact, all revolutions and all wars and all totalitarianism. It's your inability to have recourse to the law that the empire says it upholds is the real origin of so much totalitarianism. So
Yeah,
the
the
fact that she
destruction of the
invokes the word is
institutions.
vital to understand how the power play really plays out.
Yeah, and I do. I wonder how much of like the response to it is because of like, particularly on the internet, the use of like silly substitutes essentially for the real words like unalive or grape or things like that, and if that's actually made it to where people like genuinely struggle to even hear like the real words, like the words themselves just being uttered makes people deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah, for
And
me, like I wouldn't even care. Like if it's a scene where she's like talking to Andor about what just happened, and he's like, he tried to rape me, Cassian, and Andor gets pissed, or like I have no like. To me, it was the lack of subtlety in that moment when we're so used to seeing a show that is. So that was the thing that stood out to me
I
as
don't
how on the nose it was.
I don't
the
really
thing is
even
that
agree that Andor tends to operate in that manner, though, because, like, something I very much appreciate in Andor Season 1 is that it is very much not shy about telling you, hey, these evil, horrible fascists and whatnot, they are, like, real, normal people as well, and also the cost of the rebellion. Like, it will show us in things like, in places like Narkina, in the Ferrix like uprising and stuff, it will show you like people you have known and seen like speak and be part of scenes just die like instantly, quickly, just to a blaster bolt going stray somewhere. It is very much not shy about like showing you the brutal realities of what things like this rebellion entail.
And there's and you know, on top of that, there's no reason why Bix wouldn't say exactly what happened. Like, there's no reason that she would, particularly if the whole point is to essentially get this person to stop and help her. There's no reason why she wouldn't say exactly what happened. Which I mean, that is what happened. Like she, and I just find it. I find it strange that like there's an argument revolving around like whether or not she should have even said the word. I don't understand like it is the fact that it became like the only thing that was getting talked about for this arc, like for the whole week that it came out.
Yeah, I like I said, I don't have any issue with the word. It was kind of the way it's presented. And then I agree with you, Little Platoon, about the headline from Hollywood Reporter. I'll disagree with one thing. You said it was a bad headline. It was a great headline for Hollywood Reporter to get
Oh,
clicks
yeah,
off.
yeah.
They knew exactly what they were doing with the way they spun Tony Gilroy's interview. Did you guys happen to see the actress and her statements on it?
I don't think I saw
I
this.
can't remember if I did.
So she
No,
also
I'm
gave
not
a
aware
big
of anything
she also
like
gave a
that.
big interview about how important it was, and combined with the illegal immigration stuff. And I felt like she made it a little bit more modern day kind of relevant, which is why I think when you combine some of those things with, to me, it was a moment that was not nearly that was very, very explicit when we're used to seeing a lot of implicit things in terms of her saying that. It felt like they really wanted to hammer that point home, which is what stood out to me about it. Not the word. I really don't give a shit about the word, and I certainly
Andor is
wouldn't use.
very frequently very explicit.
They do
It
use
is a very explicit show.
Mon uses
Often do
genocide
that,
later
yeah.
in the season, which feels like a more aggressive word than they could have chosen. You know, and I'm not saying it's not appropriate. I'm saying that like they are deliberate a lot of the time in the language they want to be. They want it explicit. Obviously, because some people are saying like, well, then why don't they refer to it as murder all the time? It's like, well, people die a lot in this show. I don't know that they wouldn't refer to certain kills as murders. Like that's definitely within the purview of Andor.
What I
They
mean is like
definitely do, yeah.
Two officers were murdered.
Yeah.
What I mean is it could be
Yeah.
quite obvious to us what just happened, right? We just saw this happen. If someone's talking about the genocide of these people, or whatever, that's one thing. What I'm saying is it felt not as subtle as pretty much everything else in this show usually is presented as, and it stood out to me when she said that. Not the word. I don't care about the word, but
You okay, Theo?
Don't worry.
I mean, we're literally talking this. For those who don't know, this is the most contentious issue regarding Act 1 of Andor Season 2. It got everywhere. It was discussed to death, and
This was what everybody was talking about.
every
single
argument you could
conversation
possibly
about this.
imagine was made, including but not limited to the Empire would never rape.
Yes.
because Vader
So,
wouldn't allow it.
Not even that, like that
But-
did get made as an argument. I'm just saying that there were people out there who were saying like the Empire do have standards. Yes, they will oppress and kill and control, but they wouldn't rape. It's just like, okay, man.
Again, in a show that's trying to do a thorough exploration of the nature of these sorts of regimes, the grim reality is that sexual violence is a part of these. It is a part of these things. It's a part of these regimes and part of wars. And the idea of like, yeah, but I mean the Empire, like what do you think the Empire is based on? Like what? It's just.
But that's the nice thing about the show, though, the fact that it's treated the Empire so seriously that it's established that this had to be hidden effectively from the law by the agent of the Empire. Like, the Empire doesn't go around raping people willy-nilly, because if it did, obviously it would have no public support anywhere. But the
Right.
Empire does create the state of affairs in which men will exploit the power they have over the powerless in order to do things they know are illegal without oversight. It's not what totalitarianism tells you is legal is the problem. It's what it allows to happen. It's the incentives it creates.
The destruction
why I
of
don't have any
institutions
problem-
that are meant to. Sorry.
I said, and that's why I have like absolutely zero problem with the scene being included in the depictions, like all that stuff, like at all, because this, to me, Andor is like kind of at its core a story about how rebellion builds, how rebellion thrives, how one person needs to be pushed to this certain point, and in that you have to show the atrocities and the evils that the Empire are committing. And I think for anyone that thinks that sexual assault or rape it would just never occur in Star Wars when all these other things are happening by that group, that's insane and ridiculous.
Well, I mean, in season 1, they show you with the Narkina 5, like the prison arc. It's like it's slave labor, basically. Like that's a huge part of what it's the different manifestations of how they either play with the law or the institutions or erode the institutions to where they can basically do whatever they want. And that, unlike in essentially a functioning society, there is no recourse. There's no means by which change can be affected. The gradual erosion of freedoms and the abuses of power. And this is one such example of many. And particularly in a show that is as committed to being as comprehensive as it is and as mature about the subject matter as it is. This is an event does not feel like something that was an impossibility for appearing in Andor. It's
I mean, that's kind of how we opened this discussion. I was surprised at how I would never want to describe it this way, but like it didn't go as far as I was expecting from what people had said. Nor did it go as far as I think the show would be allowed to portray. I'm not actually sure what the limit would be from Disney exactly, but she does kill her would-be attacker, so at the same time, it's like, it's supposed to be a powerful moment for the character as Platoon's gone over as well. It's like, there's so much happening, and rediscovering her power.
Rediscovering and asserting her agency. Yeah, basically. That she puts an end to it. She puts a stop to it, and it sets her on a path that gets her.
We know that,
like all of the horrible things that
Act 2 is going to develop this, and that the fact that like from the end of season 1 she found some peace here while being haunted by Dr. Gorse, and then this happens and she manages to overcome it, so to speak. It's like there's a lot of meaning to be drawn there. Obviously, plenty of people would find this to be an important thing to show. It's like in terms of an aspect to the Empire that doesn't get portrayed typically, which is like two sides of the coin in terms of why people were shocked and appalled, and also why people were taken away by it in like a powerful sense, just like holy shit, So yeah, I mean, to be clear, this thing eclipsed the conversation about this arc. Like,
And the frustrating thing as well is that like you might have spent the last few years hearing people say, well, Star Wars is dead because it's now just dumb cartoon kid shit. And then Andor comes along and it's like, well, okay, we're going to do something serious and adult and mature. Do you like it? No, now Star Wars is dead because there's serious adult mature shit in it. Pick a lane.
Yeah, I mean, there have been many arguments saying this is inappropriate for Star Wars.
And that was the crazy thing for, I guess, the entire week after this happened was obviously you guys were here for 2 hours before I got here, and I've been here now for 3 hours, and we've had a lot of criticisms for the show as over
Sure.
these first 3 episodes about things that they could have done, things that they could have done a lot better, like all this shit. All of that got completely muted by this one scene.
Yeah, and there was a lot of conversations that were just bizarre, like fighting over whether or not it was truly shown in other films, like significant violence. It was like immolation, the skeletons of, Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru, obviously what happened to Anakin is what I mean by immolation, and the severed limbs, and obviously the children getting killed. It's just like, why would we even entertain for a second that all of that is somehow appropriate for young children?
Yeah, like, isn't it appropriate to watch Anakin get all of his limbs chopped off and then slowly fucking burn up?
Shmi
Like,
Skywalker having been like tortured and who knows what else by the Tusken Raiders dying in Anakin's arms. Like it's the younglings being killed, and then the usual response is, well, you didn't see it on screen, but then 2 scenes later you do see one die on screen, so go fuck yourself. Like, there are so many of these. Like, I think people have either memory hold how serious and dark it was, maybe because they were kids when they watched it or something, and it didn't seem quite so like adult as it would if you rewatch it now. But then I'm thinking like Revenge of the Sith got re-released at cinemas a couple of weeks ago. How many people took their kids to see that knowing what was in it and didn't think twice about the fact that kids die in that movie and that Anakin burns up and that people's limbs get chopped off and someone gets electrocuted to death and thrown out of a window? Like, there's some violent shit in that film.
So Revenge of the
and
Sith
Leia
was
actually getting sexually assaulted by Jabba the Hutt, by the way, for the record.
yeah, like that is what's happening. That is what's happening to Leia.
I think
She
Ryan's
gets
referring
captured,
to even more than that, right? Because you got the book reference.
Yeah, you do have, like, in the novelizations, which are, adapted from the original scripts before they might cut some stuff out, but like, she is captured, she is licked forcibly for Jabba the Hutt's own gratification, his gratification against her will, then forced to get in a metal bikini, sleep on top of him, and be chained up to him, like, at all times. And like, the reason he puts her in that is because he doesn't, when he licks her, he doesn't want to taste like the sandy clothes that she has on. That's why he wants her in that. And Jabba the Hutt has a fetish for humanoid women, which is a little bit strange among Hutts. Like, we have quite literally seen sexual assault in Star Wars before. And this time we didn't even see it.
Well, and like, Revenge of the Sith was 2005. I saw it, I would have been 12 because I saw it in the cinema. And I obviously really enjoyed it, but I even remember my dad at the time being somewhat surprised by some of the things in it. Notably, I always remember he had a strange reaction to Count Dooku getting executed. He was like, "Whoa, oh shit!" Like they just cut off Christopher Lee's head. It's just like, yeah,
rolling around on the ground.
Oh, particularly with the sound effect as well. It's like, oh shit.
Well, and I think
By the way,
reason why that hit as well because he's like surrendered, right? Like he's like useless. He's lost his arms, and he gives an expression of like, "Please don't kill me." So like, you could argue it's like there's more going on there in terms of a death, but Revenge of the Sith is filled with stuff that I think any reasonable person could say is inappropriate for a certain age of a child. But at the same time,
then again, in A New Hope, that when Obi-Wan chops the dude's arm off, there's blood.
there is.
Yeah.
True. Remember was it George had to say that they had particularly thick blood or something because it would have been cauterized, so you had to like
yeah, because they hadn't decided on that yet, like exactly how it should be. I mean, and there's that as well. Watching. Oh, sorry, go for it.
I was just gonna say, I think in Filoni's new Maul animated series, there's gonna be an arc where the severed head of Count Dooku is actually floating out there, still alive. So he's gonna be.
You have little spider legs under the neck.
Yeah.
Don't count it out.
Jesus.
So yeah, that's the controversy then.
And to conclude the episode, we mentioned it before that Bix killed Crone and then also killed the subordinate, shot him. And Andor is in the TIE Avenger, locked onto a transport that was approaching because of they'd been radioed to go over, and blows it up with a missile. And the guards that were with Brasso are so distracted by it that he manages to run off for his speeder, which is like, nah.
We've got some
I don't know
old
about that.
Stormtrooper aim going on here.
Yeah.
The number, like, I think
Yeah.
I counted with a friend. It was like 13 or so blaster bolts that just whiz by.
It's such a shame. And like I would even argue like Brasso, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Like I know you want to get out of there, but you should know better that like there's no point in running if they're all going to shoot at you. You're definitely dead. You have more of a chance if you just stay there and wait because, you know, who knows who's coming right now? Who knows exactly what's happening? Him
Thing is,
just
though, maybe,
Oh man, him
maybe
running
it is
off
okay,
guarantees him to die, but then the plot armor saves him, right?
well, yeah, because Andor shows up and he starts shooting on them, and he even destroys a grain silo and buries a few of the stormtroopers. But then he spots Brasso's speeder wrecked in the field,
Oh.
and he lands and he heads over and discovers that Brasso was struck and killed.
So
And man, I like Brasso, and
Yeah.
I don't know about this end.
I think
know?
this was he needed a bit more story before this. I wish
think
I
so.
knew. I'm being a bit harsh by saying I wish I knew anything about him. Like it's mainly season 1 references I would have.
He was really on pause this season. It was more plot than anything else. He was being helpful and everything as he usually is.
Yeah.
But we don't get much on him, and now he's gone.
It's weird. They
and you
didn't
can't help but
even
wonder what the
they didn't even do the Walking Dead thing, wherein you know suspiciously in episode 3 he starts talking about why he loves life and why he's so happy. You know what I mean? Like just giving us
right. Yeah.
yeah.
It's
But what
just,
if you
yeah,
wanted to
that's him
stay
gone.
there or something? Like you could have even done that. You could have done something where, you know, Bix and Willman and like they need to leave, but Brasso like wanted to stay because he felt like he had found love or
Yeah.
whatever. You could have done something. Or like I said hours ago, if maybe we could have just had one fucking conversation between Cassian and Brasso, period,
Yep.
at all. Maybe before he goes off for the mission, something. But we didn't get a thing.
I mean, I would also
And you know, we talked about. Oh, sorry.
I would also have happily opted for the stormtroopers are prepping some kind of weapon that's going to take down, like an anti-aircraft thing that's going to take down Andor, and Brasso sees it and he chooses like I'm going to attack them, hopefully sabotage the weapon. It's probably going to kill me, but at least you know I can achieve that, and that's sort of something sacrificial so that you can sort of punctuate it that way. But like I'm sort of I see this happen and I'm just like what was his story exactly?
And you know, Andor has killed off characters. I mean, we talked about like 10 minutes ago. Andor is not the kind of show that is going to give every character like a big dramatic send off. Sometimes they just get shot and die. Like they just get hit and then that's them done. I mean,
Yeah.
you see it in Eldani, right? When
That's
when
the way of a
Gorman and,
rebellion.
yeah, that they just bang dead. Whatever story they had done. But here it just feels particularly purposeless. It's like he hops on a speeder to drive away and then gets shot in the back by a stormtrooper right before Andor like just flies in and would have saved him anyway if he chose not to do that. And they don't get to have a conversation. And it's like yeah, it just seems a little too pointless. Or maybe not pointless is the right word, but a little bit too swift and empty in terms of like meaning. You don't even have to do the thing of the generic, you know, he sacrifices himself in order to save them. It didn't even have to be that.
If we're doing
that.
a sudden death that's so unfortunate as a result of just you know the average fighting that happens in your day-to-day rebellion sort of stuff, it's like that would be great if I needed to know him better. And could you just give me one line in relation to the development or the relationships he has with anybody that kind of relates to that possibly being like just a little bit of foreshadowing or something that makes me connect to anything? Unfortunately, because I was waiting for more Brasso stuff, and then the show is like he's gone. You're like, oh, okay.
We're not really cashing anything out in terms of Brasso himself.
Yeah.
Like, of course, we get Cassian's reaction, but like, I don't think that's really what we want from a character death, especially one which we're going to give this much sort of like fanfare to.
Yeah, because there is technically a sudden death that's going to happen in episode 8 that is phenomenal by comparison. IMO.
Yes.
Wow. Incredibly purposeful.
Yeah. And that's just to give an idea to anyone listening of just like, I don't know what I was supposed to grab from this broadly, other than like, it's very sad that he died in and among this whole event.
He was a good lad.
Yeah, he was a good man.
Like, yeah, he was.
It's the parallel, maybe. It's like, because you've got on the one hand, one of the story arcs with which are intercutting is Mon Mothma, who's about to lose effectively like a childhood friend, right? And then here we are, and Andor's lost a childhood friend as well. And it's like, this is rebellions getting serious, maybe?
Maybe.
Again, like I'd be like, that's really super usable. Let's flash it up a bit. Let's give a bit more to Brasso if we're gonna do that. Like
It
Ryan
also
has
makes
said
it a
several
little
times, like give him a conversation with Andor, just one.
Hmm.
It also makes it a little worse because we just went over the way he was captured. It was just so retarded.
Yeah,
It just ends up feeling very, very forced, I guess, to put him in that position. That you could have done a million things, I guess, to make this death more effective and more well portrayed and have it pay off in a way.
well,
But yeah, that's he's been shot. But Andor links back up with Bix and Woman. But you know, he tells them or conveys to them that Brasso's been killed, and the three of them, very distraught, enter the ship, and Andor takes them off world, and we hang on his expression for a while as he's flying away. There's plenty to be made of the look that he gives. He is struggling, clearly,
yeah.
understandably so.
Like broadly, what do you take away from Arc 1? It's the his whole connection with the rebellion, Luthen, and everything seems pretty fucking flimsy, wavering, and confused right now. The fact that all of that went so catastrophically wrong, and simultaneously had such an effect to the point that Brasso's dead now. Like if he'd been here earlier, he might have been able to do more to prevent it. The fact that the Empire is still getting at them no matter what, wherever they seem to go. They've now ruined their very much reasonable, rooted life again. And like seeing Bix, who's clearly at her wit's end with this shit, like they all are. It's like, for me, it's just, yeah, I get it. It's there's lots of good stuff to be drawn out of that, and I think Diego Luna's doing a good job as well. That final expression is quite strong.
Agreed.
And like with Bix, she's obviously reliving all this trauma of this moment where she was powerless, right? She was powerless to do anything. She's scared it's going to happen again. And the Empire shows up at her door and once again tries to assert their power over her. And I guess I was, and obviously we're going to talk about the other episodes tomorrow, but I thought that this would be kind of the wake up call for her. And we get that kind of where she decides to change gears, that it's like, I can't run away from this. I can, stand up to this type of thing. We end up getting that obviously a little bit later on in the next arc, but those are the things that happened like to her in this. And I think one of the good purposes for putting that sequence in there.
Mm-hmm.
That brings us to the end of episode 3 and the end of the first arc.
Well, that
What do we think overall then of the first arc? What are we feeling about it?
Underwhelmed.
Glad that I then saw the next arc because I know that it wasn't a waste of time completely, which is good. No, there's some good, very strong stuff in it on its own terms, but like, I think I would probably have had more concerns at the end of it than I had points of like genuine unadulterated praise, but thankfully it didn't pick up.
There was a lot that I quite liked, but I was worried given the format, because I was concerned that this is essentially what we were going to be getting going forward in terms of like I was worried because it was like it seemed almost an indication of rushing, which is funny because a lot of the problem going on here is like scenes that are essentially like padding because they're devoid of like having a huge amount to say.
I will say, I was pretty fucking nervous at the end of this arc. Again, not because it was bad. It's not bad. But God, I was worried. At the end of it, I was like, man, this is not like consistently at the quality that I expect from season 1. But then arc 2, then the second arc started, and by the end of episode 4, I'm like, okay, we're good.
Yeah,
like it's all good. Yeah, don't worry, we're back on track. That we are now like consistently hitting the same sort of quality that we get in season 1. It was very much a concern at that point because I had the same worry that it was the format that might be the reason why these issues were present and that they would persist. But then when it started to go back to the normal sort of pace, it's like, okay, that's reassuring. But again, I suppose it might be like, wow, that's like a really negative response to have. It's like, yeah, but it wasn't because it was bad. It wasn't. Like I would say that a lot of the stuff is fine, if not good. but it just wasn't as quality as I'd come to expect.
It's just
And some of those
Andor.
problems can like really easily compound as well, and like quite often
Yeah.
they do.
Yeah.
Like things that seem like small problems born of like laziness or people not paying attention or like rushing certain scenes or contrivances, they sneak in at the beginning and they have this nasty tendency just to grow exponentially, which is mainly the reason, because they might seem really small when you first see them. It's what they will lead to that's the worrying
there
thing.
are countless seasons of TV where it is said like, well, wait, they might fix this in later episodes, like, and it only gets
Yeah.
fucking worse. While with this, you know, like the compounding issue is definitely something to worry about, especially just because like there's just such clumsy writing that's not at all Andor's style with a lot of the things that happen in this, and then there's just a thinness to it that's surprising with some of the scenes, and then just the choice to spend time on these like the rebels plot line. I think almost everybody was just like, why, what, like it, you know, as much as everyone can draw meaning in ways and shapes and forms, it's just like, man, that was a lot of time. And you know, is that what's going to be happening for each arc? Are we going to be like looking out for the good shit while we're getting some stuff that's like almost weirdly filler or just not the kind of thing that you want to see? And you know, it seems that everyone's already agreed as well, whether you like or dislike this show, that this is the worst of the current arcs that are available.
Mhm.
It seems like, to me, it just feels like, especially seeing how everything's played out, and I do think we got some good payoff for some things that happened in this arc. It feels like a lot of wasted opportunities and the things that they did decide to spend on, and that sometimes felt slightly repetitive. I feel like it overall feels like a waste. And the structure in which this show is released, we just talked about Brasso's death and how it felt a little bit underwhelming. Well, the really underwhelming part is we skip a year in time. So we don't even get to see like the reactions to that from Cassian. Like Brasso's never going to be mentioned again, basically.
No.
So I think that's another part of the overall kind of disappointment with this arc, is it's not just what they showed us, it's that because it is time jumping a year between every batch of 3, you knew kind of going in they probably weren't going to address a lot of these things immediately, and now they haven't. And so I guess I'd have to go back and rewatch like all of season 1, and obviously it wasn't broken in exactly into little segments like this, but to me I think these are kind of the worst 3 episodes that we've gotten of Andor,
Yeah, I
if you
think
include
so.
season 1 and this, like consecutively at least.
And you know, it's as we've said a couple of times, it's just like, I don't know, Andor season 1, it set a particular bar, and then knowing that they're getting shut down after this season, so they need to get all these stories going, like to very meaningful places, kind of fast. It felt strange to have time that was spent in like the Rebels thing, or just extended scenes that don't have as much in them. So it's grading it on a difficult curve for it to achieve high. But as was said, it's like, this is all stuff that's going to be useful for the future episodes. There's stuff in here that's just really good on its own. There's things you can celebrate about it. Certainly the performances and all the different elements of filmmaking we mentioned. It's just, I just have to be honest, like, it was disappointing. This is not what I was hoping for with the first arc. But, you know, it gets better.
It does. So don't worry.
And I'm seeing some potential disappointment. Look, I have bad news and good news. The bad news is, yes, this is the end of the stream. Because we were going to do 6 episodes if we managed to get, brace yourselves, this part done in under 3 hours. So, you know, that worked out real well.
That didn't pan out.
But the good news is that we will do 4, 5, 6 tomorrow. It'll be a bonus EFAP episode, okay? We're coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see you there, and we'll try and get all of the convo out of what we want to say about 4, 5, 6, which I will say, as Fringy's already said, I think definitely rekindled my faith straight away. I was like, oh, we're okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to be...
We're in good hands now.
Yeah.
And, you know, 7, 8, 9. Whew. We'll get there. So anyway,
Oh yeah, 7, 8, 9, particularly episode 8.
Bringing us to a close for the episode. But before we go, Ryan, why don't you tell chat where they can find you and what racist videos you make?
Well, you can find me at Ryan Kennel RK Outpost. My next video is going to be how much I love rape. So you stand by for that one. Can't wait to make that thumbnail. But yeah, thanks for having me. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I can join from the beginning this time.
Yeah, well, and hopefully we can get you for the whole 12, because there's still an arc that's not out yet. Who knows how bad that could be? Maybe it'll ruin the entire show.
Hopefully, no.
Maybe it'll
be
destroy
optimistic.
all of Star Wars worse than anything
Rebellions are
ever.
built on hope. Damn it.
We ain't black pilled anymore, okay? We can do this.
Not right
There's
now.
a-
Not until
there's
we're
a
done.
lot of good stuff
From
to
there's
talk
no
about.
reason to hope to rebellions are built on hope, I guess.
There's a lot of good stuff to talk about in 7 through 9. So
Be fun.
that'll be good to talk about those things.
Theo, how about yourself? Chat have no idea who you
Hey.
are. Where can they find you, and what are you up to?
Theo Teatree on my channel on YouTube. That's me. Still working on stuff, I guess. Thumbs up.
Anything to tickle the old appetites? Is anything close to completion, or
Probably
are you...
not a good idea.
Fair enough.
I'll keep coy with that.
Which leaves, I guess, well, Platoon, why don't you go first? What are you up to?
I'm so far behind on everything. It's not even funny.
I know that feel.
So, yeah. Hypothetically, a short second channel Thunderbolts video tomorrow, a Minecraft video midweek, and the main full Thunderbolts breakdown next weekend. But the last time I had a plan like that, I don't think I'd released a single thing inside of a month. So, fuck knows. But those videos will release eventually.
Fringy, anything you want to mention?
Oh, well, as per usual, I'm working. You know the deal. But I did release on Dubious Sanity a little narrative project. The selling point for this one will be that you get to listen to Mauler and myself doing fucking southern accents.
Yeah.
I
but
listened to
yeah.
that last night before I went to bed.
Oh, did
really,
you?
really liked it. So
Hey.
Okay,
there goes
well,
my endorsement.
I very much appreciate that. Yeah, it's sleepwalking through wild country. That's what it's called. It's about 6 minutes. 2 characters having a conversation. Dubious Sanity on YouTube is where you can find that, along with other little animations that I've made, which I did make one like a month ago. I don't know what to say about it other than it's a beetle and a mantis having a conversation that's not very long about life, and there's a punchline. But yeah, that's what I've released yesterday, and otherwise I'm just working. You know the deal, just working.
Right, well, I've decided that I will release a tiny detail per week as to the nature of the next thing that I'll put out, alright? So each week, I'll give you slightly more information. We'll start with, it's going to be a video, and it's longer than an hour, alright? And as the weeks go by, I might get more specific as to the length. But for now, all you get is it's definitely longer than an hour.
Next
but I
week's
mean-
going to be it's shorter than 10 hours.
Well, so tomorrow I'll say what else it's longer than, and the number might increase each time. Who knows? And you'll get to your answer eventually. But I'm very much working. Working is he's stapled onto my head at this point. But hey, thank you all for joining us, and I appreciate the cast, you guys. I think we did a wonderful job talking about Andor. 5 hours per 3 episodes, and they were the considered least talk-aboutable ones.
Yeah, we will have more to talk about. These will be. I fucking knew it. I knew
Yeah.
that this would be longer than we were expecting.
Like, these were
to
the
be.
ones containing padding.
Yeah,
Well,
there's so much to say for the rest of them.
and I'm sure we'll
Remember in the
get to
You're
it.
like, hey, if we can get through these first 3 episodes in 3 hours, we'll do the last 3 episodes. Let's do a 6-hour stream.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Here we
Even if
are.
we did complete these within 3, it would have been a 9-hour stream as a result, probably. But anyway,
Oh, and also, because I saw someone ask, no Rags tomorrow either.
yeah, Rags
so,
is not back by then, I'm afraid. He will be back next week.
But he will be for 7 through 12, so you can still find out what he thinks about Andor, just about the last 6 episodes.
Hell yes. All right. Toodle pip. Cheerio. Bye bye.
Yeah, have a good day,
Goodbye,
everybody.
everyone.
See you later. Bye bye.